17. This Red Rock. Author's note. Many thanks to GJ Mega for editing this. Do not forget that there is a forum up for this story, link on my profile, that gives in-depth identification on all the runes as well as Harry's first-year schedule. It also has other stuff on it, and you can ask questions or comment there. I hope everyone loves this chapter. Once more, this is the longest yet, longer even than the last chapter. That's why it's taking so long to edit. Enjoy. Harry's cheat sheet runic guide for this chapter. Ankh, the start of the blood magic ritual, holds the magic in other runes in place, allows magic expended to be returned. Repercussions, twice the effort to cast a spell, but the magic is returned after the spell is complete expired, located over the heart. Heth, allows a shield to be formed of varying strength, stronger as Harry relegates more magic to its structure, much like a bubble spreading in the air and under the earth. Activation word Heth. Located in the center of the left palm. Zion, meant to be an ambiguous weapon, in reality a lightning bolt that completely obliterates all it is targeted at. Uncontrollable, extremely deadly. Activation word, Zion, located on the center of the right palm. There is shadow under this red rock. Come in under the shadow of this red rock, and I will show you something different from either your shadow at morning striding behind you or your shadow at evening rising to meet you. I will show you fear in a handful of dust. T. S. Eliot, the wasteland Harry sat reluctantly next to Hagrid and Hermione in the Gryffindor stands. He felt surrounded by glaring eyes as they prepared to watch the Slytherin versus Gryffindor match. Apparently the Gryffindor side of the stands was not a good place to be sitting for a Slytherin during a Quidditch game, especially with all the rumors flying around. News of what was now dubbed as the troll attack had spread like wildfire throughout the school. Some had Harry ripping the troll to shreds for a dark magic ritual. Some had Hermione attacking the troll and Harry saving her, some her saving him. All varied, and none were close to the truth. Draco had been furious with him for a time, pouting that he had not been invited to help subdue a troll of all things. Harry had told their version of the story to both Draco and Blaise, though he did explain that in reality Hermione was being bullied by the Gryffindors and was there in the bathroom hiding. Both had given him sideways looks, asking without speaking if he was going to do anything about it. He had merely smiled grimly. He had not yet taken Hermione aside and explained his abilities to her, and she had not pushed. He guessed that she knew it was only a matter of time. Still, it was partly due to his feeling of guilt that he allowed her to drag him into sitting here at this particular game. His fellow Slytherins had already tried hard enough to convince him to go see a game, and so far he had denied them, preferring the quieter atmosphere of the library. And now here he was, surrounded by Gryffindors. He sank in his seat, trying to disappear behind Hagrid. Hermione continued her chattering, describing various rules and guidelines and histories of Quidditch to all who would listen. The girl thrived on passing on knowledge as much as she did on gaining it, a trait that did not always garner thanksgiving among her classmates. If anything, the recent troll attack had only put greater strain between her and her fellow Gryffindors, especially after Ron and two friends were found bound and jinxed outside the Great Hall before breakfast. The boys were upside down, stuck to the wall in only their underclothes. They didn't know who had done it, but Harry had met Ron's eyes that night with pure loathing, and the boy suspected the truth. He had tried to pin it on him, but Harry had a solid alibi in Draco and Blaise, who both claimed Harry had been in the room with them. Ron's brothers, Fred and George, had declared it to be a most awesome prank if we dare say so, and Ron had flushed bright red, stomping from the Great Hall once he saw his version of events being scoffed at. Harry hoped it was enough to warn the boy off of attacking Hermione, but worried it would only make things worse. His mind was still on that when he heard Hermione and Hagrid talking about snitches, and the bird that used to be the actual snitch before it was mechanical, a golden snidget. It was this that led to Hermione innocently asking Hagrid about some of the odd and rare beasts he had raised. Harry met Hermione's sly eyes just as the clueless Hagrid began to go on about auguries and ashwonders and runespores, his desire to own a dragon someday, and a recent opportunity he had to hand-raise a young Cerberus pup. Hermione looked interestedly up at him with her usual avidity and asked about caring for such a dangerous animal. Hagrid replied enthusiastically. Oh, Fluffy. He was such a tender little chap, really. I mean, play a little music, and he would go right to sleep each night. I would sing to him, he really liked that. Merlin, he would guard his toys something fierce. They have to think what they are guarding is theirs, that's part of the trick. They'll guard something for life, they will. Hermione looked at him in amazement, mouthing, Fluffy. Hagrid smiled, even as Harry realized what else Hagrid had just haplessly given away. The method to calm the beast, and the headmaster trusted him to guard this secret treasure. He softly touched Hagrid's shoulder, meeting the kind man's eyes. He had a feeling it was time to put his cards upon the table, as the saying goes. Hagrid, we know Fluffy is guarding something in the third-floor corridor. The man's eyes widened, his jaw dropped. Now, see here, how do you know about that? Harry leaned back, speaking softly. He was now glad no one was sitting up next to them, as it gave them some space to talk privately. We ran into it, lost in the hallways one day. It only took a bit of deduction to connect it with the break-in at Gringotts, since I already know you removed something from that vault the day we went to Diagon Alley. Hagrid went pale, his face suddenly serious. Harry, lad, you mustn't get involved. This business, it's strictly between Albus Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. It's dangerous, it is. Harry nodded reassuringly, his face betraying none of the elation he felt. He had a name now, something to go on. After reassuring Hagrid as to his intentions, or lack thereof, he sat back. Hermione tentatively began to pick up the threads of their conversation and run on with it. He was glad she did so, as he now found it impossible to focus on it, his mind running through any mentions of that name he might have come across. While he was mentally reviewing the book, Most Important Wizards of Our Time, he saw movement out of the corner of his eye and turned to see Neville shyly sitting next to him. He nodded at the round boy as he smiled slightly. Neville smiled back in relief, sitting down and folding his hands in his lap. Harry waited patiently, but the boy did not speak, content to merely sit with him. He finally looked up as the announcer, Lee Jordan from Gryffindor, called out that the game was about to start. The noise level rose immediately in excitement, people sitting forward and watching eagerly. When the teams came out, the stadium filled with applause. What followed was brutal, in Harry's opinion. It was much like rugby in the air, with enchanted bludgers hammering about at each side. Slytherin garnered foul after foul, but kept on strong, while the Gryffindor keeper and captain, Oliver Wood, kept the Snakes from scoring. Harry found himself getting excited despite himself, cheering at each score no matter which team it was. He even found himself booing with those next to him when Slytherin scored a lucky hit, knocking Wood to the ground. Still the game kept on, neck and neck, and finally it came down to the two seekers circling about. A third year from Gryffindor, Angelina, Neville quietly informed him, had seen the snitch and was in hot pursuit. The Slytherin seeker, an angry-looking boy Harry knew was in sixth year, was right on her tail. He obviously had a superior broom, but must not have seen what she was chasing as he hung right behind her. Perhaps Slytherin would have won if their seeker had not been following quite so closely, for the girl suddenly dived towards the stands before jerking back up again, leaving the startled boy to swerve and run broom-first into one of the wooden support columns. The stands exploded into a mix of angry boos and jubilant cheers as the girl proudly held up a small golden ball. Neville gave a shout of triumph, before looking at him with a slightly guilty look. "I'm sorry." Harry shook his head with a smile. "Don't worry about it. That was a pretty Slytherin thing to do, actually." Neville grinned back with agreement. As Harry and Hermione began to slowly filter back out of the stands, Neville disappeared into the crowd. Harry's brows narrowed in thought. Was the boy that lonely to seek out him above his fellows? He knew the Longbottom heir was not particularly gifted in the classes they shared, but had supposed that was mostly due to his shyness. Neville had seemed to be hanging around Ron and his crowd, but perhaps the freckled boy's grating attitude had run him off. He made a mental note to get Hermione to invite Neville to study with them. Break, the three of them were in their classroom, practicing the levitation charm the next day. All of them had it down pat, and were enjoying trying to levitate the same object at the same time, fighting with the others for control of the height and speed of the feather as it was lifted. It was a fun way to practice, and they had stopped with a laugh only moments before Harry brought up the subject of the shy Gryffindor. "Neville, are you serious?" Hermione looked like she wanted to echo Draco's outburst. Harry nodded with a frown even as Draco shook his head vehemently. Absolutely not. Haven't you seen what a disaster he is in potions? And don't even get me started in transfiguration. Harry ignored the blonde Slytherin, turning to Hermione. She spoke quietly, her voice uncertain. As much as I hate to disagree, Harry, Draco is right about his ineptitude. He hasn't even got his match to a needle yet, and we're about ready to switch to teacups. Well. Harry eyed the both of them before speaking as Hermione drifted off. It is just a suggestion, but I get the feeling that Neville is something of an outcast. Harry waited for Hermione's reluctant nod before continuing. And as an outcast, the boy is looking for somewhere to belong. Do you want him following Ron about causing trouble? I'm not saying we even have to help him, just allow him to be here with us, practicing. Perhaps it will do him some good. This is a study group after all. Harry watched Draco as he said a last sentence, speaking to the political side of the Slytherin. And we cannot forget that he is the sole Longbottom heir, and as such deserves respect. Draco pursed his lips in a particularly stubborn way, like a spoiled child who had just gotten told he's too old for his favorite toy. Harry knew he had one, and gave Hermione a nod. They all soon parted to head their separate ways, Harry and Draco to history of magic and Hermione to herbology. Hermione made a passing comment that at least he's great at herbology. Harry just shook his head in response. He couldn't quite understand the other two's reluctance to include the quiet boy into their study sessions. Blaise, after all, often stopped by as well. What was the difference? Ronald Bilious Weasley always thought himself the good sort of wizard. After all, his family was actually supportive of Muggle rights. All his brothers had Muggle-born or half-blood friends, and his dad worked in the ministry in the actual Muggle office. He was most definitely a better wizard than Malfoy, of all the despicable scum, so where had he went wrong? He had seen it all so clearly before term started. He would meet the great Harry Potter, they would both be in Gryffindor House, and he would impress his hero with his accepting attitude and fierce spirit. They would be friends, the two of them, with perhaps a few others who tagged along. Together, they would complain about homework and teachers, practice dueling spells, and courageously fight monsters. It had all seemed so natural, expected. Then he meets the boy on the train and is knocked off balance. The boy who lived is rude. The boy who lived does not seem to care about Malfoy's pureblood agenda. The boy who lived does not like him. And the ultimate insult that he could not forgive. Harry Potter went to Slytherin. Inconceivable. The only way he could straighten it out in his mind was to realize that his hero, the boy who should have been his friends, was evil. All Slytherins were evil, everyone knew it, or at least they would be eventually. Look at you-know-whose followers. Where had they all come from? Slytherin. Look at all the nasty pranks that Slytherins they played on other students. Look at what they did to him, and where everyone would see. Those eyes on him, green and filled with rage. Their smug attitude, their dark common room. Their house color was even the very same color as the unforgivable killing curse. Why couldn't everyone else see the truth? Well, he would straighten them out. He would show everyone Potter's true nature. Only, it seemed Harry Potter had a Muggle-born friend, the know-it-all from his own house. It was almost as inconceivable to see a Slytherin with a Gryffindor as it was to see Potter with Malfoy. And though Potter was obviously a horrible flyer, that was the only place he seemed to be lacking. He also never seemed to walk the hallways alone, but with Malfoy or another Slytherin boy. It was beyond aggravating. He would need to gather some supporters of his own, some other Gryffindors who would help him shine the light onto the dark savior of the wizarding world. He would find out the black-haired boy's secrets if it took him his entire career at Hogwarts. And his parents will be proud of him, the sixth son, Ron Weasley. Everyone would thank him, would know his name. He might even get his own chocolate frog card. The month of classes between Halloween and the start of winter break went by in a flash for Harry. He sent 2 letters, and received one, from all the Steel Wings except Mr. Steele himself, who Harry found himself strangely reluctant to write. He hoped the man did not worry too much about it, but he just couldn't find the words to say. Nothing sounded quite right on paper. He set dates to meet the boys in London, though he had no idea how he was going to get there. He figured he could come up with something in the months in between now and summer break. He did warn that he would not write again until after the new year, when a snowy owl being sent out would not be so obvious. All their classes began to get harder, giving more homework and practicing stronger spells. The theory in transfiguration took up a lot of their time, as they began to learn the basics of how magic worked. Harry kept thinking about it in relation to what science he knew, wishing he had a way to correlate the two. He did not know enough, however, about both subjects to do more than speculate. Their study sessions were not quite the same with Neville there. The shy boy did not come all the time, but when he did, Harry often found himself trying to help the boy from pity. He had watched his magic constantly since inviting him to the group, trying to see what the problem was. His movements were correct, his pronunciation right when he loosened up and did not stutter, and his magic even flared appropriately. The only thing Harry could think of was his wand. It did not seem to be responding appropriately, and Harry finally approached him about it as Hermione and Draco argued about the legality and use of lionfish spines in potions. "Neville, your wand, did you get it from Ollivander's?" The boy shook his head, looking over his wand with a mix of reverence and disappointment. "No, my grandmother, well, this is my dad's wand, was his wand, and she was so proud that I actually had magic. They didn't think I did for a long time, actually, but when the letter came, well, she was excited. She said I ought to have my dad's wand, that it was a family wand and served him well up until, well, he used to be an aura." Harry tried to follow the boy through his awkward pauses, wondering what he wasn't being told. He finally spoke, gently, figuring the topic might be sensitive. Well, the boy's father must be dead for him to be out of the picture. Perhaps Neville's pain was fresh. Had his father died recently? He shook the question off. "I think, Neville, that this wand does not quite suit you. I have a way of feeling these things. You have the power, you have the correct movements and incantations. But your wand does not respond. Is it possible, perhaps, for you to get a new one?" Neville paled, looking down. Harry was wondering if he would speak after a while, before the Gryffindor slowly spoke, pain lacing his words. "Are you saying I'm not good enough for this wand?" Harry felt slapped, immediately shaking his head as he responded quickly. "No, not at all. That's not what I meant. Ollivander, I talked to him, you know. He says each wand calls to its wizard, and once you bond with it, you two are inseparable until death. I think, I think this wand does not fit with you for some reason. Perhaps your personality is different, or your magic has a different flavor or calling to it. Every wizard's magic is different and responds in different ways." Neville's eyes began to gleam with tears, and Harry found himself the unwilling subject of a hug as Neville tearfully wrapped his arms around his neck. The boy then whispered against his robe, his voice rough. "Did you mean it, about wands being bound until death?" Harry nodded, uncertain whether to speak or not. He was glad he didn't when Neville continued. "Harry, my dad, and my mum, too, they are alive, but they are in the hospital. For, well, the healers say they probably will never recover. They can't talk or react when we visit them." Harry simply nodded, shaking his head as Hermione and Draco looked over curiously. The two quickly looked away and began practicing transfiguration, speaking loudly and inanely. Harry was appreciative of their subterfuge, as faked as it was. Neville did not seem to notice, leaning back and wiping his tears on the sleeve of his robe. "I'm sorry, Harry. I didn't mean to lose it like that. It's just, well, I haven't told anyone about it, and everyone just assumed they died, you know, like your parents did that night. But Bellatrix, you know, Mrs. Lestrange, she was known to torture her victims before she would kill them, and her favorite was the Cruciatus Curse. And by the time help arrived, it was too late to do more than save their bodies. It was the same night the you-know-who was defeated, and it was always like a funeral at my house, while everyone else was out celebrating, you know. And then to know that maybe the reason I'm such a failure is something as simple as a wand, well, thanks. Thanks." Harry nodded before finally speaking, striving to keep his voice calm, while inside he felt like grabbing the boy back into a hug. To go through something like that, even if he did not remember it, and to have to visit them in such a state, it was bad enough to lose one's parents to death. It was much worse for them to still be alive, but only a shadow, untouchable and unloving. The pain would always be fresh and present, the knowledge not allowed to fade with time. It was no wonder the boy was so introverted and shy. "It's all right, Neville. You can talk to me any time you need to, okay? And this break, get a new wand." Neville nodded quickly before standing and leaving the room in a hurry. Harry figured he needed to be left alone. Draco and Hermione came over curiously before Draco spoke with a sarcastic edge to his voice. What was Longbottom sniveling about this time? Still no silver needle. On edge already, Harry spoke more harshly than he intended, turning to the blond boy with angry eyes. You should be ashamed of yourself. Why did you not tell me that Neville's parents were tortured into insanity by Bellatrix Lestrange? It makes the boy's attitude make so much more sense. Draco blanched, looking away as Hermione gasped and held a hand up to her mouth. Harry felt furious and shook his head as he reined it in. He didn't mean to take it out on Draco, but he felt a bit helpless and hated it. He did not know how to make Neville feel better, and a part of him considered the boy a friend. Dread suddenly hissed in his mind, his tone condescending. Too many hatchlings in one nest makes for slim pickings. Every snake knows this. Harry internally spoke back as Draco gathered himself to respond. Friends are not like hatchlings. Friends help each other hunt. They do not compete for food. Dread seemed to shrug. Draco spoke. I'm sorry, Harry. I knew but figured Longbottom was keeping it secret, that he didn't want people to know. And well, honestly, I'm surprised he's even willing to be in the same room as me. Bellatrix was my aunt. Harry responded, his voice much calmer. He is using his father's wand. Draco winced. Hermione spoke up, curious. What does that have to do with anything? Harry let Draco respond, interested himself to see what the blonde would say. Wands don't like being used by more than one person. They won't work as well, and it takes a really experienced person to get them to work even a little. The only way for that to change is for the previous owner to either be defeated by the new one and therefore change ownership or death. Wands are picky. Hermione nodded, her face sad. And his dad is still alive. Yes, Harry answered before gathering his own things. It was almost time for dinner. The only class Harry truly disliked was flying. By the last class of the fall semester, he was the only one who had not at least mastered the riding of the broom. The others were now starting advanced maneuvers, dives and turns, and playing basic games, like wizard tag and hoop dodge. Madam Hooch explained that the end-of-year exam would consist of a basic obstacle course, but as she said that her yellow eyes were on him. He was a failure, and he knew it. He had given up the last 2 weeks even trying to get on the broom. Every time he mounted it, and rose more than a foot off the ground, he began to struggle with his tattoo. It demanded to be released, his very magic trying to bring them forth to life. Something about the spells present on the broom and their instinctive connection to his own magic in order to make the broom fly interfered with his own magical connection to his wings. The one time he tried to sever that connection to the broom, he had fallen from the sky painfully in both pride and body. He sat as the others began to fly, laughing and joking. This was Minnie's favorite class, and even those who did not particularly like the feeling of flying, like Hermione and Neville, were at least getting the hang of it enough to pass the class. As if the thought had summoned them, Neville and Hermione walked over, both holding their school brooms. They sat next to him as he watched the Slytherins and Gryffindors compete against each other in a game of tag. Both Ron and Draco were the best in the class, and he could already see Draco being a seeker in the next few years. Ron would probably go for keeper or chaser. He sighed, and Hermione nudged him, bringing his attention away from the flyers. Her eyes were full of questions. He gave a sideways smile, looking down. He knew she had to be wondering, having seen his wings. He doubted she believed he was truly afraid of heights. He turned as Neville spoke. It's all right up there, Harry. You don't have to be afraid. I was at first, but you have to trust the broom. It won't let you fall. Well, I mean, I saw that once, but that was a flawed spell, Madam Hooch said. She looked at the broom and said it was broken. They are all old, but you don't have to be afraid. Harry almost laughed as Neville tried to encourage him. His chest warmed at the show of friendship. He gave Neville a smile and gestured for the boy to go ahead and join the others. He did so, looking back with a sad look. Harry turned back to Hermione, waiting. He did not have to wait long as she began to speak fast, as if afraid he would stop her at any moment. Harry, I don't understand. I mean, do you never use them? Are you afraid of heights? I just find it hard to imagine you're afraid of anything. I mean, you faced that troll like it was nothing. I saw you, I saw them. I know you don't want to talk about it, and I understand. It must be a secret, and I can't even begin to imagine the magic involved to do something crazy like that. Or whatever it is. I assume it's magic, it must be, but no kind I've heard before, maybe partial animagus transformation. I looked it up, not possible, but who knows, you're the boy who lived. She drifted off from her rambling as Harry met her brown eyes with his own green ones. She must have seen something there, for she was now silent. Harry spoke carefully. Flying is my favorite thing to do, better than practicing magic, better than eating or sleeping. Perhaps I am special, for of all the things I have researched and read, what I have done is unheard of. It was an accident when I was a young child. I'll show you, okay? When I can find a good time and place, a private one where I know it is safe. Hermione nodded, her face brimming with questions. She finally decided on a single one. Then why can't you fly? Harry looked down, clenching his fists in a mix of anger and sadness. For the very reason I can fly. It seems the enhancements that make a broom fly tap into the same part of my magic that allows me to fly myself. One cannot work without the other. I tried to cut that connection, and you saw the result. I fell from the sky. If I cannot release my wings, I cannot fly a broomstick. What do muggles call it? Catch-22. No good solution. Hermione frowned, biting her lip. She finally reached out and tentatively held his hand, squeezing in reassurement. I'm so sorry, Harry. He tried to smile and failed. With a sigh, he simply sat with her on the grass and continued to watch his classmates soar. Harry was the only Slytherin of his year who stayed for winter break. Draco had given him a pitying look, but Hermione had only encouraged him to explore the library for any reference to Nicola's flame. The girl had given him a quick hug and then headed out to the chariots waiting to bring most of the students home for Christmas. Harry had learned that most of the wizarding world celebrated the Christian holidays, but the pureblood students, especially those in Slytherin, celebrated the old days like Samhain and Yule. Harry, having felt the touch of such days in his own magic rituals, understood the pull. He wondered how many still sacrificed blood and magic on those nights, and tried not to ask. He wasn't sure how such a question would go across. Without the majority of the students, Hogwarts was more like the school he had experienced before term began. Once more, only one table was utilized in the Great Hall, and Harry was one of the few who sat with the professors. He took advantage of the situation to grill Professor McGonagall on transfiguration technique, and to ask a scowling Professor Snape to explain the use of magical creatures in potions. The first night into the break, he released dread. The Quetzalcoatl gladly shook itself out and hissed at him. It will be good to think my own thoughts. Harry had frowned at the scarlet and emerald snake. Shouldn't I be saying that? Can you even think without me? Don't I? Dread had hissed back before disappearing outside. Harry had shook his head, slightly disturbed. Should he trust a magical object that thought for itself? But wasn't it his own magic that had created life within the snake? Still, it would be nice to have his mind all to himself without the dagger's input. Dread made him more fragile and explosive, made it harder to control the darker side of himself. When he thought about what he could have done to that troll, he shuddered. Fox once more visited every night, singing softly to him as he planned out his set for the sun. He worried about it, even as the phoenix calmed him and helped his mind clear. More and more, the phoenix impressed upon him the idea of midsummer, the summer solstice, Litha. It would consist of 7 runes cut in 7 hours in the heart of the day, as the sun rose in the sky to its peak. He couldn't for the life of him imagine going through such a process, but again and again the phoenix soothed his doubts. He took advantage of being alone to talk to Fox, explaining his thoughts out loud, and allowing himself to release his magic to respond back in song and light. At night, he flew long distances with the phoenix and Dread, stretching his wings out and glorying in flight. Hedwig even joined them on occasion, her pure white wings shining in the starlight. He teased the wards around the school with his wings, feeling as if he was flying through a maelstrom of light when he touched their border. Sometimes, he almost imagined he felt some sentience touching back, a soft feminine touch that embraced him and his companions. He got an Owl Order Christmas catalogue from Flourish and Blot S that included other knickknacks that would make neat presents. He picked out a few things for his friends, an enchanted book bag for Hermione that had an expanding charm on it, and a neat beginner's potions book for Draco. He found a small silver snake cloak pin for Blaze and a password-protected notebook for Neville to keep all his other passwords in. The boy had confessed to having problems remembering things, and this way he only had to remember one password to see all the others. Harry hoped they liked what he had picked out for them, for it was the best he could do without visiting actual shops. For the boys back in London, he could not send presents, though he wished he could with all his heart. He knew he could not deliver such packages to muggles. It is too great of a risk. He finally settled for a long letter, and eventually finished writing one to Mr. Steele that briefly set up a time to meet in London and did not say much else. He still found it hard to face the man, even in written words. During the day, alone, he scoured the library, only to uncover nothing. How could Nicola's Flamel not exist? He had to be important, and he was the only thing they had to go on. It was 3 days before Christmas that Harry received a letter from Draco's regal eagle owl. He had begun to open it and read before he quickly closed it, casually putting it in his pocket. It had only taken the first 3 sentences to alert him to the need for secrecy. He gave the owl a piece of bacon before heading out of the hall and down to his dorm. Once safely inside, he opened the letter and began to read avidly. "Dear Harry, you will not believe the information I gleaned from our library. Nicola's Flamel is the renowned alchemist, famous for being the only creator of a real philosopher's stone, a rare phenomenon even he himself admitted could not be recreated. I found it, actually, when researching for that potions essay Professor Snape assigned us about the dangers of experimenting with magical substances. Can you believe that Gilly Bordrose actually mixed dragon blood with a strand of Dementor cloak and turned into a letherfold? Anyway, I bet it is this stone that is so interesting. I asked my father, and he said that the Dark Lord actually tried to recruit Flamel during the war, but the man abstained from fighting on either side. He said the Dark Lord always desired the stone, but did not dare to compete directly with the Flamels because his wife, not sure her name, was renowned for blood curses that do the most horrible things that he wouldn't tell me about. In any case, I figured you would want to know what I found. I figure you can guess what it is that any wizard would give their soul for, eternal life. Hope your break is progressing as you planned. Draco Malfoy. It was signed with a loopy signature that Harry found hard to read, even knowing what the name was. He put aside his thoughts on pureblood family pride and focused on the stone, the philosopher's stone. He had heard some things about it in muggle literature. Creating gold, the elixir of life. Harry sat up straight on his bed, his mind suddenly afire. The unicorns, a being desiring life at any cost, a stone, rare and unique that granted eternal life. Voldemort, who was dead but might not be, as Hagrid and Dumbledore both had hinted at in passing. The red eyes in the shadow, angry, hungry, Professor Quirrell. He felt a shiver go through him all of a sudden, and he was never more glad to be alone as his wings sprang forth in response to his pure panic mixed with elation. The truth came forward in his mind, even as his magic rose under his skin. He felt like howling in triumph as everything now made sense. A mysterious being who hunted unicorns, desperate for life. A stone that granted such life, threatened by a thief, brought to be guarded in the most secure location in the wizarding world, Hogwarts. Brought right to the waiting hands of Professor Quirinus Quirrell, who had just returned from Albania a few years before. How long? When did the unicorns start disappearing? Those red eyes, the headaches in defense, his instinctive mistrust. Professor Quirrell must be a Death Eater, a follower of Voldemort, trying to return his master to life. The monster in the forest must be Voldemort, a mere shade and almost perished, hanging desperately to the pure magical blood of the innocent in order to cling to life. A burst of phoenix song alerted him to Fawkes' presence. He absently caressed his golden breast, eyes tracing the sparks of light, a song that filled his mind and soul. Enemy here and trustworthy danger burn. Fawkes looked up into his eyes, the dark orb sinking into his mind as pictures flew past. The dark shadow and the pain in his mind and Fluffy, and then Harry could see it. The stone, a deep blood-red ruby, its many-faceted sides sparkling and gleaming in the low light, resting on a bed of the deepest sapphire blue. He felt a desire so keen to have it, to simply touch its sides and feel its magic seeping into him. An addictive jewel, a powerful sun all its own, one that reviled the creature he was. and Harry was back to himself, standing in the middle of his dormitory, all lights gone out, the lake dark. He sat on his bed, his whole body exhausted, his wings fading into nothing. He looked around for Fox but did not see him. He hazily lay on his bed, drifting off into sleep. When he awoke, he realized that the phoenix must have put some spell on him. He did not have time to feel betrayal as he felt eyes on him and sat up with a sharp movement. He turned to see the headmaster sitting on Blaze's bed, his dark blue eyes locked on his own. He was wearing a deep emerald robe sparkled with golden owls that fluttered their wings and swooped gracefully from collar to waist. Harry sat still, waiting. The headmaster spoke. Fox has imparted something to me from you that I have suspected for many months, but never had the proof to act upon. Do you have proof? Harry frowned, looking down. No. Dumbledore nodded, no sparkle present in his eyes or voice. It is a most serious accusation. If we act too early, this wraith may escape. Harry felt anger boiling in his gut and whispered the words, biting them out to keep from screaming them. How long will you wait? How many unicorns will die until the time is right? Will you wait until Quirrell has his very hands clasped on the philosopher's stone? The headmaster folded his hands in his lap, loosely clasping them together. He responded to the accusation calmly. It is not always so simple, Harry. This you must understand. Professor Quirrell is very popular, both with students and the board. We would need solid proof, of which we have none. And very few people acknowledge that Lord Voldemort is not truly passed from this world. And of those who do, many are his own followers. To bring this knowledge to light could very well work against us in that way as well. For now, the stone is safe, locked away behind many enhancements designed by multiple masters of their craft. Harry felt like gasping, a strange mix of reluctant understanding and justified anger. You are setting a trap. The stone is a lure. The headmaster smiled, a small twinkle beginning to come into his eyes. You are indeed most intelligent, Mr. Potter. I see why your professors are impressed with your performance. My hope is that we can capture every person in this web, and most importantly, the spider himself, Lord Voldemort. Perhaps at the same time, I can capture proof of his existence and bring it to the proper authorities who can begin to prepare the people and the government. Harry nodded, though he hated to be trapped in inaction. So we wait. Dumbledore nodded, standing, reaching out to gently clasp Harry's shoulder in his own gnarled hand. Mr. Potter, I trust you with this knowledge, in the hope that you will keep it to yourself. This is a delicate situation and requires delicate persuasion. Can you stop yourself from action? Can you hide your feelings from those who would use them against us? Harry felt as if they were discussing more than the stone, more than a traitorous professor. Nodded slowly, unsure and yet trapped into this course of action. I will not let the professor catch on that I suspect him, if that's what you mean. He doesn't care much for me, though I have suspected him of attempting to read my mind on occasion. Headmaster Dumbledore smiled, releasing him to begin to leave Harry's dormitory. He paused at the door, looking back with a gentle smile. Do forgive Fawkes. He was only acting in your best interest. The reminder set Harry to frowning all over again. He barely noticed when the headmaster left, standing up to pace. So he was right, and that bloody phoenix had enchanted him, preventing him from taking any action until it could tattle on him to the headmaster, who would stop him from confronting Quirrell about the unicorns. He ground his teeth together, anger pulsing in him. He supposed this was only what he could expect. He had allowed himself to forget that Fawkes was the headmaster's phoenix, that Dumbledore was his master. He had begun to think that the phoenix could be trusted, since Fawkes had kept his wings and runes a secret, and was even helping him design another set. He sat with a groan, allowing his anger to smolder and die piece by burning piece. Fawkes was just trying to look after him. Fawkes must have known that Harry intended to go and accuse Professor Quirrell, must have known that Harry would be giving away all his cards and gaining none, not without solid proof. It all had sounded so great in his head, a solution found. He had not thought past his anger, had not thought out how to handle the confrontation, how to deal with the fallout. He could not go around attacking professors. He could not fight the system. As if the phoenix had known his ire had left him, a burst of golden flame signaled Fawkes's return. The scarlet beast perched on his desk chair, its feet grasping and holding him steady. Its black eyes met his, and he began to sing, a lilting tune that sent across both apology and conviction. One does what one must, and protect Brother of Light and Sorry. Harry tried to feel angry but couldn't any longer. He leaned forward with a sorrowful sigh, his mind going back to that unicorn foal, neighing frantically for its dam, large doe eyes wide as it lost its mother. How was such a crime worth it? How could he allow more innocent beings to die? What was such life worth? He felt a weight settle on his dropped shoulder, a beak begin to thread through his messy black hair. Fox continued to sing as time faded, a vision growing behind his eyes and into his mind, a wavy picture that became clearer as his eyes focused on it. The foal stood in the empty clearing where its dam had fallen, sides quaking with sorrow. A centaur stood behind it, resting a tanned hand on its withers. A sudden hoofbeat on the ground in the forest, another form moving through the brush to enter in his sight, a large shining form brimming with magic. It was huge, almost twice the size of the adult unicorn he had seen on the ground, its horn a staggering size that seemed to both shrink and grow as he turned his face away from its glory. The centaur knelt, bowing its head as the stallion stepped forward, lowering its nose to the shaking foal, who quickly pranced forward the last few steps, to bury its square head into the white mane flowing down from the neck of the great creature. Magic flowed between them, a transfer of scent and power and knowledge, and the stallion turned to the centaur, gently resting its horn upon his cheek. Harry saw a tear fall from beneath the hair on the bowed head, and the stallion turned itself. The foal crowded so close to be almost under its shining golden hooves, and as it turned it paused, and its large eyes seemed to be staring straight into his own. Phoenix Song began to pull him out of the vision, but not before the magic grabbed and held him for a moment, a unicorn's pure righteous fury, a father who had almost lost his son, a thanksgiving and promise and acknowledgement, and Harry felt ashamed to even be seen by this creature of light and magic, felt unworthy of its gaze. He found himself crying as the centaur had slow, rolling tears that fell on open palms held in his lap, and Fox was gently singing to him, fire that did not burn wrapping him in a warm embrace. He sat there a moment longer, lost in the glory of the vision Fox had shown him, before he stood with a confident stance. He met the phoenix's eyes with his own emerald ones, and spoke in his magic song, "Never again, never again." And Fox spoke back with fire, "Never." And so the nightly flights began again, this time over the forest in endless patrol. He was not sure what he hoped to find or see, if it was even possible to stop such a monster again. But he would not allow himself to stand by and let another unicorn fall, not allow another drop of magic to be consumed by an evil spider of a wizard, a parasite on the back of magical society. He might not be able to confront Professor Quirrell himself, but he could most definitely try to stop the wraith in the forest from consuming more magic. Dumbledore had not mentioned the wraith in his speech, and Harry took the loophole for what it was worth, and more. It was the night before Christmas, only 2 days after his patrols began, that he happened to stumble upon yet another mystery. He had been out late and was walking quietly back to his dorm when a noise alerted him to the presence of another person. He had quickly dodged into another corridor and down it to enter a room at the end of the hall. It was large, with vaulted ceilings, and a layer of dust coated the floor. He saw a large object sitting at the end of the room, covered in a sheet. He knew he needed to return, but something about it called to him. He walked closer, reaching for the sheet, and quietly pulled it free. As his eyes locked on a reflective surface, he felt it, the tiniest prick of magic on his own, a questing. Before he could truly acknowledge it, it was gone, and the image of himself before him began to fade, his reflection rippling and moving. He stepped back in surprise, seeing he was standing before a large mirror with clawed feet and an inscription across the top. His eyes moved back to the mirror, and he jumped back again in surprise, turning frantically. He had thought. He turned back. The mirror showed people standing around him. He looked behind him again to be sure, before stepping close, observing the faces. On his left was Mr. Steele, resting a loving hand on his shoulder. He absently brought a hand up to feel the phantom touch. The boys ranged behind him, Tiny and Mike and Care, and even Rick, smiling openly. On his left, Hermione held his hand, smiling, as Draco and Blaze stood behind her. He looked farther, and people began to appear, muggles and wizards both, standing beside each other as if nothing was odd, as if they did not hate each other. He stared in shock a moment longer, longing bursting in his chest, a longing he never really knew he had, to have all his friends, all his family, knowing each other and okay with that knowledge, to be accepted for who and what he was. He saw that he had his wings drawn free, and runes were shining on the surface of his skin, many he did not recognize. He stared longer, finding himself leaning forward, his eyes trapped in the vision. As light began to filter in a window he had not noticed, he tore his eyes away. His thoughts rolled frantically. Did this mirror show the future? Why was it here, locked away? What harm could it do? He remembered the inscription at the top, and his eyes followed the gibberish, unsure, unable to figure it out. Erest stra eru oit ube kafru oit on wosi. Erest. Desire. Suddenly he saw it spread out in front of him, a reading right to left in decorative letters. I show not your face, but your heart's desire, heart's desire. He suddenly felt a painful loss, as if something precious had been given and then stolen, something he loved with all his heart. He turned away, put his back to the false vision. No wonder such a hideous thing was hidden away. It should have been guarded better. Who wants to see what they want most in the world, knowing it can never be attained? What sort of punishment was this? What crime was worth of it? He flipped the sheet back over it, hiding it from view. Then he turned and walked away, his pace slow. He almost did not care if he was caught, for his heart felt sick with loss. It was Christmas morning. He awoke at his usual time and ascended to the common room. A fire was crackling merrily in the hearth in the otherwise gloomy room. None of the few Slytherins staying were present, all probably preferring to sleep in this day of all days. Harry, still haunted by the mirror, found himself restless and sad. He sat with a sigh on the couch in front of the flames, waiting. Draco had told him, when he realized that Harry would be staying at the school, that all presents that arrived would be held in safekeeping until Christmas morning, when they would all arrive by house elf around 6 in the morning. It was almost that time, and Harry sat back and found his eyelids drooping. "Master Potter, sir." He opened his eyes, sitting up to meet the timid gaze of the high-pitched voice. A house elf. He attempted a smile. "That's me." The house elf did not speak, merely snapped its fingers and disappeared even as a small heap of wrapped present appeared. He felt a familiar thrill, reminded of the few Christmases past that he had received presents from the boys. It was a special time, one for family and friends. Yet here he was alone. He wanted to slap himself for being so morose, but found it hard to summon the energy to fight the gloom. It was something about that bloody mirror. It got under his skin. A part of him incessantly wanted to go see it again, just to view his family here with him. The greater part knew it for folly. He reached out for the first present, absently reading the tag. It was from Draco. He opened to see a small wooden box and a letter. He opened and read the explanation before unclasping the box and looking inside. It was a set of wax seals adorned with the Potter crest, with 3 colors of wax provided. He smiled absently at the pureblood gesture. He figured there must be some unstated rule that said all letters must be officially marked with the family crest. He opened his next present, a metal phoenix pin from Blaze, and then unwrapped an ever-filling quill set from Neville. He greatly appreciated the last, and figured Neville must have heard his familiar griping about missing muggle pens. Well, he figured he should have known there would be a wizarding version. From Hermione, he received a large tome on transfiguration, explaining advanced theory on the mechanics of visualization and willpower. He thought back to their frequent discussions and almost laughed. Of course, Hermione would try to win their argument with a book as proof. He expected that to be the last gift, and was surprised when he noticed one more, a rectangular box. He picked it up, frowning, unsure who else would send him anything. He knew better than to expect a present from the Steels. He saw a tag and reached for it. "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well." His father. He tore open the present, eyes wide as he pulled out a long, shimmering cloak. Found himself standing, running his hands through the material. He swirled it around himself, turning towards a glinting mirror held up by 7 bronze serpents speckled with emerald scales. For a second he stood in shock. Only his head met his eyes, the rest of his body not present. His mind jumped on conclusions, and he opened the cloak to see his body reappear, as if by magic. Magic. A magical invisibility cloak. He had read about them in passing while researching for potions of all things. They were made of demiguise hair. Normally, though this cloak did not match the information he had read about them. He should research some more in his spare time, but for now his mind was alive with possibilities. Whoever had given him this cloak had just given him the keys to Hogwarts. Nothing could stop him after curfew now, for how would they know he was even there? A smile lit up his face as he turned eager eyes to the door, and he knew exactly where he would be going first: the library. Harry spent the next few mornings and afternoons under the cloak reading among the aisles of the restricted section. At dinner, the third day after the arrival of the cloak, Madame Pince mentioned in passing that she had not seen him lately. Harry felt himself beginning to flush, and tried to give some offhand comment about received some owl order books for Christmas. The woman had frowned at him before sniffing haughtily. She was of the opinion that anything worth reading was in the Hogwarts library, and that was that. Afterwards, Harry made an effort to at least go to the main library a few hours a day to keep up appearances. It was hard to ignore the urge to disappear beyond the roped section. One night, as he was perusing books on different runic configurations before he left to take another flight over the forest, a sudden commotion summoned him to the upper shelves of the library. He heard furious whispers and a grunt, and turned a corner to Professor Quirrell and Professor Snape squaring off with each other. Both had their hands on their wand, their faces mirroring each other with Slytherin masks. Professor Snape spoke again, his voice low and sibilant. "I wonder, Quirinus, do you have another motive?" Professor Quirrell looked him over, a sneer appearing on his lips. "I wonder, Severus, do you know where your loyalties lie?" Snape flinched as if hit by a physical blow. He turned with a swirl of his black robes and stalked away. Harry pressed against the shelf to avoid being touched. He looked back at Professor Quirrell as the man absently put a book upon the shelf. His face was drawn with fury, his hands shook. Harry felt boiling rage rising in him and took deep, quiet breaths. Then Quirrell was gone. Harry stiffly walked forward on edge to peer at the book that had just been returned to its shelf. Beasts of Greek legend. Fluffy. He could only assume the professor had found nothing, but still, his heart raced. He hoped the headmaster knew what he was doing, waiting to confront the man. He could only imagine what could happen if Professor Quirrell succeeded in his theft. New Year's Day dawned bleak and cloudy. He had avoided flying the day before because of the stinging rain and woke surly at the lack. He sat at his desk with a huff, pulling out his notes on runes from the open chest beside his bed. He only had a few more days of winter break left before the students returned and wanted to get more research done on his set for the summer. He had mostly planned out which runes to use and where to put them. With this set, all runes would be carved the same day, a sacred day for magic, when the sun rested upon the earth for the longest time of the earth's rotation around the sun. It was an important day, a blessed day, and Harry knew he had to be completely ready beforehand. There could be no mistakes, no changing runes at the last minute. If this set was to work together as he planned, it would require careful planning and practice. Fawkes leaned over his shoulder, and he reached back to touch his feathers fondly. He had not seen the phoenix appear, but then again he had been absorbed in his notes. His goal with this set would be to achieve instantaneous teleportation, silently, to anywhere he wished, even places he had not been. All those things could not be found in one type of wizarding teleportation, though elements of all were found in many. But there was another being who could perform them all, the very creature that sat upon his shoulder, golden feathers gleaming in the candlelight falling from his desk. A phoenix's ability to travel through summoned flame was the thing of poems, a graceful means of travel, a powerful tool of destruction and beauty. Phoenixes alone had that ability, though other magical creatures had their own version of something similar. But Fawkes had sung to him many times of the flame and the sun. Only a runic set done all at once, on this particular day of the year when its father was strongest, to be completed as the sun reached its apex in the sky. Only then would this set succeed. And even still Fawkes had to lead him almost all the way, the order of his planned runes, their placement. Dread had sat with them many a night, listening to the phoenix explain and explain again of the sharp blade and the scarlet wound. 7 runes to bind the ability to himself, one for protection from such flames that they not burn him in their heated embrace, one for the ability to summon and release such fire, and one for changing the nature of the flame, that it was not ordinary but magical, His own light made a burning pillar. His own magical core expanded and changed to wrap around the outside of his form. One rune to manipulate the fire, its size and ferocity and direction, its very shape and form. One rune to give the ability to travel through such a flame, and one to allow his mind to know where to go, to be able to navigate in twisting sparks of light and heat, to have a sense of direction unparalleled. And the last, the seventh, a rune to bind all the others together, to allow instantaneous travel to a place of his destination. An activation rune. Harry looked down at his notes with a smile as he made the last looping drawing of his activation rune. He felt his chest about to burst with pride as Fox began to sing triumphantly. When the sun came to claim him, he would be ready with an offering of his own, in blood and fire. Winter break was over. Harry slammed his family trunk closed before leaving the room eagerly to trot up the stairs and out of the Slytherin dorms. The students would be arriving soon on the train, ready to eat lunch and settle back into the swing of things. Classes started again tomorrow, and Harry was eager to tell his friends what he knew about the stone and the invisibility cloak he had been given. He paused in a corridor low in the dungeons, looking around cautiously before reaching out with his magic. He felt it, a slight twinge, and followed it, up a set of stairs and around a corner. Their dread was curled around the helmet of a set of armor, its wings flat against its back. It raised its head to look at him before letting out a hissing sigh. Harry spoke softly, keeping an eye on the open corridor. "It is that time we spoke of." "Yes," Dread answered, slithering down to his outstretched arm. It did not argue this time, merely merging with himself in one swift strike. He absently wiped the blood from his arm with a handkerchief before sighing again. He felt full once more, the pressure of the snake's presence on his mind and magic reasserting itself. It figured that now that he was finally used to himself in his own skin, he had to once more take another in. He walked over to a nearby window, looking out over the countryside, the beauty of it marveling him. He saw the carriages arrive, and descended to meet them outside the great hall. He found Draco and Blaze right away, and motioned to meet them at the table. He looked around, finally spotting a familiar bush of brown hair. He made his way over to her, hugging Hermione and whispering in her ear to meet at their classrooms after lunch. She nodded, smiling, eyes curious, and Harry let her go to return to his own table. He sat beside Blaze and Draco and quickly told them too about where and when he wanted to meet. Blaze groaned about unpacking, but received an elbow in the side from Draco. He refused to speak about what he had to tell them while at lunch, eating hurriedly before leaving with the first of the students to exit, trying not to make it too obvious that something was going on. He knew Draco and Blaze would wait a bit, then follow. You could always trust Slytherins to know when and how to be subtle. When he entered the classroom, he was almost immediately beset by Hermione's curious questions. He laughed and cut her off. "Wait until everyone is here. That way I only have to tell it once." She nodded with a frown, bouncing a bit on her toes before taking a reluctant seat. Draco and then Blaze entered the classroom, sitting much calmly than Hermione, though their eyes were just as eager. Harry found himself pacing as he began to speak. "I know what's going on." He paused, and Blaze groaned, rolling his eyes and muttering. Harry tried to smile, but it faded on his face. He had been eager to tell his friends, but now he suddenly once more saw the futility of his position. He continued much less excited than before. "The item in question is the Philosopher's Stone, created by Nicholas Flamel, the immortal alchemist. It is rare and unique, the only of its kind. Somehow it can create immortality, though how I am not sure. It is being hidden here at Hogwarts to act as bait for Voldemort." At the last sentence, Draco and Blaze erupted, yelling and fussing. Harry tried to speak, but they continued. Finally, he forcefully spoke, flexing his magic to augment the word. "Silence." Harry met their eyes each in turn, continuing softly. It was time to see if his trust was misplaced. "Do not think I do not know that your parents, Draco, served the Dark Lord. It appears Voldemort was not truly destroyed, but is a wraith, living off the blood of unicorns in the Forbidden Forest." Recognition lit up their faces. Harry frowned, pacing again. "Professor Quirrell seems to be in league with the Wraith, seeking the stone in order to bring Voldemort back to life as a full person, not merely, at times, corporeal spirit." Headmaster Dumbledore is using the stone to lure the wraith out of the forest, where it can be captured and destroyed once and for all. I figured out about the stone and desired to confront Quirrell, when I was in turn stopped by the headmaster, who explained all this to me. It seems the stone is under guard by several enchantments, the first of which is Fluffy. He believes the stone is safe, and that they will be alerted when Quirrell attempts to steal the stone and will capture both him and the wraith, who supposedly would go with him. I have been warned to stay away and leave it alone, that they will handle it. Harry sat across from his three friends. He wasn't sure what else to say. Hermione spoke softly. Quirrell, but that can't be. Draco rolled his eyes, though he too frowned. Harry reiterated his statement. It is Quirrell. The unicorn attacks coincide with his beginning to teach here, and the other night I saw Snape and Quirrell fighting in the library. Quirrell was looking up books on Fluffy. Hermione sighed. She spoke again, shoulders drooping. So that is it then. They are waiting for him to attack so that they have proof against him. It's a trap. Harry nodded. He looked at Blaise next. The dark-skinned boy spoke confidently. My family never supported the Dark Lord, and we had neither the finances or the assets for him to call on us forcefully. We did not support blood superiority. My mother is liberal in such matters. Harry did not pursue that, instead looking at Draco, who looked conflicted. His face was drawn, mind thinking frantically. Finally, his grey eyes looked up into his face. Harry, he drifted off. Harry was reminded how tongue-tied the boy had been on the train at the beginning of year, when Draco had been attempting to please two very different sets of people. This time, Blaise would not help him. Finally, Draco spoke again. I no longer am sure of what I believe. Growing up, I learned as fact that Muggle-borns were dim-witted, weak, but already that is proven untrue, not worthy. Well, magic is finicky, I suppose. It strikes like lightning, unpredictable in its fury. I grew up in a time of peace. Do I want to see my parents go to war? Do I want to see this school torn apart, people I know die or thrown in jail? No, this I do know. And if the Dark Lord returned, that would happen. I've heard the stories. Not just Neville's parents, but the Prewitt twins and the bloody orphanage. Crimes committed by both sides, innocents suffering, businesses destroyed. I'm with you, Harry. To drink from unicorns, it is a crime that deserves death more than any other. I won't tell anyone. He drifted off. Harry nodded, trying not to show just how much it meant to him. Hermione spoke, her voice soft. But we can't do anything, can we, if they are waiting? Harry sighed. He shook his head, speaking sadly with an undercurrent of helpless anger. Nothing. It is out of our hands was never in them. He wanted to gnash his teeth, wanted to yell and scream and fight. He did neither, leaning back in his chair to try to smile. I have some good news, however. The three perked up, looking over with interest. Harry pulled over his bag, pulling out the shimmering cloak. He laid it on the table in front of the others, whose eyes widened. Draco snatched back his outstretched hand as Harry announced what it was. Hermione gawked. It's an invisibility cloak. It's my father's, which I suppose makes it something of a family heirloom. Blaise frowned. Invisibility cloaks are frail. They do not last that long. And expensive. Draco muttered under his breath to Blaise. Harry shook his head with a sigh, gathering the cloak back up and placing back into his bag. I know. I've done some research. I can only assume this is not Demiguy's hair, or else is enchanted or interwoven with some other substance in such a way to make it last longer. Still, an invisibility cloak. I've already been to the restricted section. It works brilliant. Harry, Hermione burst out, disapproving. Blaise and Draco laughed. The next hour was filled with ideas for the cloak's use, from pranks to sneaking out to Hogsmeade. At the back of their minds, however, they all remembered the stone, and who it was that desired it. It was midway through February, a most frigid and wet month in Scotland, that Harry and Hermione were invited down to Hagrid's hut by a terse and short letter. Harry dreaded leaving the castle, his night-time flights enough to dissuade him from venturing outside at any other time. It was much colder here than in London, snow still falling periodically, and a frigid and bitter wind that seemed to blow right through his veins. He knew if he felt the cold, even with his runic protection, that Hermione would be nigh to freezing. He encouraged Hermione to bring an extra coat, and so bundled they began the walk down the slippery stairs to Hagrid's hut. When they opened the door, Harry felt a rush of hot air. was almost steaming inside, heat roaring from a fireplace as candles burnt all around. He looked around in amazement as every surface seemed slightly singed. Hermione let out a gasp, and he swung around to see Hagrid holding a squirming bundle. "A dragon!" Hermione almost squealed, backing up behind him. He looked on in amazement. Hagrid, already flushed, only sighed and sat at his table. He began to speak in a rush. "I don't know what tar do wit him. I can't get any of my work done, and Norbert here, he hates to be alone and he hates the cold. I just can get it warm enough for Hagrid ended on a full-body sob, his breath catching and hitching in distress. Hermione forgot her fear and rushed over, patting his large shoulder. Harry was at a loss. How on earth had Hagrid gotten a dragon, and what possessed him to keep it in his wooden hut? Harry asked as much as he sat across from the blubbering man, trying to word it in a sensitive kind of way. Hermione still sent him a glare, so he supposed it wasn't quite enough. Hagrid looked up with bloodshot eyes, his arms tightly holding the squirming reptile. "I got on sale at Thar local pub in Hogsmeade. A secretive chap, but greatly interested in me experience. Wanted to make sure I could handle and all." "Secretive? Of course he was, Hagrid. This is illegal." Hermione burst out. She immediately flushed, though, when Hagrid broke into fresh sobs. She continued patting his back, though Harry doubted Hagrid could even feel it. He instead looked over the dragon in question. He immediately identified it as a Norwegian ridgeback, a dragon that would definitely outgrow this small building in a matter of months. He looked over Hagrid, waiting for him to calm down a bit before speaking calmly, trying to convince the side of him that loved the creatures he cared for. "Hagrid, Norbert cannot stay here. It's not just that it's illegal, it's that Norbert won't be happy here. He needs room to fly and other dragons to play with. This is a tiny, cramped space. For his own good, he needs to be set free." Hagrid looked at him, fresh tears in his eyes. "But I can't. He's just a little thing. He can't look after himself. And the other dragons, they'll be so much bigger. What if they pick on Harry sighed, reaching forward to run a finger over the dragon's heaving side. It turned to face him, snake-like eyes gleaming in the light. As it looked him over, it put on a new burst of strength, breaking Hagrid's hold and launching towards him, using him as a perch to spring further up into the rafters of the hut. Harry grasped his shoulders painfully, aware that the claws of the creature had broken his skin. Hagrid began jumping and calling to the dragon, and Harry covered the wounds with his black outer coat, ignoring Hermione's concerned looks. He reached out for Hagrid, catching his attention with a pull on his jacket. "Hagrid, he has to go. You cannot control him. I'm his ma'am." Hagrid tearfully replied, but his shoulders drooped now, and his voice had a defeated tone. Harry nodded sympathetically, eyes soft, as Hagrid sat once more. Hermione sat beside him, quietly consoling him. Harry looked up at Norbert's glowing eyes, observing the frail wings and sharp talons. He longed to speak to the thing, but knew that Dragonspeak and Parseltongue were two different breeds, and he was no omniglot. He sighed, looking around, before fishing out of the general mayhem a piece of paper and a pen. He sat them on the table next to Hagrid. "Write a note, Hagrid, to Dumbledore. I'll deliver it myself. You trust him. I bet he will forgive this mishap. Just tell him what happened like you told us. He will understand. You told us yourself you always wanted a dragon. Everybody knows it, in fact. You told me Headmaster Dumbledore is a great man. Prove it." His tone turned challenging at the end, and Hagrid almost snatched the pen, a slight scowl on his face. He muttered under his breath, "Albus Dumbledore is the greatest wizard I've ever known." Harry merely nodded, meeting Hermione's relieved but worried eyes. Once Hagrid was done writing, he pledged to return and left Hagrid to say his goodbyes to dear, poor Norbert. Upon exiting the hut, he marched up the stairs at a fast pace, unheeding to Hermione's questions and demands. As soon as he reached an inner hallway, he veered off into an abandoned classroom, quickly collapsing in a seat. Hermione let out a quiet yelp, closing the door behind her as she rushed over to him. "What's gotten into you? Are you all right?" "I thought you were hurt, but you didn't say anything. Are you okay?" she gushed. Her questions let out with a gasp as Harry pulled off his jacket, gritting his teeth. On each shoulder was 3 deep gashes, where the dragon's forepaws must have grasped as it lurched its body up and over him. He was glad it had not grabbed anything else in its bid for escape. His shirt was soaked with blood, and he pulled it off as well. Hermione began to ramble, her eyes wide at the amount of scarlet on his chest. "Oh my God, Harry, you got to go to the hospital wing. Right now, what are you doing? That has got to hurt. You've got to do something." She almost yelled the last, eyes roving over him. He shook his head, gasping out a terse explanation. They would wonder how I got the wounds, and it would lead them straight to Hagrid. With a formal inquiry, it would not just be Hagrid's job that was done for. Dragon trading is a strong offense. He could go to Azkaban for it. Hermione's lips pursed together. Her face looked helpless. Harry shook his head at her voiceless frustration, speaking quickly. He had lost more blood than this, but it was still painful, and there was no magic here to heal him like in his rituals. "Hermione, just hold your questions, yes. I'll explain everything in a bit." Hermione looked confused, but Harry shook his head and made himself stand, pulling in a deep breath before letting it out. And with it, he let his magic stream free from the borders his will had imposed upon it, closing his eyes to see the light begin to shine brighter, streaming forth in crashing waves and sharp pushes. He saw magic rise as wings upon his back, a swooping force, and when it met the small sun that was Hermione, he saw it waver and spin, a quiet greeting of friendship. He opened his eyes, meeting Hermione's amazed brown gaze, and then let loose a flash of magic and light, a shining call, an almost pleading edge to its brilliance. "Brother, I come." The answer came with the flash of flame, and Harry turned his gaze away, falling back into the chair behind him with a wave of dizziness. He felt a light weight upon his chest, a song tumbling around him full of love and light. He felt the warmth fall upon him, first one shoulder and then the other, a happy sorrow sinking into the marrow of his bone as flesh was melded back together again. He opened his eyes to meet Fawkes' teary eyes and smiled. He sent a burst of magic back, imparting a message of thanks. The phoenix finished its song, gently touched his cheek with its beak, then grasped the letter Harry had let fall to the floor. He nodded at the unspoken question, and Fawkes left with another starburst of light and heat. He was still staring off into the distance, a no doubt silly smile on his face, when a cleared throat brought his attention back to the girl staring at him from only a few feet away. He felt a blush spread from his face down his chest, as he realized he was sprawled out in front of her without a shirt. He quickly sat up, looking about in consternation for a clean garment. His shirt was ruined, and his robe and jacket torn and bloody. He sighed. Hermione quietly offered him her outer jacket, and he reluctantly began to put it on, avoiding her eyes. She stopped him with a soft touch, her gaze drawn to his back. He found himself looking as well, a touch confused before it hit him. His tattoo. He let the robe fall, the realization upon him that it was time to finally come clean. She had proven herself already to be trustworthy. They were in an empty room, the door was closed, and no one was expecting them anywhere. He began to speak as she looked over the design in wonder. It was the tattoo that made the wings of a fashion. I'm not sure if you've researched the phenomenon. There are some great articles out there on it. You see, wizards can't just get something inked into their skin, for it becomes a part of them, and their magic responds in kind. It's random and totally uncontrollable unless you absolutely know what you are doing, and even then. Well, there have been accidents. He paused, unsure how to continue. Hermione reached out again, and this time she touched something else, a piece of raised skin on his left side. He almost flinched, suddenly remembering that there was much more than his wings being hidden. How had she seen? Unless the cloaking rune did not work up close, but then, what use was it? Before he could speak, Hermione commented slowly. "And these are these scars. Who would do this? Is this why you are not with those muggles anymore?" "I didn't see them at first, but when your magic came out and touched mine, I could see them. Your chest, Harry, it's covered." He felt dread pool in his stomach, his shoulders drooping. He sat slowly in the chair, unsure how to begin. Hermione sat next to him, her eyes kind but sad. "Harry, are you okay?" He nodded, wetting his dry lips, feeling an almost shaky feeling come over him that had nothing to do with the cuts he had just experienced. This would be the first wizard, well, technically a witch, he told, the first friend he let in on his secret. How much to tell? All of it? Some? What portion? He began to speak softly, Hermione's soft gaze encouraging him. "I was raised with my muggle relatives. They hated me, I never really knew why. I guess now I know they knew what I was, a wizard I mean, but at the time I never suspected a thing. Just knew I was different, a freak." One day my uncle told me he had found work for me in the city. I believed him when he told me, and like a little fool I allowed myself to be hidden in an appliance box and dropped on the streets of London like so much bloody trash. I was 8. Hermione looked stricken, tears rising in her eyes. Harry looked away, continuing. I was found by a street gang called the Steel Wings. It was run by an old man who we called Mr. Steele. He also ran a custom furniture shop, and we worked for him there during the day, while at night we stole parcels and packages from random stores throughout the city. These things were often weird or downright odd, newspapers with pictures that moved, or books that talked of potions and magic. He told us it was magic, but none of us really believed him deep down. Just thought he was a nice, but crazy old man who fed us and homes, schooled us, and treated us like we were his sons. He turned to face Hermione again, watching her face. He kept his voice calm as he began to speak of one of the most turbulent times of his life. When I was 9 and a half, I earned my first gang tattoo, a solitary wing. The boys usually didn't get the second until much later, if ever. There was a tattoo artist who would do it, for a good sum of money, I imagine. Everything went well. Another boy, a little older than me, got the same thing done. I went home, went to bed, woke up in the morning and went down to eat. And then they went to look, to see it and doctor it up a bit, keep the bandage fresh. I was eager to show it off, you know. But there were 2 tattoos, 2 wings, and these were not like the original. They were bigger, more anatomically correct, colored different. They all began to argue, to accuse me, and I felt so confused, so lost, that I just wanted to escape, and that was the trigger for them in the beginning. The need to flee, to fly far away. The wings came out, and Mr. Steele looked me in the eyes and told me I was a wizard. Hermione suddenly leaped forward, wrapping her arms around him tightly. He sagged against her, as if getting the story out took off some burden he had been carrying around with him for so long. He whispered the next bit into her shoulder as she held him. He was researching, you see, trying to find us. I still don't know everything, but he had me convinced that somehow wizards were the enemy, that they might take me away, destroy my family's memories and all we held dear. He convinced me that I needed to protect myself, to hide my abilities, and that the only way he knew to do so was a complex magical ritual found in a book. I consented, Hermione. He pulled back from her, made her look at him. He had to impress that on her, that he was willing, that he knew the risks and dangers. Her wet eyes gazed into his, not yet understanding. These scars, I made them myself, with a special ritual knife that gained sentience as I cut each rune into my skin. Runes for protecting my mind, my body, my magic. A rune to protect those I love, and a rune to defend them. 7 runes to a set, 2 sets. 14 runes. Oh, Harry. Hermione gasped out, reaching forward to pull him into another hug. Harry found himself almost choking as he tried to hold back the tears, but a sob from Hermione brought them forth. He did not remember being conflicted, being truly hurt or harmed. But to see it from Hermione's point of view, he saw that what he had done was most unwise, that he was only a child, that he was still a child, and he was about to do another. He bit off that comment from coming out, knowing now, with all she had learned, was not the time. He tried to speak, to explain. Hermione, it's all right, I'm all right. You were only 10. She reared back from him, eyes suddenly furious. He gawked as she jumped up, stalking back and forth in agitation, if anything resembling an angry, roused lioness. She turned to him, pointing a finger. It's dark, illegal. Who knows what the consequences could be? If this was found out, do they know? Does the headmaster know? Is this why you were taken? She demanded. Harry shook his head, trying to explain. No, Hermione. In the end, Mr. Steele was right. They did exactly what he warned me they would do. They took me on my 11th birthday, because I'm the boy who lived, and therefore important. They erased my mentor's memories of me and stole me away to be poked and prodded by Madame Pomfrey. They care nothing for me. He finished vehemently. The steam seemed to go out of the girl as she sank into her chair, denying him absently with a shake of her head. That can't be true, Harry. You are important, you do matter, and as more than that stupid title, you're my friend. She blushed at the last, and Harry found a reluctant smile tugging at his face. I guess that's all that matters, huh? She began to laugh, and he found himself joining in amazement. It seemed wild emotions could get to him as much as they do for girls, despite the rumors, he thought with a mental sigh. Hermione suddenly pinned him with a sharp look. And the phoenix. 'Cause, if I'm not mistaken, that was Headmaster Dumbledore's. Harry smiled, agreeing. Hermione frowned, pinning him with a glare. Well, he just healed you and you summoned him. Should you be able to do that? Harry shrugged, speaking with a guilty look. Well, that was the first time I tried it, but, well, I can sort of talk to him in a very off kind of way. It's not really like speech, more like images or feelings. Fox, he saved me from attacking the wizards when they took me, and therefore helped me hide my secret. I don't want them to know, Hermione. About the wings, the runes, none of it. Hermione looked reluctant. But Harry, they might be able to help you. How exactly? Could they even protect me if the government found out? Hermione shook her head, her eyes earnest. You are just a kid. You were what, 10 when it happened? They will understand that muggle made you do it. And suddenly she paled, her mind falling to the logical conclusion. He gave a sad smile in return, speaking out loud what she had already concluded. How did you just react, Hermione? Who did you blame? They would blame the muggle too, of course, despite what I said about being willing. The papers would grab onto it, about their precious savior being tortured with dark magic in the claws of a muggle, and suddenly anti-muggle sentiment would spark into a flame. Perhaps muggle-born children would all be taken away. Perhaps new regulations would be put into force. Perhaps even another war would begin again, one to eradicate a threat to our kind. Hermione leaned forward, and Harry gladly wrapped his arms around her in a warm hug. He was beginning to shiver in the cold. He spoke again, quietly. It's better this way, to remain hidden. And perhaps these runes can be used to my advantage, a hidden weapon that will save me someday. Hermione left his hold, reaching down to grab her robe and hand it to him. Her eyes were downcast now, and her words fell hard upon his ears. Why does it seem lately like we are helpless to do anything at all with our fate? Harry only smiled in return, reaching out to nudge her into looking up at him. I think it's called growing up. He got a reluctant smile in return. Telling Hermione his secret only brought the two closer together. Draco must have sensed the change, for he eyed the two of them in suspicion and asked more than once if they knew something he did not about the stone. They were honestly able to reply negatively. The next day, they received another letter from Hagrid. It was short and speckled with tears. Dear Harry and Hermione, Headmaster Dumbledore took Norbert to be with his family in Romania. I am really sad, but I know it's for the best. It might not be good to visit for a while. Hagrid, the two had shared relieved glances. Fawkes had delivered Hagrid's letter after leaving them, and Harry was glad he personally had not had to get involved. Harry continued his nighttime searches for the wraith haunting the forest, and finally encountered something in early April. A sharp whinny splitting the night air. He dived swiftly, falling like a star to earth, but was only in time to see a shadow dart across the ground away from a wounded, but standing, unicorn. Two centaurs stood across from him, and Harry realized with sudden clarity that he stood with wings outstretched, his face in full view. He could not hide them. The unicorn turned and darted away into the forest, and he was left alone with the two beings. The one on the left stepped forward, a roan-colored horse with a dark-skinned flesh. His long hair hung loosely down his back, white upon the crown of his head. When he spoke, it was in a deep, gravely voice. Mr. Potter, the stars spoke of your hunt. I am Ronan. Harry bowed slightly, which proved a bit awkward with his wings still spread. They made a clanging noise of metal upon metal as he moved, a rustle that sounded loud in the quiet darkness. The other centaur merely looked him over with a frown, and Harry remembered him from the time before. Bane. Mars is bright. Bane spoke, looking away from him and towards the direction the shadow had fled. Ronan stomped a hoof in what seemed to be agreement, their tails swishing almost in time. Harry quietly spoke, unsure of himself or his welcome. The shadow has it struck again. Bane ignored him, head turned upward to the stars. Ronan stomped again, before speaking loudly in the dark. One for every season it lives upon the earth, a most dire predator upon the unicorns. Their foals follow the orbit of Jupiter, their magic peaking and cresting according to its light. Harry thought frantically back to his elementary science classes, before gawking. You mean they only have foals every 11 years? Ronan merely looked away, turning his face up to the sky. Harry felt himself shake in anger. How many had died already, and how many more before this monster was stopped? Why isn't anyone doing anything? He clenched his fists. A voice broke him out of his reverie. He saw both centaurs looking at him now, and felt suddenly exposed to their gaze, as if they could read him as easily as they read the stars. Perhaps they could. "You will do something about this wraith, Mr. Potter. The moon demands it, for she loves them, and she has you in her grasp." Harry simply stared, unsure how to respond to the dark centaur. Baines spoke again, his voice having an almost elusive quality. "Mars is bright." Harry searched fervently the nights after, as soon as he could escape from his dorm to almost the touch of dawn. His classwork began to fall, his work shoddy and less thought out. Hermione helped him when she could, her eyes sympathetic. Draco would nudge him as he dozed at the table, Blaise making it his mission to walk with him through the halls. Harry felt his magic beginning to weaken with his exhaustion, but he knew, just knew, that the darkness, thwarted once, would be once more out for the blood it needed. And so it happened, as he flew with dread coiled tight inside him, Fawkes at his right shoulder, that he heard the frightened sound. It was far to the north of him. Too far. He flew like a mad thing, half crazy with exhaustion and panic, straining to get there in time, knowing in his heart it was too late. Fawkes' song was mournful at his side, slow and dark. He landed with a clanging crash, looking and not wanting to see. The body was still warm, the blood still slowly oozing from its damp neck. He staggered over to it, wings thrust out behind him, a scream waiting to rise in his throat. It came out as a groan, as he went to his knees beside the glimmering pale unicorn, reaching out a shaky hand to touch its still side. The wraith must have only just left, leaving a trace of magic still glimmering in the pristine form. Fawkes landed beside him, his epitaph ringing upon the dark recesses of the forest, and Harry let his magic sing with the phoenix, a keening wail of helpless fury and sorrow. His magic rose around him, a starburst of light echoed by Fawkes' flame, an endless tide. He was so tired, had tried so hard, to protect the innocent beings that had touched his very soul, to save these creatures of light. And now, for yet another season the wraith would live, bloated on the pure magic of another, twisting it to its own dark purposes, never to return to the race it was stolen from, never to pass on to the next generation, a shining heredity spilt upon the unforgiving earth like so much dirty water. Not this time, Fawkes sang in his mind, and he turned to see the phoenix glowing golden, its eyes white in its scarlet head, feathers raised up in a crest. He allowed the tug on his magic, allowed Fawkes to gather it to himself, to mold it to his purpose. Fawkes rose with it in his claws, song rising in tandem to his own height, a sound Harry could barely hear with his mortal ears. And from the unicorn came the wasted magic, the light that had been fading where it was left in the useless broken shell of a once mighty creature. The traces of magic left would not this time be abandoned to go back to the earth. Fawkes gathered them as a child picks flowers in a field, the bright spots among the dull ground, and left behind flame. Harry fell back, moving away as the unicorn's body burst into flame, its heat driving him farther away, lighting the clearing with its fire. Fawkes let out a cry, hoarse and triumphant, and wielded the gathered magic like a furious whip, strong and fast. It stung him across the chest, a red-hot brand of magic that set a scream from his throat, a pain that made his eyes roll into the back of his head, sent him sprawled on the ground. And the unicorn's magic tested his own, a light far greater than his, tested and tugged and found him lacking, as all such magic would, for it was from a place beyond this plane. And he would die trying to hold it, so he set it free with a pained gasp. And behind his closed eyes, he saw something turn towards him, that one great brown eye, the stallion, and it looked him over the way a human looks upon an ant, as if to decide whether now was the time to crush its existence. He could not speak, only hear, and it was Fawkes' song that came to him. Not this time, and the stallion turned away, a regal look upon its face, a boon given and received. Harry felt the painful magic fade to warmth, joining with his own with something like an apology. He opened his eyes with a groan, seeing the streak of dawn lighting up the sky. He heard the smallest cheep, and turned with amazement to behold Fawkes, only instead of his usual self, he was a tiny chick, helpless and frail, sitting in a small pile of ash. He turned over and sat up, scooting close to the heap while looking over himself. He was fine, his clothes unmarked from the magic. The clearing looked as if a fire had burned within it, all greenery burnt back to the dark earth beneath, and the ash, which rested where the unicorn had been. He found himself lying again on his side beside Fawkes, unheeding of the ash falling on his hair and skin. He asked a simple question, unsure of what answer he would receive. "Why me?" Fox looked over him with a sad tilt of his head, his small beak turned down. The answer came in trails of thoughts, an echo of speech that took him a minute to sort out. Who else? And then another thought, this time faster, clearer. This Onsen just as he closed his eyes in confusion, his mind turning only slowly as it drew conclusions. He was tired, almost unbearable so. He searched his magic and saw it there, the unicorn star, resembling a spiraled horn as it was placed under his heart. It seemed to throb there, bearing a sentience all its own, one that spoke of peace and gentleness and the love of a mother for her children. It sent a warmth through him and caused dread to erupt in angry hisses. Another, you would let another in, he thrashed upon his mind, his feathered scales gaining color. Harry tamped him down with some difficulty, soothing him with words he himself was not sure of. Only for a time. At least, that was what he had gotten from Fawkes' words. They were vague at best. He slowly rose to a crouch, reaching down to gently grasp Fawkes' featherless body. He was covered in a light downy fur, a dusting of gold and red over pale brown skin. He cradled him to his chest, before launching himself in the sky and flying slowly home. Hogwarts. It was his home, he supposed. When he reached the astronomy tower, the soft grey of dawn was fading to bright pink and orange tones. He landed with a nervous feeling in his stomach. He was not at all sure how to return Fawkes to the headmaster, or how to care for him at this time if he did not. What questions would be asked? How would he respond? Well, there was nothing for it, he remarked to himself as he began to descend the steps, making the long walk to the other side of the castle. It was early, but he figured that the headmaster was probably an early riser as well. When he reached the scowling gargoyle guarding the entrance to the headmaster's office, he paused. He was not quite sure what to do. Before, either a teacher was with him or he had the password. He could only assume the password changed as frequently as the dormitories did. He held Fawkes up, speaking out loud. "Well, do you know?" Fawkes let out a feeble cheep. A sudden noise brought his head around to see a dark-robed figure sweeping out from around a hallway. "Talking to yourself, Mr. Potter," Professor Snape commented, his sharp eyes looking him over. They fell on Fawkes and stopped, widening in amazement. "What have you been up to?" His voice was amazed. Harry felt himself flush. He shifted from side to side before speaking, voice low and nervous. "Well, it's well. I need to bring him to the headmaster." "Well, obviously." The professor responded with a twist of his lips before stalking forward to pause beside him. He spat out the password and gestured him up the steps as the gargoyle grimaced and twisted out of the way. Harry stepped up, doubly nervous now with the addition of his head of house. He entered the office as he had before, consciously remembering not to tighten his hands on Fawkes out of nervousness. The headmaster was at his desk, writing. Harry's eyes went over to Fawkes' empty perch. He began to head that way with a quick step. The headmaster greeted him. "Hello, Mr. Potter, Severus. I see you have found my wandering phoenix. He's been out quite often of late." Harry merely nodded, silent. He placed Fawkes in his tray, and the phoenix let out a thankful chirp before settling down in his golden bowl with a warm sigh. Harry, acting on instinct, quietly scooped some ash out of the bottom tray and scattered it around Fawkes, who cracked open one eye before seeming to drift off to sleep. He smiled, turning away only reluctantly. Snape stood in front of Dumbledore, speaking in soft whispers before meeting his eyes. The headmaster spoke quietly. "It is an odd day for a burning. Usually there are more signs. Is there anything you would like to tell me?" Perhaps, if Professor Snape had not been there with his dark look and fearsome expression, Harry would have confessed to the confrontation in the forest. As it was, he only hung his head, muttering out a half-hearted lie. "No, sir, he was just visiting me, and you know." Harry waved his hands in a vague gesture. The headmaster nodded somberly, though a twinkle in his eye suggested he suspected more to the story. Snape crossed his arms with an unbelieving look, his face set in stone as he glared. Harry wanted to take it back to tell the truth, but he had been told not to interfere with stone and the dangers surrounding it. Why should he tell these wizards the truth? They obviously were not overly worried about the unicorns in the forest. What had they been doing? The headmaster spoke again, his voice kind and dismissive. "Well then, thank you for returning Fawkes to me. He is very special." The headmaster turned back to Professor Snape with an inquiring look, and Harry nodded in agreement before quickly making his escape. Only once he was several hallways away did he allow his fists to unclench. That was the last night Harry flew over the forest. He took the centaur's comment to heart, knowing now that the wraith would not stalk the forest again until the next season, summer, and that would not begin until after term was over. He allowed himself to sleep, catching up on his schoolwork to Hermione's great relief. Exams were coming soon, and his days began to fill with study. Blaise, Draco, Hermione, Neville, and himself met many times, both in the library and in their classroom. Neville, with a new wand, was greatly improved. His charms were even occasionally better than Draco's, which never failed to cause the Blarn to scowl. When they all completed their last homework assignments before the exams, they all shared smiles of relief. Hermione immediately began to launch into test preparation, but the boys all rolled their eyes. None of the upper years had talked of first-year exams being hard. Harry had heard a sixth-year Slytherin comment only a few days before. Anyone with 2 ears and a brain can pass simple end-of-year exams. Apparently it was only the big tests, the OWLS and NEWTS, that were really difficult. Trying to explain this to Hermione, however, was hopeless. She was bent on them all not just passing, but excelling. Neville seemed to mind the least, content to simply sit there and soak it all in, shyly smiling at the rest of them as they flipped through the books Hermione had gathered. The first week of June consisted of exams. Harry was confident that both he and his friends had all done well, and was extremely proud of Neville for at least not blowing up the cauldron on potions. The boy still did not do well in that class, because, as he finally confessed, the professor scared the living daylights out of him. Harry could sympathize. The rest of the week flew by at a fast pace, and it so happened that the last day of term, directly after a silent transfiguration test that ended in a perfectly formed golden chalice, left him and his friends laughing outside on the lawn. As they sat there, animatedly talking about the school year, Harry was looking over at Hagrid's hut. His mind wasn't all on the conversation, bouncing around from one thing to another. Hermione was just explaining to Draco about some parts of their dragon incident while a pale Neville looked on. Blaise scooting over to him, asking quietly, "How come you guys didn't tell us about this earlier? It's dead funny." Harry shook his head with a smile, eyes roving the grounds. It just didn't come up, and Hagrid was really upset about it. Hermione and I were just glad he agreed to give it away. Blaise leaned back against a pale grey rock, closing his eyes. His voice whispered drowsily and low. "I wonder what possessed someone to sell a dragon to Hagrid, of all people. Surely they knew he worked here." And Harry felt a cold sensation drip down his back, his skin prickling as the hairs along his arms rose. He jumped to his feet as if shocked by an electrical current as pieces once more began to fall into place. He was running before he even realized, the others letting out a shout behind him. A part of him heard them following, but the main part of his mind was locked on the door to Hagrid's hut. He skidded to a stop, almost slipping in the damp turf, before banging on the door. Hagrid opened the door with a curious look that faded to a smile. He gestured as if to welcome him in, but Harry began to speak, his knees almost weak, as his friends caught up behind him. "Hagrid, that egg, do you know who sold it to you?" Hagrid scratched his beard with one finger as he thought. "Well, he was a secretive chap, kept his face covered, though I could see why, with the matter at hand." Harry felt frustrated, leaning forward slightly and speaking more harshly than intended. "But did he approach you, or you him?" Hagrid's eyes narrowed, and he answered slowly, as if measuring his words. "He approached me, of course. I supposed everyone knows I've always dreamed of having a dragon. Of course he wanted to know all about the other beasts I've trained, wanted to make sure I could handle such a beast. Well, I told him. After Fluffy, I says, after Fluffy, I can handle a dragon. The secret is to know how to calm I am." Harry felt his stomach fall, his mouth go dry. He asked the last in a tone above a whisper. "Did you tell him, Hagrid, what the secret was?" Hagrid looked him over with confusion. "What's gotten into you, Harry? Please, just answer, Hagrid." Harry pleaded, leaning forward unconsciously. Hagrid reluctantly nodded his head, and Harry felt his body tighten as he spoke. "Well now, I mig have mentioned it. It was a hard-won secret, it was. Took me months, and no little bit of scars now. Where you going?" Hagrid called out, but Harry had already turned and sprinted away, tearing past a horrified Hermione and Draco. When he reached the top of the stairs and entrance to the school, he paused, staring about with blind eyes as his mind worked. Hermione spoke from behind him. "We have to tell. The headmaster needs to know." "What is going on?" Neville and Blaise echoed. Harry absently heard a Draco give them a quick and dirty version: "Thief stone Hogwarts eternal life." After a minute he spoke. "Hermione, come with me. We will go speak to the headmaster. The rest of you, I'll see you later on today." They put up a fuss, but reluctantly agreed. Harry met Hermione's eyes, dread beginning to coil restlessly there. As they walked fast through the corridors, he asked her breathlessly, "Your defense exam was this morning, right? Before Transfiguration. Was he there?" Hermione nodded, and Harry felt some relief, though questions began to swirl. Quirrell had had this knowledge for months now. What could he be waiting for? Hermione and he called different passwords out at the gargoyle, trying to get it right. They had been at it for almost an hour, and were beginning to get tired. Hermione turned to him, her voice firm. "Harry, we have to go to McGonagall. Time is of the essence here. Dumbledore must be gone." Harry only nodded, following her as she led him up to the Gryffindor head's office. They entered at a brisk pace, the old woman looking up with eyebrows raised. Hermione spoke, and Harry let her, hanging back slightly. "Professor, is Headmaster Dumbledore here?" McGonagall looked past her to him, her eyes slightly accusing. Harry resented that look. She spoke, voice curious. "The headmaster had been called to the ministry by a letter this very afternoon. I'm afraid he won't be back until tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" Hermione burst out. Harry grabbed her arm before she could continue, trying to motion for them to leave the office. Hermione frowned, began to speak, and Harry shook his head. He then turned to the professor, speaking persuasively. "That's all right. I just wanted to discuss some things about this summer. You see, I would very much like to visit Hermione and her parents." "Well, I'll talk to him later. Thank you very much." The professor waved them off, but her eyes were now kind. Harry refused to be placated and kept hold of Hermione's robe as they left the room. Hermione rounded on him once out of sight. "Harry, we could have told her. She could have called him back or something." Harry shook his head, speaking low and firm. "No." Hermione threw up her hands in disgust. "What is wrong with you?" Harry snarled right back. "I don't trust them." "Did you see the way she was looking at me? As if she knew I had done something bad, and you were trying to, I don't know, get me out of it, because you're a perfect Gryffindor, and I'm an evil Slytherin." Hermione looked down, her voice sad, as she let him go from the hold she had taken on his robes. "Harry, I don't think she meant it like that." Harry turned away, beginning to walk, his voice low as he replied, "It doesn't matter. I know she wouldn't believed us anyway, and plus, she would just try to stop us." Hermione began to question before she saw where they were, the third-floor corridor. She turned to him, eyes accusing. "You can't be serious. We could be killed." "Exactly." Harry whirled around at the voice to see Draco step from behind an alcove, Blaise and Neville on his heels. Harry frowned, unconsciously echoing Hermione's earlier statement. "You cannot be serious." Draco smirked, while Blaise crossed his arms and Neville just looked stubborn. "Well, Harry, I figured this is what you would do. We came right up here and waited. No one has been in or out." "What took so long?" Hermione answered, as Harry shook his head in silent amazement. "The headmaster is not here. He won't be back until tomorrow." Blaise spoke, his voice low. "So now is the perfect time to strike then. He won't be missed. Exams are over, and some professors do not eat in the Great Hall all the time. The end-of-year feast is not for 3 days." He nodded, before walking past them over to the door. He absently asked, "Has anyone peeked inside?" Neville and the others shared nervous glances, all releasing whispered no's. Harry nodded and reached out to open the door. He absently noticed it was unlocked, requiring no charm, and looked about the large, vaulted room. In the middle, sleeping, curled a magnificent Fluffy, while in the corner a Hop was gently plucking at golden strings. He nodded to himself and turned to the others. "You stay here." He was met with instant disagreement. "Absolutely not. No way. No." He shook his head. "We can't all go there, and someone needs to warn a professor that the thief has already begun to go down there." The others all looked stubbornly back. Finally, Blaise folded, his form erect as he proudly offered, "I'll go and tell Professor Snape. You guys had better be careful down there, wherever that door leads. We all know there were multiple traps. Nothing says the thief is not caught in one of them." He nodded and watched as the black-robed form sweeping off around the corner. He turned back to the others with a frown, to be met with narrowed eyes and folded arms. He began to speak, only for Neville to whisper, eyes widened and face pale. The music stopped. It had. Harry saw the colossal dog's paw twitch, saw the open trap door. His mind no longer spared a moment for negotiation. He set out on a sprint, diving into the hole just as one yellow eye opened. As he hit, he looked up to see three forms fall after him, causing relief to pool through his veins. The snarling, barking dog scratched at the door fervently before letting loose a desperate howl. It was pitch black, and he was sitting in some sort of grimy and damp mess. Before he could think of it too much, he heard a hesitant Neville speak from somewhere to his left. "Hey, guys, don't panic, but we are sitting in Devil's Snare." Harry felt his throat tighten on a whimper. Devil's Snare was a plant one did not fool around with. It usually suffocated and ate its victims over the course of a day, slowly and methodically. He sat very still, his mind frantically turning over herbology facts. Then Draco spoke with a weak gasp. "It's surrounding me." And it was grasping him as well, wrapping loose tentacles about them, tightening. Harry spoke quickly, blood flowing through his veins. "Neville, what do we do?" He could hear heavy breathing as they all strived to stay still and calm, and yet still the vines tightened around them. Devil's Snare catches and suffocated its victims. Digests secreting an acidic pus that breaks down tissue. Allergic to light. That's why it's dark. Harry barked out right after. Everyone cast Lumos. He did not waste time grabbing his wand. He immediately flung out a loop of magic from himself, pressing upon it the need to shine. He opened his eyes, seeing one other bright light before his own flooded the room in streams of gold. He felt himself released, the vines screaming away from underneath him, and then he was falling, the magic dissolving from his grasp at his surprise to return to himself. He groaned, sitting up, looking over at a disheveled Hermione, Draco, and Neville, the latter looking over at him in amazement. "I didn't even hear you cast." Harry smiled, looking away, avoiding the question. It had not passed his notice that both Draco and Hermione were looking at his empty hands in suspicion. He merely shrugged, getting up and setting off down the dark hallway. The next hall opened up on a room full of tinkering noises, like millions of tiny bells clanging. They looked up to see the noise coming from tiny keys, all possessing wings, fluttering about. They all looked almost identical. The others shared looks of despair. "How on earth are we to find the right one? The door is locked." Neville spoke, pulling on the door ahead. Draco spoke drolly, gesturing towards a broom against the wall. "I suppose we are meant to fly to grab the correct one, but you're right about finding the right one. They are all identical." This time Hermione spoke, her quizzical mind turning over the facts. "Look, it's obvious the thief has already come here. Those wings look fragile. Look for one that looks used, like it's been handled, maybe even broken." They all began to look, heads craned up, and Harry spotted it first, pointing with excitement. "There, I got this. I'm the best flyer," Draco said stubbornly, mounting the broom, and this must have been the quare for all-out war, for they were immediately swarmed by the keys. Hermione screamed for Draco to hurry up, and Harry dived towards the other two, grabbing them and pulling them down to the floor. The occasional key still stung, but nothing like what must be going on up top to Draco. A sudden, triumphant shout, and then the keys all fluttered away, still and silent. They looked up to see Draco smirking and holding a bent old key. They placed it in the lock and opened the door, continuing forward. It would only figure that the next challenge was a chess set, for none of them were even passable at it. Draco muttered about wishing Blaise had stayed after all, but there was nothing they could do for it. Harry had tried to pass, but the chess pieces had all turned towards him dangerously. Perhaps he could have made it alone, but for now they were forced to play. It was a brutal game, and they barely won at all, but as it was it came with heavy loss. Draco, flushed red and pale at turn, finally commanded Neville's rook to be sacrificed, the round Gryffindor nodding bravely as he stepped forward. This put the queen in position for Draco's knight to strike, but left him exposed to the sword of the king. Then Hermione's queen took the place, Hermione muttering a sad checkmate. They all stood still, waiting, and the chess pieces collapsed upon themselves, dissolving into stone and dust. Harry waited a beat, then ran over to his two friends, worried. Draco was fine, groaning as he held his bleeding leg from where a fragment of stone had cut him. Neville was a bit worse off, and they carefully carried him over and off the board. He looked up at them blearily, eyes half open, before muttering, "Good luck." Harry shared a look with Draco, who nodded with a slight tilt of anger. He did not want to stay behind, but knew he couldn't walk much further. Harry rested a grateful hand on his shoulder before standing and nodding to Hermione. It was time to move on. They walked silently down the corridor before Hermione spoke softly. "It's not your fault. They wanted to help, and we couldn't have gotten down here without them." Harry did not reply, feeling it useless to say that he very well could have. Instead, he merely nodded. He turned a corner and Hermione stopped with a terrified squeak before laughing to herself. Harry stepped forward, looking over a large sleeping troll. The thing was on its side, unconscious. He circled it cautiously and then saw the missing stump on its arm. He felt his stomach turn nauseously as Hermione walked up beside him. He muttered to her, his voice full of scorn. "I guess they couldn't spare a regrowing potion on it. Just a troll, after all." Hermione turned to him, her voice sad but firm. "No, Harry, I don't think that's it. I don't think whole limbs can be regrown. Just think of Professor Kettleburn. Only bones or skin separately. Once the limb is gone, the magic leaves it and does not allow another magic to bind to what is not there." Harry nodded, but his face was still twisted in a mix of anger and loathing. With a start, he realized it was directed at himself. He shook his head, throwing off the guilt. Now was not the time. The two walked on, down another long corridor before they reached an open room. Inside, vials of potions lined the shelf, while a sheet of flame blanketed the open door frame. Hermione reached out to grab a riddle written in neat calligraphy on a piece of parchment that was lying on the floor. Her lips moved as she read over it, and Harry strode forward to study the flames. He saw out of the corner of his eye Hermione striding over to study the vials, her lower lip bitten between her teeth as she thought. The flames gave off no heat. He considered that they might be mere illusion, but knew it was not worth the risk to touch. Hermione suddenly let out a triumphant shout. "I've got it! It's this one!" She held out a vial, but her smile slowly falling as she considered it. Her eyes looked up at him with regret. "There, some has already been taken. There is only enough for one." Harry nodded, glad now that he did not have to come up with some other way to convince Hermione to stay behind. He walked over to her, reaching out to pull the vial from her stiff fingers. He allowed her to hug him, sensing tears were near. As if on cue, Hermione sniffed. He leaned back, smiling at her bravely. "It's all right, Hermione. You more than anyone know I have a better chance than any other first year. It feels right that I would be the one to confront Voldemort and his minion. I've done it before, after all." Hermione shook her head in exasperation before sighing. "I'm going to go back and get Draco and Neville, see if maybe we can work our way back. Perhaps Professor Snape will be here soon, and Dumbledore not far behind him." Harry nodded, though he did not speak. Hermione watched him as he turned, and with a deep breath, swallowed the contents of the vial. He never doubted that Hermione had the right one. With a confident step, he passed through the fire. Harry walked into a room larger than all the previous ones. Its vaulted ceiling stretched up at least another level of the school, and windows with decorated glass panes were at the top of the left wall. They had traveled some ways then, Harry thought in the back of his mind. All his focus now was on a robed figure staring into the depths of a very familiar mirror, Erist. The man turned to him, his lips twisting into a smile, eyes alight with amusement. When he spoke, Harry heard the echo of a hiss. "So, Mr. Potter, come to join us, I see. I knew you were on my trail, always showing up where you do not belong." Harry felt a frown on his lips, but before he could speak, Professor Quirrell continued. "Oh yes, Harry Potter, I remember you there in the forest, pathetically attempting to save my prey. Do you love the unicorns? Do you worry about their fate when I return? Such pure creatures, so full of magic and life. Never fear, I will not allow them to go extinct. They are valuable to me." Harry felt rage bubbling inside of him. His fists clenched, and he felt dread swaying inside of him, a snake's desire to hypnotize its enemy into distraction. "Speak, Mr. Potter. Tell me what you think of my grand scheme." And then Harry knew. The wraith in the forest and Professor Quirrell were one and the same. The name spilled from his lips like a curse. Voldemort. And Professor Quirrell clapped, voice high and excited. "Well done, well done. A very clever boy, I see, but a boy nonetheless." And Lord Voldemort stepped forward swiftly, the wand Harry never saw coming forth to send Barnes hurtling towards him. A lesser person would have been caught, but Harry was done hiding. He stepped to the side swiftly, and the Barnes vanished back into light. He met the amused eyes of Voldemort with his own hard ones. The smile never faded from the man's eyes. So, you will not pretend to be what you are not. I wondered, of course, that first time in the forest. What was this thing you had done to yourself? Where was this power coming from? It intrigued me, amazed me, created feelings of jealousy and envy. But I am a great wizard, Mr. Potter, and the dark is my arena. What that old fool does not see, I see. You are a dark wizard already. Yes, you are. It is written on your skin for all to see who desire to look. And I, Mr. Potter, I can appreciate it for the beauty it is. Harry felt tossed on a sea of panic. He knew about the runes. How? How had this happened? His fear must have shown on his face, for the Dark Lord in the form of Professor Quirrell smiled in triumph. You are not the only one who sees the truth of the world, who sees the light shining behind the fabric of reality. It is enough to make a man mad, some days. You glow like a galaxy, Mr. Potter, stars alight within you, all burning like the sun from a great distance. I admit, it took me a bit to figure it out, but there are more than one book on such a phenomenon. You've been a bad boy, Mr. Potter. Such dark magic. What would the ministry say, I wonder, to know their savior has dabbled in such? Addictive, they would whisper, and wonder what their savior had planned next. Harry flushed at the last, and Voldemort's eyes alit with glee. He seemed to swagger towards Harry where he stood. Then he paused, eyes roving him, before gesturing towards the mirror. There is but one thing standing in my way, Mr. Potter. Have you seen this mirror before? Yes. Desire, it says, and I see what I desire. The stone in my grasp as I lead the way to victory, but there is a trap here, for I have no stone. Tell me, what do you see? Harry reluctantly walked over, unsure what to do with this non-aggressive foe. Where was the attack? What was he supposed to do? He knew he could not give him the stone. He kept his distance from the man, keeping his attention fixed on him as he glanced in the mirror out of one eye. He saw himself, surrounded by his friends and family. But suddenly that faded, and he saw himself standing rigid, looking over his reflection. And then his hand reached inside his pocket and pulled out a glittering red stone. He felt the heavy weight in his pocket, felt himself go pale. He turned to face the regal man across from him, realized he had just unknowingly gained possession of the one thing this monster was after, the one thing that would enable him to be free once more from the body he possessed. Voldemort's red eyes glittered, shining now boldly as the wraith increased its control over Quirrell. Join me, Mr. Potter. I will let you be free to be who you are. Only stand aside and give me the stone. Harry felt torn, his insides squirming, a constant hiss in his heart and mind. He asked one broken, disjointed question, stalling for time to think, time to plan. Would you destroy the world? The Dark Lord smiled his handsome smile, and Harry was struck by how manipulative he was, how odd that one found oneself liking him and wanting to be liked by him, the charismatic power that the man had over others. Who would think he had been taught by Voldemort himself for 1 year, enjoying it, never suspecting? Voldemort spoke, the hissing ever more prominent. Oh no, Mr. Potter. His red eyes gleamed in triumph as he stared Harry down. I will devour it, and from the ashes remake it in my own image. A better world, clean of those unworthy to be in it. Harry's mind raced. Unworthy, he said. People like him, like Hermione, like Care and Tiny and Mike. This man would slaughter them all, laughing his insane laugh, and think all the while he was saving his idea of a perfect world from destruction. He found himself stepping back, head shaking, his hands in his pockets, the right hand grasping his wand, his left holding the stone. The Dark Lord's smile faded, his face now neutral. He caressed his wand silently, and just as silently twisted it in his direction. Harry saw the light gather, like a wave tossed from the brightest sun he had ever saw, save Dumbledore himself. He did not think, pulling out the stone in his hand and pointing it towards the man, speaking his defense. Heth! The light pulsed, and Harry felt the stone warm beneath his hand, a subtle purr of appreciation. Then the shield was in place, and the incoming light splashed against it, before Harry felt the tingling of its energy being absorbed into his own. Voldemort did not flinch, his eyes unwavering on his own. He began to speak, softly, gently, as if trying to tame some wild creature. The voice was at odds with the murderous glint in the scarlet eyes, an intent that did not need to be spoken to be felt. Once, long ago, before my true body was lost to me, I searched for a particular book. It was old, and a copy of another, far darker book, one sought out and destroyed by our illustrious ministry. I always thought it odd that a simple history book should be so shunned, and my curiosity roused, sought to find this book. Do you know its title? The Ancient Wizard, Scars and Sacrifice. He paused, red eyes moving over his pale face in glee, before continuing in his soft, gentle voice. One of my companions found it, in a little old shop in northern Germany, the odd English book there being what gathered notice. None knew what treasure they held. So this book was to be sent to me, via Express Eagle Owl, to be delivered at a particular shop, just outside of Nocturne Alley. A small store, nothing more than a door and a sign, and off its back side an entrance into Muggle London. To this side the book was to be delivered, and in that place the book was lost. Always wondered, of course, where it had went. Always suspected it had been intercepted by Dumbledore's lackeys. The Dark Lord paused, his eyes locked on his own. The red orb seemed to glow with an inner light, the magic locked within the professor's body almost too great. He continued, voice sibilant and controlled. Though I never would have suspected the old fool of doing what he has done. A mere child. Did you know what you were doing, Mr. Potter? The force is at work, this very moment, within you. Such power comes at a price, and blood magic desires the greatest price of all. As his voice faded off, Harry felt true horror overcoming him. The man was wrong about one thing, however. It was not Dumbledore who had started him on this path, but a simple Muggle man desiring answers. It had seemed a simple history book, howbeit a detailed one. Perhaps that was why it had been destroyed, because with it one could start on the path to being what was described therein. To think the Dark Lord himself had been after that book, when some boy of Mr. Steele's must have stolen it, if not Mr. Steele himself. The irony, the coincidence, it was almost too much to be true. Harry whispered, his voice low. What price would that be? Quirrell's face broke into a smile, as if Harry had accomplished some tough feat. He felt shame come upon him that he was sitting here talking to his enemy. He straightened his spine, refusing to be taken in by this wizard. Mr. Potter, did you not know when you stepped onto this path? Such a mean man Dumbledore must be to do such a thing. Surely he knows, of course. Perhaps I shall let you ask him before he dies, if you give me the stone. Harry frowned, stepping back one more step as if that would answer the man's inquiry. It must have, for Voldemort's smile faded and his eyes narrowed. Very well. You may speak with him in the afterlife. And the light came faster, harder, a veritable flood that Heth at first absorbed with no problem, the rush of energy unlike anything he had felt before. Then it stopped, some point past where Heth was no longer able to take in any more light, its glow brighter than he had ever seen, and the spells cast at him were no longer taken in, but chipping away, pace by pace, at all he had gained before. The spells now began to push him back, against the pillar behind him. He was pinned there, helpless to move, the magic being thrown at him hard and unrelenting. He felt a scream working into his throat at the sheer power as he tried to hold off the foreign magic. This was a force he could scarcely comprehend, dark and heavy, beyond anything he had ever felt, 1,000 upon 1,000 times stronger than before in the forest. This was a wizard who was desperate, unafraid to hold back, confident of success. He felt the sweat roll down his face, aches shiver across his body in waves of heavy pain. Then, with the force of a tumbling boulder, he was overcome. The deluge stopped at once, Voldemort walking forward slowly with a tutting noise bubbling from his throat. Tusk, Mr. Potter. All tapped out, I see. You should learn to withhold your power. I read another little book about your kind these last few months, lacking in details, but still most helpful when learning about your particular weaknesses. One a wizard such as myself can take advantage of. Harry looked down, saw the feet stepping ever closer. He closed his eyes, gathering himself, knowing what he had to do, and inside, dreading it still. He felt his hand tighten painfully on the stone, felt it cut into his palm. He saw the riotous light echoing within its depths and let it reach out to him, a connection he could not understand. With it came courage, the bravery to lift his face and meet the red eyes straight on, to look into its depths and see the madness and hatred. The wraith, a terrifying parasite, crouching in the mind of an innocent man, a man that had had no choice but had to die. Those eyes must have seen something in his own, for a second the feet paused as if to turn. Harry did not give him time, his wand lifting in his right hand, his voice speaking in a shout. Zion. And the bolt came forth. a zigging spasm of light that had no master but itself, knew no force to stop it. It pierced the chest of Quirrell, whose mouth opened to scream but could not, and Harry saw terror come into brown eyes, an unstoppable horror bursting in their depths as the magic rippled through him. A second, no more, and the red-eyed wraith was tearing itself free, even as the magic ruptured the body itself, blood and other things splattering Harry and the walls around him. The wraith rose like a giant shadow, and its echoing, hissing voice gasped and wailed and screamed, "Potter!" And it came towards him, but he could not stop it. Heth too bloated with power to function, and surely it would have him now that he was defenseless, and it would all be for nothing, the pain and the waiting and the justice. Just as the wraith was poised to enter him, to possess all that he was, its dark magic almost slimy against his own, he felt Ankh calling out to the stone in an answer, and then the bright, pure magic he held within himself came free, the unicorn essence, a blazing horn emerging first to pierce the wraith like one would pin a butterfly, followed by dark eyes and flashing hooves, a force that came from within him, fed in part by his own magic and desire to help and do good in the world, made tangible. It was the stallion, angry and fierce for its kind, and with a toss of its head it flung the shadow free, which wailed as it fled with a crash through the glass windows. Harry fell back against the pillar, exhaustion creeping over him. The stallion turned, its hooves echoing on the stone floor like crystal. Its dark eyes once more met his own as the regal head dipped, something like a bow but not, a wave perhaps, or the embrace of a true friend, a father who could not speak his gratitude for the saving of a child. Then it turned, and with a jump seemed to turn to light once more, a light that rolled after the wraith upon clouds and thunder. He felt himself taking gulps of air, his lungs heaving as if he had run a heavy race. He felt strangely empty without the unicorn presence, a loss that could not be defined. Dread rumbled in a pleased kind of way, glad to be alone once more. He ran his eyes over the far-off mirror, too tired to get up and see if it once more displayed his true desires. His eyes moved down as he slowly fell onto his side, and they rested on his left hand, palm up on the ground beside him, a numbness settling over his skin. At first he only saw red, a spattering of it scattered about. It took a moment for his mind to slowly see what was stone and what was blood, his hand almost shredded, pierced through with shards of ruby glass. Then he saw only darkness. **tilde review please **tilde. 18. At Moorgate. Author's note. Overview of Harry's runes, including the new ones, are in the forum. Link on profile. Thank you so much to Aidan King for looking this over for me spur of the moment so I could get it out in a much improved form. Many thanks to GJ Mega for editing this again. 3:14. My feet are at Moorgate, and my heart under my feet. After the event he wept. He promised a new start. I made no comment. What should I resent? T.S. Eliot. The wasteland when Dumbledore came through the fire, Fawkes upon his shoulder. He had expected something different. A defiant child, perhaps, a confused Quirinus, perhaps a dead Quirinus and a wounded boy, a million worst and best-case scenarios tumbling through his mind. What he did not expect to see was all the blood. It still ran in rivulets down pillars closest to the dark mass of it, a starburst pattern spread out as if a body had exploded from within. It tingled with unspent magic, a sure sign of murder, for the magic held to itself as long as it could, shocked that its life and transport was now spent. He ran his eyes frantically about, looking, searching, and Fawkes let out a cry, lifting from his shoulder to circle down upon a crumpled form. He lifted his long robes in a hand, keeping them from dragging in the muck as he ran over, kneeling beside the still form. Harry lay upon his side, hand outstretched before him, holding what looked to be hundreds of pieces of blood-covered glass. It took him a moment to realize that this glass was indeed what used to be the philosopher's stone, despair raining down on him, the realization that his mentor and friend would now perish. He pushed those thoughts away with the skill of a master of Clumens, instead running his eyes over Harry, looking for any wounds other than the grievous mess that was left of his left hand. It was hard to tell, with all the blood just beginning to dry, but he saw none. He turned to Fawkes, nothing more than a meeting of eyes needed for him to gather the boy in his arms, the phoenix alighting on his shoulder and carrying them through the flames to the hospital wing. He opened his eyes as the light faded, sitting upon the floor with Harry cradled in his arms, his blue eyes desperately running across the crowded room. He was met with the sight of a startled Poppy bending over a pale Neville Longbottom, Draco Malfoy on the bed beside him, with Blaise Zabini standing talking earnestly to a scowling Severus. A sudden shout sounded behind him, and he turned to see Hermione Granger running up to him, her face white as a sheet as she called out, "Harry!" The room erupted, Poppy immediately leaving her current patient to hurry over to them. Severus followed her, but not after commanding the other young boys to stay back. Poppy knelt beside Hermione, her wand alight and running over the two of them, her eyes closed in consternation, her voice calmly asking questions. "Headmaster, are you injured as well? I am having trouble with my scans." His robes had gotten covered in the blood while he held Harry, he noticed as he looked down at himself. Albus figured the stone must be letting off latent magic and interrupting the healer's magic, and allowed Severus to lift the unconscious boy to a nearby bed as he replied, "No, when I arrived the battle had already taken place. I am afraid Professor Quirrell is no longer with us. Most of what you see here is from him. I can only guess. Mr. Potter himself will need to tell us the details when he awakes. Albus, is this the stone?" Severus's voice was haunted, and Albus slowly nodded his head, resting a hand on the younger man's shoulder as they both watched Poppy begin to discard Mr. Potter's robes and clean his skin free of blood. It left the wound on his left hand still bleeding but clean, large chunks of stone still dug into his flesh. Poppy cast a few spells in succession before turning to them in frustration. "Headmaster, I'm sorry, this is just not working." He interrupted her before she could speak. "It must be the stone, madam, and I am not sure when its magic will fade, if it ever will completely. It has been shattered in Mr. Potter's hand. Before it can be healed, the pieces must be removed." Poppy pursed her lips, her face uncomfortable as she glanced over at the students who had gathered close despite Severus's warning. He turned to them, meeting their worried faces with a gentle glance. He quietly began to talk to them, leading them reluctantly away from the bed. "Now, Mr. Potter is going to be just fine. I need you, Mr. Malfoy, to get back into bed. Mr. Zabini, Miss Granger, it will be the most use to us if you return to your dorms. Tomorrow, you may visit your friends. Right now, we need peace and space to help them." His voice was soft, and they were unable to argue, but he could see how reluctant they were to leave. Albus was glad young Harry had found such good friends, and was only more glad that they were not all Slytherins. Surely, the two Gryffindors could balance out any adverse influence Harry might gain from the Slytherins. He turned back to Poppy, hearing her request for Severus to gather a few potions from the Hogwarts store. As the man quickly walked off, he slowly sat in the bed beside the young boy, his eyes running over the small child. So young he looked, lying there in the bed, so very fragile. A nudge brought his attention up to the Mediwitch. Poppy looked down at him gently. She was just laying out some tools beside her, ones he knew she rarely used. Her face was kind as she gently asked him to leave. "There is nothing you can do here, Headmaster. You might as well go rest yourself. I will fire call you if his status changes." Albus nodded, allowing himself to be ushered from the room. As he walked slowly up to his office, he reflected on life and the circumstances that had put such an innocent life in such peril. What toll would this take on Mr. Potter's outlook? Would he still desire to stay at Hogwarts? Would he have the ability to ever give him that choice? Poppy spelled up a curtain around the bed, relieved to have gotten rid of both Albus and Severus. She knew the potions she had requested were not there, and knew as well that Severus would be forced to either create them himself or find them elsewhere, a task she knew would take at least a few hours. She put up a last spell for silence before pointing her wand once more at the young boy. "Renovate." She cast reluctantly, seeing the boy's eyes open in pain, a moan rising from his throat. Fox began to sing from the perch he had taken on the headboard, and she saw the panic began to fade from his emerald eyes. She thanked Merlin for the phoenix's presence. Poppy knelt over him, looking into his eyes as she quickly began to speak. Harry felt himself flooded with pain, a full body ache as if he had worked every muscle in his body at once, over capacity. He almost reacted with violence at the pain, wanted to jump and escape, and run from what was causing him such agony, but felt a gentle heat push against his angry magic. Fox singing in tones that he could not understand but could feel deep within, an instinctual knowledge that he was safe. He looked up and saw Madame Pomfrey leaning over him, her blue eyes vivid on her face. He heard her begin to talk fast, her tone pleading. "Mr. Potter, you must listen to me. You are injured, but I cannot see how, and I most certainly cannot heal these injuries unless you allow me to do so. Whatever magic you have protecting yourself will not allow me to see it in order to manipulate and bolster it to focus it on healing. I had hoped to gain your trust before I must ask you this, but there is no longer any time. At any moment, Professor Snape may return." Harry licked his dry lips, the ache coming from his left side almost overwhelming. His mind turned over her words, and he found himself closing his eyes, almost fading away into darkness again, but a sharp tone from Fawkes brought him into focus again. He looked up into her worried face and knew that he had no choice. Another person must be trusted in order to hide his secret from others. But Fawkes was here and was approving, his magic warm and encouraging. He took the risk, speaking even as he moved his right hand with a groan, holding his right hand palm up, Zion red and angry looking on his skin. "Madame Pomfrey, I will trust you with my secret. Here, Zion, the 7th rune in my first set, dedicated to the new moon as she hid her face from the sun, shy and powerful in all her mystery. Know that what I am is something that I must hide." Madame Pomfrey's wide eyes ran over him, and it was their blue depths he saw last as the pain once more rose up and swallowed his thoughts in darkness. Unbelievable. Poppy's first thoughts were chaotic, a mix of amazement, fear, and sorrow. The mess that had been made of his hand and arm was clearly visible, but it was not that left her shaken. She saw them now, where unblemished skin once was, a rune here on his palm, another overlapping his scar upon his brow. He quietly lifted her wand to once more cast a diagnostic spell, relieved the boy had once more become unconscious. The results left her staggered. The boy's magic was not centered over his chest at all, as all wizards were in their first few decades. It was placed throughout his body, his hands and head, back and shoulders. It looked something like the headmaster's, extending down the arms, but the similarities ended there. She was not even sure how to use such magic. Which cord did she tap into? How were her healing spells supposed to work when they relied on a single source present within a wizard? She faltered, eyes wide. A soft trill brought her focus around. She looked over into Fox's dark eyes, saw his golden feathers rise and fall. She spoke quietly, more a statement than a question. "You knew about this, didn't you?" Fox looked down at the young boy, silent. Poppy nodded to herself, standing straight and focusing on the boy before her. She would do what she had vowed to do, heal. Her next few spells carefully and tenderly summoned the fragments of the stone from the boy's hand, opening the wounds anew and spilling fresh blood upon the white sheets. She cast again and again, binding flesh and sealing skin, melding flesh together where it was meant to be, not focusing too much on where the magic came from and how it was done. A part of her, aware in the background, saw the magic swim from different areas, most of all from underneath his messy black hair. She allowed the multiple tears and cuts along shoulder and forearm to heal first, followed by the deep cuts upon the wrist and fingers. As she reattached his forefinger and pinky finger, hanging by bone, she then cast the final spell to imprint his magic into the healed hand. The magic rose up from within the boy, swirling, and before her eyes the healed palm began to bleed again. She frowned, raising her wand, but just as quickly the bleeding stopped, replaced by the raised skin of a scar. She flicked her wand, soundlessly banishing the red, to see another rune engraved upon the palm. She felt almost hollowed out, her mind in turmoil. Who had done this to the boy? Why? The headmaster had not given her any new information, and to her knowledge, Mr. Potter had been living amongst muggles. But before her eyes was the work of a dark wizard, a ritual long ago banned from use in the Isles of Britain. To change the very structure of another's magic, to carve up the skin of a wizard child, was a crime worthy of the Dementor's kiss. She felt conflicted, unsure if she should now bring this to the headmaster's attention. Could she hide this, knowing that this was more than a simple talisman or taught spell, but blood magic? She looked up at a flutter of movement and saw Fawkes nestle down by the boy's side, between his now healed arm and chest. The boy's hand moved slightly, an unconscious gesture. She realized she was smiling slightly and closed her eyes with a sigh. Surely, if Fawkes knew and had not told his master, then all was well. Perhaps the headmaster even knew and had not thought it would interrupt her spells. A rustle of movement, and then Professor Snape entered the curtain. She calmly placed her wand down, meeting his scowling gaze. Harry slowly cracked his eyes open, squinting in the bright light streaming through the windows opposite the bed he was lying on. He was so used to waking up in the dark Slytherin dorm room that at first the stream of light nearly blinded him. His eyelashes fluttered down, and he took a deep breath of air, sending out his consciousness to every portion of his body, checking for pain or injury. Feet, toes, fingers, all were fine. His magic was whole, shining steadily from the runes it inhabited. Heth was completely regenerated, the magic recovered from the blow it had been dealt. He opened his eyes once more, slowly sitting up in the infirmary bed. He remembered dimly waking up here in horrible pain with grayish-blue eyes staring down at him. He looked around, his mind filling in the pieces. Someone must have gotten help, and someone must have retrieved him from the vaulted room where the mirror was, which means they know about Quirrell and the stone. The stone. He felt despair rumble over him as he remembered the fragmented jewel, shattered into pieces, its life force instrumental in allowing the unicorn essence to solidify itself, to chase off the wraith of Voldemort and save his life in turn. How on earth was he supposed to explain that? How was he to tell how he had come into contact with the magic in the first place, or how Fawkes had gathered the loose magic and placed it within him? There were too many secrets involved. There was no way he could explain one without explaining all. His mind raced as he looked down at his left palm. It was unblemished, as if it had never been bloodied and broken, Heth vivid against its surface. It ached subtly, a reminder of the recent wounds, and he grimaced as he slowly massaged the hand. A sudden noise brought his head up and around to see Madame Pomfrey exiting her office and coming towards him with a tray. When she saw he was awake, a gentle smile came over her face. She walked up next to him, placing the tray in his lap before sitting on the chair next to his bed. He looked down at the tray, filled with roasted chicken and greens, before looking at the healer once more. Before he could speak, could think of what to say first, she spoke. "Mr. Potter, I am not sure how much you remember from last night. Would you like me to explain?" Harry nodded, feeling suddenly small and lost in the adult-sized bed. Madame Pomfrey reached out, laying a gentle hand over his outstretched palm, softly speaking. "Your friends are all right. Young Mr. Zabini contacted Severus, who followed after you and your friends after sending an owl for the headmaster. He could not get to you right away because there was no potion left to pass through the flames, and so returned here with Mr. Malfoy and Longbottom and Miss Granger. All are well and back in their dormitories." She answered the unspoken question before continuing. "The headmaster and Fawkes retrieved you and brought you here. With the help of yourself and Fawkes, I healed your injuries." She paused, and Harry quickly filled in the last gaps in his memory. He spoke quietly. "Will you tell them?" Madame Pomfrey looked down, her eyes sad, before shaking her head solemnly. When she spoke, her voice wavered. "Mr. Potter, I cannot begin to fathom how or why you have such marks upon your skin, what they have done to your magic. It's a wonder you can function at all. I have never seen the like, no, nor heard of it. The only references I could find were vague and ancient, from a time long before wands became prevalent. Just tell me one thing, and I will not speak of it again. Was this done to you against your will?" Harry was not sure how to answer at first. If he said it wasn't, would she figure him to be a dark wizard and turn him in? If he said it was, would she speak out so the perpetrator could be found? He felt stuck in a quandary, the situation escaping his grasp. As he saw doubt flicker onto her face at his hesitation, he finally answered, with the only thing he could say, the truth. "No, madam. I planned them out one by one." Her eyes darkened with something like shock, the pupils dilated and growing wide before they filled with tears, and he was alarmed as she reached out to give him a hug. He sat stiffly, uncertain, and when she pulled away, he almost shuddered in relief. She nodded to herself, shoulders held back, standing in a businesslike way. With a last sniff, she gave him a tremulous smile before turning and beginning to leave. She paused at the door, her eyes not meeting his own as she spoke. "The headmaster will be informed that you are awake. I can only imagine he will come by soon to speak with you." Harry nodded, though she had already turned and left the room. He sat back, propping himself up on pillows as he absently played with the food on his plate. He supposed he could assume the healer would not tell what she knew, though her motives were beyond him. And why the hug, the tears? He shook his head with a sigh, reaching down to take a bite of chicken. His eyes wandered over the room, and he saw several packages next to his bed. He narrowed his eyes at them, looking over the bright fluorescent words. Candy, the wizarding kind. Perhaps his friends had brought it. Just how long had he been asleep? The door to the hallway suddenly creaked open, and he turned to see Headmaster Dumbledore entering with twinkling eyes. He put down his mostly uneaten food and placed the tray over on the desk, moving aside the candy. He briefly considered grabbing a chocolate frog before shaking his head, moving over so the headmaster could sit next to him. The old man did so, fingers absently smoothing down velvet robes. His voice was congenial when it spoke. "I am glad to see you awake, Mr. Potter. How do you feel?" Harry gave a small smile as he replied. "I'm all right, Headmaster." Dumbledore nodded slowly, his eyes running over the tray and the candy next to it, and Harry spoke up hurriedly before the man could question him his lack of eating. "How long have I been out?" The headmaster turned back to him. 3 days, I'm afraid. Your friends were most anxious. I know they will be glad to know you've woken up in time for the end-of-term feast." Harry felt his heart sink. 3 days. Why had it taken him that long to recover? The question must have been in his eyes, for the headmaster rested a hand on his knee and spoke again. "Why don't you tell me what happened down there? How did you know Quirrell was ready to make his move? And what of the Wraith?" He felt nervousness spike in his stomach, and he absently toyed with the sheet as he gathered his thoughts. Carefully, he explained his realizations about Hagrid, his attempt to contact Dumbledore, and his decision to go after the stone. He stressed his friends only went because of him, to protect him, a fact that renewed the gleam in the elderly wizard's blue eyes. When he got to the vaulted chamber, he spoke softly, as if by mere mention it might appear before him again. He told how Professor Quirrell was possessed, how he admitted to killing the unicorns, and the conversation they had had. "He tricked me into retrieving the stone. He wanted me to join him, but I wouldn't. Then he tried to take the stone, and I tried to keep it. We struggled. And then I blacked out. Simple. Just say you were unconscious," his mind said. How could the man argue with that? If he wasn't awake, he would have no idea how the stone was broken or how Quirrell got into the state he ended up in. He added a question in his best innocent voice to seal the deception. "How did it break, Headmaster? Madame Pomfrey told me the stone was shattered." Dumbledore sighed, his shoulders sagging. "The Philosopher's Stone is indeed destroyed. I had hoped you could tell me how, though I have a relatively good idea. Your mother, when she died, imparted onto you a measure of protection from Lord Voldemort. This protection must have risen when you came into contact with him, and the force of it destroyed Professor Quirrell and shattered the stone. Your mother was an exemplary witch, indeed." Harry nodded, looking down, while inside he triumphed. He didn't think the man suspected a thing. He quietly asked, just to make sure of the facts. "Professor Quirrell is dead." The headmaster nodded, his eyes sad. "He is, indeed. We will never know whether he willingly allowed Voldemort his possession, or for how long the two have been connected. I can only assume Voldemort has been knocked back into wraith form without a body to inhabit. I doubt he will stay here, where he is vulnerable. I am sure the unicorns will be safe from further attack." Harry had to bite back a snort. Was pretty sure Voldemort was long gone, with that ghostly stallion on his heels. He hoped the thing ripped the wizard's cold, black heart out, painfully. Movement brought him out of his murderous thoughts, as the headmaster slowly stood, observing him. "Do you have any question, Harry? Anything at all?" Harry did not speak for a moment, mind retrieving and discarding thoughts. When he spoke, he looked down at the pristine white sheets underneath him. "Voldemort, he will keep trying to come back, won't he?" It was more of a statement. Headmaster Dumbledore sat down again, his eyes gentle. "My dear boy, Voldemort is a dark and twisted soul. While he still has magic left in him, he will strive to reanimate himself, to once more take control of not only his mortal body, but the wizarding world. Hopefully brave souls such as yourself will be there to stop him each time." "Why me, Professor? What is so special about me?" Deep sapphire eyes looked into his own emerald ones, and Harry felt his hands fidget in his lap as he tried to meet and hold that stare. Finally, he looked down with a sinking feeling. The old voice spoke up from across from him, low and gravelly. "There are things you will learn when you get older, both beautiful and terrible things. I promise you, when you are ready, I will tell you everything." Harry wanted to scream, wanted to demand answers. He tried to gather the will to do so, but it slipped from his fingers, and he found himself leaning back into the bed, exhaustion rising up on him. He was simply tired, his body still worn out. A hand gently patted his shoulder, and he heard the old man once more rise to leave. "Rest, Harry." He nodded, closing his eyes against the bright day, full of lies and misleading truths. He walked with Draco and Blaze towards the great hall at a slow pace. He felt stiff, his muscles protesting at each movement. Madame Pomfrey had not been at all happy about being forced to let him attend the feast, but the headmaster had insisted. Draco and Blaze had been more than happy to escort him down at the last moment, and Harry gently sank into his usual seat. He saw both Neville and Hermione waving at him from the Gryffindor table and smiled back happily with a small wave. Both had visited him in the hospital wing, Hermione with tears streaming down her face as she described the sight he had made, gathered in the headmaster's arms, draped in dark red blood. Neville had apparently been unconscious at the time, thanks to Madame Pomfrey, a fact he was happy about once he heard Hermione describe the sight. All of them had agreed to meet up tomorrow in their classroom, before the trains left to carry them all home for summer break. They wanted a chance to say goodbye and properly grill Harry on what had really happened with the stone. The rumors had been flying through the school about Harry slaying huge monsters and Quirrell turning into a vampire and being set on fire by the headmaster. None of the rumors had spoken of the stone or the mirror. He was grateful for that, at least. He did not need any more fame than he already had. The headmaster got everyone's attention with a clap of his hands. It was time to announce the winner of the House Cup, though everyone was already certain that Slytherin would win. After all, Harry Potter was there, right? Focus turned to the front as the headmaster began to read the total house points. "I hope everyone has enjoyed yet another year at this fine institution of magic." A roar of applause came from every angle. Dumbledore smiled proudly at everyone before continuing. "It is time to announce the winners of the House Cup. Bearing in mind the rewards for excelling, the punishments for bad behavior, the winnings of both Quidditch Cup and Academia competitions, and last but not least, this year's ruling dueling champion, Ravenclaw's Rebecca Garsbright." He raised his glass in her direction, the house erupting in cheers. He then lowered his hand, looking at each table in turn, before beginning to read off of a scroll in his hand. In fourth place, Hufflepuff, with 350. In third, Gryffindor with 403. In second, Ravenclaw, 415, and Slytherin at first, with 425. Cheers erupted around Harry, excited voice bouncing around. He began to smile, seeing Draco's bright eyes alight with triumph as Blaze attempted to gracefully raise his goblet. A throat clearing brought their attention back to the front, where Dumbledore was raising a single finger for silence. His stomach began to churn with dread. The headmaster spoke again. "Very well done, Slytherin, of course. However, in the last 2 days certain deeds have gone unrewarded." Harry wanted to sink into his seat, exchanging glances with Blaze, who had also paused, his dark face beginning to pale slightly. Harry wanted to sit up, to silence the headmaster, to prevent him from drawing more attention to what had recently happened. "For special service to the school, preventing a horrendous crime from taking place, I must award points to 5 of our students here today, to Hermione Granger." Harry looked over at Hermione, who was beet red and sitting straight up, her gaze fixed on the headmaster. "I award 50 points for the wonderful use of logic. To Neville Longbottom, 50 points for showing a marvelous amount of true Gryffindor courage." Neville had sunk down into his seat next to Hermione, eyes wide in his face. The Gryffindors around them all stared at the two they had, perhaps not hated but disliked. The 2 lions who liked to study with snakes, the oddballs, the know-it-all, and the fat boy. Harry felt himself begin to relax, doing the math in his head. If they each got 50 each, and so did him and his friends, then Slytherin was still ahead. Dumbledore was still speaking, and Harry looked up, his body beginning to relax. 50 points to Draco Malfoy. To Harry Potter, 50 points for prevailing in the face of dark diversity. He did not pay attention to the looks he was received, nor the fact that Draco was puffing up across from him, soaking in the praise of his peers. He waited for Blaze's name to be called, his mental tally of points coming out with them still ahead. Dumbledore paused, his eyes roving over the table before stopping on Gryffindor. Harry felt his heart sink, not for himself, but for his housemates, many of whom had worked hard to gain the advantage, to keep the 7-year record of House Cup wins. When the headmaster spoke, Harry's hands grasped the table, fingers digging into the wood. And finally, I award 50 points to Ron Weasley for his timely contacting of a teacher when things looked dire. Congratulations, Gryffindor, for winning the House Cup. Gryffindor erupted into cheers, while Slytherin was now deadly silent. Harry felt angry stares on him, and his eyes went over to Blaise. The boy sat there, shock and hurt shining behind his eyes, before he sat up straighter with a frown, looking down at his empty plate. Harry did the same, mind in turmoil. Ron Weasley. Blaise was the one who had contacted Professor Snape. What on earth was going on? Angry mutters were rising from the table as food appeared, the cheering dying down as students began to dig in. Harry glanced over at Draco, who merely sat there with a pale face. The blonde's grey eyes were shuttered, hiding their true feelings. He toyed with the food on his plate, making an attempt to eat before slipping out at the first opportunity. He walked quickly to their meeting place in the empty classroom, pacing back and forth until Blaise arrived. Harry paused, looking the boy over, who merely sat at a desk and crossed his arms, a frown still present on his face. Harry had just got up the nerve to try to say something when the door ripped open, Draco entering with an audible growl. When he saw Harry, his face spasmed with rage before he began yelling, arms gesturing wildly. "What does that crazy old coot think he's doing? Just wait until my father hears about this. This is favoritism, a Weasley." Draco took a deep breath, his face splotched with color. Harry shook his head, raising his arms in a helpless gesture. Door opened again, this time admitting a glum Neville and Hermione. Neville went to sit next to Blaise, the shy boy not meeting anyone's eyes. Hermione simply stood there, bearing up well under Draco's angry stare. Hermione began to cross her arms before letting them simply fall to her side. She turned to face him, her face sad. Ron deserved those points. Harry widened his eyes in surprise at the statement, while Draco flushed red and opened and closed his mouth several times in shock and anger. Hermione continued quickly, before the blonde could explode in rage. "It seems Ron followed us that afternoon and saw us enter the third-floor corridor. He then ran to Professor McGonagall, who contacted Dumbledore almost 30 minutes before Professor Snape did." "That dirty sneak," Draco burst out. Harry felt numbness come over him as he realized she spoke the truth. How long had they talked in the hallway? How much had Ron heard before he left to tattle on them? Had Ron Weasley, a boy who hated him, inadvertently saved his life by allowing Dumbledore to reach him sooner? Before he could speak out loud, Blaise spoke up quietly, form beside him. "So, it wasn't favoritism, is what you are saying. Ron deserved those points because he did the right thing." His dark eyes were locked on Hermione, who flushed and looked down, shaking her head. "No. I mean, well, he did technically help out, and who knows what state Harry would have been in if Dumbledore had not gotten there when he did." Hermione almost shouted the end, her hands clenched tightly into fists. Draco looked as if he would start pouring steam out of his ears at any moment. His voice was so angry it shook. "You are just taking up for your idiot Gryffindor friends. They like you now, do they? Enjoying some fame?" "No, that's not it at all." Hermione burst out, tears beginning to rise in her eyes. Harry stepped forward before Draco could continue, cutting him off with a swift shake of his head. He walked over to Hermione and put a hand on her shoulder. "It's all right, Hermione. We all know you are not like that." He glared at Draco, who looked away with a huff. He continued softly. "Technically, you are right. Ron did manage to get Dumbledore here quickly. His motives, however, were not good at all. I bet he merely wanted to get us all in trouble. I am angry myself that Dumbledore had rewarded someone whose intentions were not pure with the same amount of points as the rest of us, who risked our skin to attempt to save the stone. And he completely excluded Blaise, who also did the same thing as Ron, for the right reasons, only he was not as quick about it. Do the math. The headmaster rigged the house cup so Gryffindor would win." Hermione shook her head, her eyes pleading with him. A low voice spoke up behind them, and they turned to see Neville speaking, his face firmly set. "Harry's right, Hermione, and I'm sure the rest of the school suspects it too. No one likes the Slytherins, though, and will just be happy they got what was coming to them. Not that I believe that, of course." He flushed a bit at the last statement, looking down. Blaise nudged him in the side, giving him a grateful smile. Harry nodded, and with a sigh went to sit beside the two boys. After a moment, Draco and Hermione sat next to them. Hermione spoke up, her voice wavering. "When did it all get so messed up? Why aren't we all just happy to be magical, learning spells?" Draco answered her, his own voice grim. The anger bled out into acceptance. "I was never just a student learning magic. My family, my father, expect certain things from me. My grades, the way I act, all of it. He's not going to be happy about all of this." Blaise and Neville both nodded in silent agreement. Harry looked them all over, his friends. What could he say? There was no comfort in the simple fact that the world was not fair. The next day dawned to a flurry of activity. Students packing up, meeting with friends, and comparing their grades. Harry had completely forgot about exams in the excitement of the stone and then being stuck in the hospital wing. When the grades were passed out that morning, he had been thoroughly surprised. He anxiously opened his envelope, then relaxed in relief. He had done very well in all his classes except flying, but he had expected that. Madame Hooch had written a note requesting him to practice over the summer, a suggestion he knew he would not follow. What was the point? He met up with everyone before lunch one last time to say goodbye, knowing the train would be leaving directly afterwards. Hermione was a bit teary, but excited about exchanging owls over the summer. Blaise, Neville, and Draco all agreed to write. Harry suggested arranging a date to meet in Diagon Alley before term to purchase school books, an idea everyone excitedly agreed to. With last farewells, the group began to split up. Harry maneuvered himself to be walking next to Hermione and quietly whispered to her, "So, what do you think about me coming over to visit?" She turned to him with narrowed eyes. "I'm sure my parents would love for you to visit if that was actually what you would be doing." Harry flushed, eyes going to the floor. Hermione took pity on him, casually poking him in the side as they continued walking. "I'm just teasing you, Harry. I'll talk to my parents and owl you. Just at least stay for one dinner before you run off." Her voice was light, and Harry smiled over at her in relief, trying to explain himself. "Thanks, Hermione. I just wanted to meet up with some friends in Muggle London, see how they are doing and all. I just don't want Dumbledore to know." "You could come with me if you like." Hermione's eyes lit up, and she nodded. Harry was about to continue when he noticed they were at the Great Hall. He promised to owl her and reluctantly returned to his table. All the Slytherins glared at them, making a point of putting an extra space between him and them. Even Draco and Blaise were given this treatment, which put the Malfoy heir to staring down at his plate in repressed anger. Harry simply sighed. He wondered how long it would take for the Slytherins to forgive them for being instrumental in losing the House Cup. Later, he watched from a window as the students left, and the train rolled away over the mountainside. Then he turned and faced the empty halls with something approaching glee. It was summer. He moved all his things back into his summer room and enjoyed a moment just basking in the bright light coming in the window. It felt so great to be out of the dungeons. He also released dread once more and enjoyed having his mind to himself. He then spent an entire afternoon planning out his summer. He hoped the runic set he was planning would allow him to teleport directly to London to meet the boys in person. But if not, he now had another means of getting there, visiting Hermione. Hermione and her parents lived on the outskirts of London, in a place commonly referred to as suburbia. He figured he could get a bus ride from there to the Tube, then ride the rest of the way into the downtown area. His first meeting was with Mike, the last day of June, at a pub 4 blocks down from the Steel Building. It was already starting the second week of June now, and he needed to focus on preparing for his set, which would take place on the summer solstice, a day commonly referred to by the purebloods as Lither. He only had a week and a half to finish his preparations. He knew that taking a whole day away from the school would be a risk. He would be missed at breakfast and searched for after missing lunch. He had to plan this very carefully. He had no way of knowing just when he would get back to Hogwarts after the ritual. His recovery times before had never been splendid, but this runic set was a different sort than those that came before, and he had Fox this time. Surely the Phoenix could help him come out of this looking normal. He slammed the book on his desk closed, leaning back in his chair as he thought. There was only one hitch to his plans to complete the ritual in the forest: the centaurs. Hagrid had informed him before that the centaurs were extremely territorial and did not welcome intruders. Hagrid himself was barely tolerated. He had to meet with them ahead of time, try to explain his situation. His mind made up, he glanced at the time and then stood, leaving his room at a fast walk. He swung his father's cloak about his shoulders, then up and over his head. He could not be seen leaving the school in the middle of the day. It was the middle of the afternoon, and he did not see a single professor as he casually took the steps down towards Hagrid's hut. When he reached the bottom step, he turned right and followed Hagrid's well-worn trail down into the forest. After walking in a bit, the trail began to lighten then fade completely, and he took this as a sign that he was far enough in to remove the cloak. He carefully folded it and placed it in his shoulder pack, then continued moving into the woods. He stayed alert, listening carefully to the sounds of the birds. When he heard all singing stop, he stopped as well, letting his magic creep slowly out of him and quest around, creating a slight hum in the air. As if summoned, 3 centaurs stepped from the trees directly ahead. None had their bows drawn, which he took to be a good sign. He waited for them to speak first, reminding himself to be patient. 2 of the centaurs were familiar, the one called Forenza on the left and the one called Ronan on the right. The one in the middle was standing a little ahead of the other 2, his horse-hide chestnut, while his human skin gleamed a dark bronze color. His dark brown eyes met his own steadily. Finally, the centaur spoke. "Mr. Potter, I am Magorian, the leader of the colony that tends this forest." Harry shifted his weight as the silence grew after that statement. Just how was he supposed to ask his favor? He settled for a stiff bow in the direction of the noble centaur, keeping his eyes lowered as he spoke. "I am pleased to meet you, Magorian." The 2 other centaurs moved slightly, their tails flicking as if in thought. Magorian, his hands folded across his chest, stamped a single hoof against the ground, and the 2 centaurs stilled. The leader spoke, dark eyes still focused on his face. "The stars have told us of your request." He fought not to show his surprise, but it must have shown in his eyes. Once more the tails swished, and he could have sworn he saw amusement in the face of Forenza. He swallowed before speaking softly. "The summer solstice is when Fawkes, the phoenix, told me to perform the ceremony. It needs to be outdoors and away from the wizards." He hesitated at saying others, for he did not want to offend the centaurs by grouping them with the race they hated. His race. Magorian's face was still blank. Ronan, at his side, looked up at the blue sky as if he could see the stars shining behind the moving white clouds. Forenza spoke, and Harry turned to look at him. "Magorian." Silence. The chestnut kicked out to the side, causing Forenza to sidestep quickly. Ronan did not even flinch, his face still upturned. Harry felt sweat begin to drip down his neck and gripped his fists together tightly in front of him. Once more those dark eyes seemed to pierce his soul as the leader of the centaurs spoke. "Mr. Potter, this is our forest, ours to protect and defend. Wizards do not belong within its depths, for they bring nothing but destruction and terror." He felt his heart sink, his shoulders slouch. Magorian continued. "However, there is the matter of the dark wraith and the unicorns." Harry looked up in surprise, eyes wide. What did the unicorns have to do with this? The centaur's sides shivered, his face twisting to show his disgust. "We could not prevent the perverted wizard from wreaking havoc among the pure ones, though we struggled against the very stars to do so. Our elders saw you coming ages ago, saw the deed you have done, and those you will do. For the sake of those slain and the justice you performed, you're granted the right to one day in the clearing you have already marked with your phoenix's flame, a place already marked by rebirth. Do you know the way?" Harry nodded numbly, unable to speak. His throat spasmed, endless thankful words flashing through his head. Before he could settle on one, the centaurs turned and disappeared back into the forest the way they came. He slumped against a tree to his right, suddenly gasping. A shiver raced through him, and he closed his eyes in relief. For a second there, he had worried. He had read the stories of the centaur's famed archery, and had felt the stares on him from all around, silent eyes locked on him. He had had a sudden knowledge that he could have perished before he could even speak a word to defend himself, before his wings could have protected his fragile form. A laugh bubbled up in his throat, and he let it out, the sound echoing through the woods. With a lighter heart, he turned and headed back to Hogwarts. It was now time to test his boundaries. That night, he skipped dinner. As he was reading in the library, Professor McGonagall casually passed by. She sent him a pleasant greeting, then exited. Harry strove not to frown. The day after, he skipped lunch. This time a gentle knock on his door summoned him to open up, and he met the concerned eyes of Professor Sinistra. She made an offhand question about him, helping her clean telescope lenses sometime, and he agreed pleasantly. Once he closed his door, he ground his teeth together. The next 3 days in a row, he skipped breakfast. No one came looking for him, but eyes followed him about the hallways. Professor Snape made an offhand comment at the dinner table about him wasting away, and the great loss the wizarding world would suffer for it. He had struggled not to laugh at the sarcasm, looking down and vigorously digging into supper. He could feel the professor's eyes on him, assessing. The next day, he missed no meals. He went to the great hall on time and saw the surprised look on the teacher's face. He noticed Professor Snape was not present and casually asked about his whereabouts. Professor Sprout cheerfully told him the man had a family home elsewhere that he visited in the summer months. Harry felt relieved. Snape was the one most likely to realize something was up. On the 7th day, a week after his experiment begun, he skipped lunch and supper. He was sought out in the hallways as he meandered back towards his room by an anxious Professor McGonagall, who pursed her lips and narrowed her eyes. "Mr. Potter, I must insist that you eat something at once." Harry had put on a sorrowful look, widening his eyes as he looked up at her. "I'm sorry, Professor. I get so carried away studying. So nice with the school being so quiet, and I love to visit Hagrid in the afternoons, and he usually has tea and cakes." Not a lie, for Harry often did go down to Hagrid's to visit the large man. It was the perfect cover, and he got to talk about magical beasts. The more dangerous, the better. Professor McGonagall's eyes narrowed further, before the lines on her face smoothed out, and she let out a sigh. "Well, then, perhaps I shall let you in on a secret, since you are here all summer after all. Follow me." He walked after her swift footsteps, eyebrows raised. Just what were they up to? They paused on the 4th floor, beside a large picture of a bowl of fruit. McGonagall reached out, and with a grimace, ran her fingers in a tickling motion over the large pear. The fruit giggled, and he gawked as the pear turned into a doorknob, and with a sharp turn of the knob by Professor McGonagall, the frame swung inward. The room was full of house elves scurrying about, and a few tables graced the middle. The Gryffindor head of house turned to him with a stern look. "This, Mr. Potter, is the Hogwarts kitchen. I expect you not to abuse this knowledge, and please try to attend at least one meal a day." Harry nodded quickly, his eyes wide and excitement in his belly. He bounced on his feet, and McGonagall waved him in with a forbearing grunt. He almost laughed as the portrait closed behind him, and hundreds of eyes turned to face him eagerly. "So, can I get some food?" The flood of verbiage that came next almost dimmed his eagerness at learning this wonderful secret. Almost. On the 8th day he missed only lunch, but on the 9th he missed all 3. As he expected, a disapproving Professor McGonagall looked in on him as he sat in the library, but he pretended not to notice her glare. She stalked off with a low grumble, and an hour later Harry returned to his room, almost quaking in triumph. His plan had worked. He could go the entire day without being missed. Litha, or Midsummer, was an important day in wizarding culture, even among those who did not celebrate the old magic. Even among the muggles it was celebrated, in one shape or another, also known as the summer solstice, which in Latin meant sun stands still. It was the time when this part of the earth was turned on its axis to face the sun for the longest time of day in its rotation. This would coincide with the longest period of daylight in the entire year. Most wizards celebrated the triumph of the light, of all things good and pure. Those of the old magic celebrated the sun, both its purifying flame and its scorching anger, its ability to wipe things clean and start anew, rebirth, and its ability to destroy utterly, consume. The sun was a harsh master to follow, and its light would not accept any mistake. It was this force that had demanded from Harry a sacrifice, and this force's wishes that Fawkes bowed down to. This year, its rain fell on June 21st in Scotland, starting at 5 in the morning as the sun rises. He would need to be in the clearing before that time, ready and waiting for the dawn. From what he had gathered, he would welcome the sun at dawn, then cut the first rune at 6, the second at 7, and so on until the 7th rune was cut at exactly 12 o'clock noon. He was fuzzy on the details after that, Fawkes vague and non-specific. He knew that 12 might be noon on the wizarding clock, but it was not the middle of the day, which fell at 2. Something big, he knew, was not being told to him. He only hoped the phoenix knew what he was doing. The 10th day he missed no meals, though he ate little. Nerves were beginning to work on him, an angry monster clawing in his stomach. He forced himself to smile and talk to the professors. He couldn't afford to falter now and incur suspicion. When he returned to his room after dinner, he went straight to bed, dread curling about his form with a reassuring hiss. On the morning of Litha, he awoke to Fox's glowing form. The phoenix trilled reassuringly, and Harry slowly sat up and began to dress in loose-fitting clothing. He gathered Dread on his arm, the snake wrapping tight around his skin. He then pulled his invisibility cloak over his head and left his rooms, walking carefully out of the dark school and into the night. It had to be around 4 when he woke, and by the time he entered the forest and pulled the cloak from around him, it was 30 minutes later. He began to pick his way through the forest, stepping over roots and around trees, following Fox, who had suddenly appeared ahead of him. A branch cracked to his right, and he turned and almost jumped away in fright. Firenze was walking beside him calmly. The centaur did not meet his eyes, and a noise on his left brought his gaze around to see Bane in step, his arms held at his side and hooked in his belt, which held an assortment of knives. He gulped, before almost tripping over a root in front of him. Flushing, he looked his eyes once more on Fox and used the low light given off to help him navigate. What seemed like an age later, they arrived at the clearing deep in the woods. He was not sure why he had had to walk, but Fox had been insistent on no magic of any kind. Harry paused, looking behind him as he stepping into the empty space, eyeing the 2 centaurs. Both had their gaze locked on the sky, stars still glimmering, mutters passing between them. Harry caught hints of phrases, Polaris and Dim Tonight, and various names of constellations. Then they were silent, and as one looked down to meet his eyes, he looked away quickly, lip drawn between his teeth. When he finally looked up, Firenze's gentle gaze was upon him. He spoke softly, and in his voice Harry heard both sorrow and joy. "Mr. Potter, we centaurs watch the stars, for they are the key to the turnings of the world. Perhaps you know this as well, that magic spins between and among them, resembling a young filly's toy, frolicking like a foal new-born. To the stars its whims in 1,000 years are but a day's time, and a day's time may last 1,000 years. Of such is the reading of the stars, made of past and to come, and what is now somewhere perhaps here." He stopped, his long mane shaking slightly as he tossed his head. Bane showed his teeth, square and blocky like a horse. Perhaps it was a smile, but Harry would bet against it. Firenze continued, stepping a single hoof forward, not quite into the clearing. Fox sang softly behind him, his voice lending an echo to the centaur's words. "We are but a speck in time and magic, but at some times the acknowledgment of the stars is upon us, and we are given a great destiny. To you, Mr. Potter, such a gift and curse has been given. Both in the past, and now today, and in the future, we read the stars." Firenze began to back up, and Harry noticed with surprise that Bane too was gone. Brown eyes looked into him the way centaurs can, a deep foretelling, and just as the centaur began to disappear back into the woods, his voice drifted out. "Soul is a star as well, a juvenile star, bright, curious. To us it may be old, a father, a strong current, but its youth makes it fickle among stars. Do not trust it." Harry held himself still, and at the last word a shiver ran through him. His mouth suddenly felt dry, and his fingers shook. He blinked a few times rapidly, then turned back to face Fox, waiting in the center of the clearing. He would have to think on the centaur's words later. It was almost time. The air was completely still. A soft fog drifted through from the forest, idly winding around his still form. He shed his shirt and pants at the edge, folding them into a neat pile. Then, with Dread grasping his arm, he walked softly to the center of the clearing and knelt. His eyes closed as he brought out his magic, allowing it to freely roam about him. It reacted to his nervousness and excitement, friskily stirring the dead leaves about him. Fox let out a soft sound, and he opened his eyes to see the phoenix gracefully hovering beside him. As the song began, he saw the first flicker of light streak across the sky. It started as a lighter shade of bluish-gray, spreading out across the horizon over the treetops. Fox trilled louder, a rising note, and then was silent. He felt his breath stutter for a moment, before he made himself relax the tension in his shoulders. Fox landed on the ground beside him, his eyes focused on the spreading light. Harry closed his own, in his mind going over the runes to be carved. 7, the first starting in 59 minutes. He had planned this set in Phoenician to match the first one he had done. It seemed to have meaning to do it that way, and he was partial to the language, as it had been the first he had ever studied. End result would resemble the shape of a flame, making up the 7th activation rune, which would be outlined. The flame on paper looked like 2 large spikes of fire on each side, with a smaller one meeting in the middle, much like a W shape. 2 runes on each of the large spikes, and 2 runes merging together in the middle. It would be placed between the 2 wing tattoos on his back, in the center. This would require him to cut without the aid of his own eyes, but he had experience with that before. He felt the squirming in his stomach increasing, and worried his lip between his teeth. There were many unknowns in this situation, many things he was not sure of. He had felt rushed, though he had had almost a year to prepare. He rubbed sweaty palms against his underwear, opening his eyes. Already the light had drastically increased, and now pinks and oranges were streaking across the sky in vivid color, the clouds seemingly set afire by the rising sun. He saw out of the corner of his eye Fox suddenly rise up into the air, hovering. His heart hammered in his chest. He held dread out before him and slipped into the serpent tongue as he met the Quetzalcoatl's brilliant eyes. Sharpen for me, giving great fear in troubled times. The snake hissed in pleasure, and the scales along his tail began to merge together, his wings sharply pushing him away and up as the tail straightened out and hardened to steel. The gleaming blade reflected the increasing light, and a roar began in his ears. He heard his breath, labored, and his eyes rose up to meet the form of Fox as he flew in the air above him. The phoenix suddenly turned, the feathers rising on his form as a fiery halo burst around him. His song, when it came, was loud and fierce, a battle cry. The light rose behind him, the tip of the sun's edge streaming behind the phoenix, and it blinded him, his eyes seeing only white. His magic lashed out, wrapping around and into dread, and then he was seeing himself, staring blindly up into the sky as the sun bathed his face in an orange glow. He stretched his feathered wings, easily circling the still form to face the back of his own body, observing the winged tattoo firsthand. It was as vivid as the day it was given, growing with his own body, emboldened in black and silver. Stamped with his magic in beads of bright light, it called to him, and he easily placed the blade upon his own skin, a singing harmony deafening his dull ears. The first rune was simple, Lamed, the 12th letter in the Phoenician alphabet. It could mean learner or leader or harnesser. It resembled a simple fish hook, and would be placed with the desire to give him protection from the burning phoenix fire he must summon. Second only to blue fiendfire, the phoenix's flame burnt white hot, only its edges flickering in orange and reds. He would need that protection to come out unscoured when he summoned and used the fire for travel. As Fox's song died, he made the first cut. A simple drawing down and curving out, and it was done. The first rune. His voice spoke, in both word and hiss from 2 throats. Lamed. He opened green eyes and relaxed, dread gingerly alighting on his shoulder, the blade draped down his back. The steel felt warm, slightly hot, as if it was a living thing. With a sigh, he recognized it was. For the next hour he waited silently, hands clasped. When Fox once more took to the air, his magic and mind again became dreads, and he cut the second rune. War. Hook. The 6th letter of the alphabet, and carved with the intent to summon the phoenix's flame, to hook its magic with his own and bind it to himself. As he cut the Y-shaped rune below, Lamed Fox sang ever louder, his own magic brushing the wound and marking it with a phoenix's touch. He felt himself warm all over, sweat beginning to drip down his back and sides. When he came to himself with a gasp, he almost fell forward, catching himself with a hand. As he felt dread once more coil on his shoulder, a shiver spread through him. The blade now felt cool against his skin. The sun was beginning to beat down on him, its round orb burning in the sky. All the clouds had scattered beneath its wrath. When Fox rose to sing, marking another hour, he barely closed his eyes before he effortlessly merged with the dagger, directing both magic and blade to its purpose. He spoke the third rune as it was carved upon his skin, one of the smaller runes in the middle. Bait, meaning house, the 2nd letter in the alphabet. He painted his magic with the notion of it, the phoenix flame likened unto a house that must be built and decorated to suit his purpose. To make the flame more than an ordinary fire, to imbue it with his magic and blood and bone, to make its shape cover his entire body, large and fierce. The rune was shaped like a backwards letter P, with the loop triangular instead of curved, and the long slash bending slightly as if plastic being melted in a hot fire. This time he was more glad than ever he was on his knees, for if not he would have fallen as an ache started in his chest. His magic was stretching thin already, the new runes taxing its structures. It was forced to expand down his back, to learn the new shapes and answer their demands. His breath rasped loudly in his ears. When it was time for the fourth rune, he slid behind the Quetzalcoatl's mind, the distinction between them blurring as his mind melded yet another time. His voice, as it spoke, rung loudly in his ears as he passed the halfway mark of the ritual. Calf, meaning the palm of the hand, to manipulate and take command. To command the flames to do his bidding at his initiative and on his own time. He was the master of this force he was creating. The rune buted upright against bait, its tip and sides only barely missing the other rune. A downward slash cut through by two strokes, resembling a backward slanted letter K. Suddenly, the sun was in his eyes, burning his cornea, and a shadow passed over him and gave him relief. Fox, a soft warbling note in his throat. Harry tried to smile, his magic a taut and volatile thing within him. Time seemed to no longer have meaning, passing by both fast and slow, taking an age for the sun to continue in its rise. When Fox moved away, he did not even remember taking over the knife, only remembered slashing down aggressively, carving the fifth rune as he gasped out its name. Daleth. Door. To use the flames as an entrance to another place, or perhaps an exit from the current setting. It was placed beside Calf, its edge slanting up and away in a long sideways triangle. His magic screeched in agony, its light flickering, before another magic touched his own, opening his closed eyes and easing his labored chest. Fox was still singing, the notes soft and subtle, a lullaby from a sorrowful father. He did not look away from those eyes or the message they held, holding to it as if it was afloat, and he was tossed in the middle of the ocean. It will end with light. He did not need an explanation, platitudes, or encouragement, only that simple fact. This too shall pass. Then the song changed, rising high and challenging. He clamped his teeth together, the skin over his neck tightening as he strained and reached out, dread rising up and swallowing his presence. The sixth rune was cut deeper than ever, the blood running down his back in long lines of dark red. Placed right above Daleth, it looked something like a bullseye, a circle crossed with two opposing lines. One of the 7 special letters in the Hebrew alphabet to receive a crown. It represented the unknown, the wheel, the travel to foreign places. It would change his mind, enable his innate sense of direction, allow him to travel to the unknown places, to people he did not know the location of, to send both magic and flame and self out into the world, made up of light and traveling as light, at a speed unmet by wizard or muggle. Teth. Sudden energy flooded him, and he let out a scream, his voice carried and met by Fawkes' own. He heard a far-off echoing cry, loud voices raised in acknowledgement, and his magic suddenly saw a herd of centaurs far off, their faces tilted upwards to the sun as they stood around a large fire. Every eye met his own as his mind floated above them, and then he was abruptly slammed into his own body with a force that made him groan. Every muscle ached, every bone seemed to be filled with liquid fire, eating away at his marrow. His groan echoed in sudden silence, and he saw with something like despair that Fawkes was no longer in the clearing. His magic floated beyond his grasp, only the cool scales of dread his company. He felt tears began to fall as he slumped, floating on the verge of unconsciousness. He had bit his tongue at some point, and the taste of copper flooded his mouth. His hands hung limp at his sides, his fingers idly touching the dark soil below him. Could not measure the passage of time, and would later wonder if he had indeed sat there an eternity, his mind following specks of dust that floated in the beams of light, filtering through the trees in front of him. It was a suffocating presence that raised his head up once more to stare into the overwhelming light of the sun. Some part of him heard the phoenix song, but the majority could only feel the harsh mind against his own, wide and unmeasurable, its fingers brushing against his skin. The sun had come. Both his mind and dreads was raised against their will, control taken from them with the ease of an adult restraining a newborn child. Magic not his own filled him, burning and splintering his own, its force cruel and unmovable. Dread screeched in anger and pain, its scales harshly held as its wings were pinned. The word was torn from his throat, even as the blade was thrust into his skin in sharp stabbing motions. Shin. It was voiced as a sibilant hiss, the H nearly silent. An important letter and rune, one that stood at the root of the Latin letter S and the Greek sigma. It meant tooth and sun and sharp. An activation rune to bring all the others together for his purpose. It tore at his skin, living up to its name as it circled the other 6 runes, and he felt the gloating triumph of the sun as its magic forced his own into compliance, ruthlessly stretching and growing and molding it. He would have screamed if the magic let him, would have scratched and tore at his skin with his nails, desperate to release his magic, if only in the contents of his blood. Fox was pressing against him, his feathers touch harsh and rough. He opened his eyes, felt himself far above the clearing and forest, held up in the sky by the magic of the sun. It burnt and blinded him, its fire raining down in streams of light. Dread retreated inside his magic, his form steaming and scalded. For an eternity it seemed he was held there, as the sun reached its peak in the sky, its magic unbearably increasing with each second. He was completely undone, helpless, and no longer desiring to fight, only to be freed from the crushing grip. Fox began to softly sing against his chest, and he realized his hands were wrapped about the phoenix tightly. His own tears were falling down onto the bird's crest, his hands spasming in silent pain. Then he was falling, released, the blessed air soothing his skin as he plummeted from the sky. He closed his eyes, weary and riddled with agony. Fox sung high, a command, a plea. Flame, he turned his head into the rushing wind, the forest beginning to grow beneath him. Flame. Fox was pressing in against him now, his wings beating his abused skin. He felt annoyance rising in him, and as he began to feel something, a host of other emotions rose up in him, terror and sorrow and anger, and his wings broke from his back with sharp pain, his magic rising with them, trying to slow his descent. But it was too late, the ground rising up to swallow him whole. Now, it was Fox, and with the sound came the desire to live, to breathe and eat and walk, to cast spells and visit his friends and make enemies, to live and live and live. Shin. He screamed the word into the rushing air, the ground filling his vision, trees and rocks and grass and roots, and then he was fire, an endless wash of white and orange and red, a spiral of warm, soothing magic. It came from within him, from his heart, spreading out to all his limbs, soothing the terrible pain caused by his ritual, easing the ache from the abusing grip of the sun. He felt himself breath again in the heart void, his chest expanding without sharp pain, and he flexed fingers and toes and wings. Dread softly sighed inside him, relaxing from his own coiled ball of feather and scale, his voice echoing out with relief. Like a warm rock, let us stay here for a while. And he agreed, floating in that space, until a song reached his ears. He looked up as if seeing for the first time, saw Fox flying towards him, a different fire about him. It was colored the same, but its texture was different, more soft and giving and less gleaming and sharp. Its fire made its own space within his own, and Fox's voice spoke to him in waves of light and sound. Return, he wanted to argue, wanted to explain that he was safe here, feeling much better and relieved. But with the release of pain, his mind had started working again, and he realized that somehow he had survived. He had completed the runic set, his third. With that knowledge came knowing, an instinctive fact that was pressed upon him. With doing this third set, he would not be able to stop. He would do a fourth, a fifth, a sixth, and a seventh, unable to help himself, unable to curb his addiction. The pattern was set. The flood had started within him and would not be stopped until he had completed the entire ritual. Hadn't the book said so itself? Magic loves the number 7. He set his mind back on the clearing, on its clean area surrounded by tree. He blinked, and he was there, red and orange fading from the corners of his vision. A hot breeze blew against his bare skin, and he looked down to see himself completely naked. He almost squeaked, hurrying over to his clothes to step into his pants and pull on his shirt. Fox let out an amused trill, and he turned back to glare at the bird before suddenly breaking into laughter. He had done it, a set dedicated to the sun. He spoke to Fox in a high wave of light and magic. Please tell me never again before Fox could reply. He felt the smallest pressure against him, a reminder of how small he truly was. He shuddered as the touch faded, a parting gift from the sun. His eyes were haunted as he sat down, all humor lost. He felt Fox land beside him with a soft swirl of air, the phoenix's presence unjudging. He spoke out loud, his voice rough with unshed tears. I thought I was going to die, and at the end, I didn't even care. He looked down, but a noise brought his head around. Centaurs were coming from the woods all around him, blue and red and white paint decorating both human and horse halves. Not only stallions, but mares and foals as well, young and old. Many had garlands weaved of leaves and flowers about their necks and heads, woven into mane and tail. He stood, suddenly glad he had put his clothes back on immediately. His wings curled slightly around him as he shifted, turning slightly in circles as he met many faces, some open and interested, some blank and neutral. His eyes finally fell on Magorian, the chestnut centaur, stepping forward to meet him in the middle of the open space. He held within his hands a small, beaten band of metal. He held his hand out, and the centaur motioned for him to take it. He was unsure what was going on, but raised it up to look at the symbols engraved upon the soft metal, an armband if he was not mistaken. For a moment his eyes seemed fuzzy before the words cleared. In my end is my beginning. His confused eyes rose to meet Magorian's chiseled face as the centaur spoke. Today, we all felt your magic. When the sun took you, we watched. When it released you, we watched. We saw as we see the stars, because for a moment in time you were like unto one, and in that we saw something of your future. This is a gift, a single line of prophecy. Perhaps one already spoke, perhaps not, but a fragment nonetheless. It was carved into heated iron and beaten into rounded shape. Take it with our blessing. Harry's wide eyes saw the centaur step back into the herd, saw waves from the young ones and nods from many of the elderly. Heart skipped in excitement and confusions, and he bowed to the herd, a deep one of respect, almost as when they left, and he found himself alone once more. He looked over at Fox with a sigh, a silent question passing between them. Did Fox know that was going to happen? He was answered with a semblance of a winged shrug. He found himself smiling again, and looked around before meeting the Phoenix's eyes. Well, I guess let's go back to Hogwarts. Phoenix Flame works inside the apparition wards, right? He did not wait for an answer as he spoke the rune, his world turning into flame. When it cleared a second later, he was standing in his room, staring out his window into the forest. He shouted in joy before his eyes widened again, an angry shout coming from his throat as he looked down at himself. His clothes were gone. He made it to dinner that night, only received some glances for missing breakfast and lunch. He scarfed down the food in front of him, starving, to the disgust of Professor Sinistra and Madame Hooch. He heard a sly comment to his left about growing boys, but ignored it. His body still ached slightly, but somehow the travel through Phoenix Flame had healed the majority of the aches. His magic was mainly the problem, feeling stretched thin and uncomfortable. When he meditated that night in his room, looking it over, he saw places where it seemed to have actually snapped, to be filled in with a foreign-tasting magic that was slowly being acclimated to his body. The sun. He was right then that 7 runes in one day was unattainable. If it had not been for the sun's intervention, as harsh and unforgiving as it was, he would have perished there in the forest, his own magic tearing him asunder. A shudder had rippled through him at the thought, and his absently twisted the metal band on his upper arm. It was the only thing that had survived his travel from earlier. After some brief experimentation, it seemed metal was the only thing that could. All cloth and wood, with the exception of his wand he had found with relief, immediately turned to ash and was burnt up. His plan of traveling to London himself in a week looked a bit unattainable, unless he could pull off manipulating his flame sooner. Seemed it would require quite a bit of practice, though Fox had obviously been able to bring along people clothes and dignity intact. The Phoenix had been non-communicative, disappearing once he began to press for answers. He resigned himself to many nights in the forest, practicing flaming from place to place until he could manage to retain his clothes. He didn't get his hopes up too much. Despite his best efforts and hours of practice, he had only managed to once, partially, keep his outer clothes. He was beginning to run out of garments, though he encouraged himself with the thought that he was growing out of them anyway. 3 days before he was to meet Mike, he approached the headmaster after lunch. "Professor Dumbledore, may I ask for a favor?" The bearded man had turned to him with a smile, absently clasping his hands behind his back. "Of course you may, my boy." Harry swallowed the sudden lump in his throat before speaking tentatively. "My friend Hermione, she asked if I could come visit in a few days. I was thinking Saturday, if that would be all right with you. Her parents say I could stay the night in their spare bedroom." Hermione had been extremely excited and said her parents were thrilled that she had made a friend at school. Harry looked at Dumbledore as he frowned slightly while he spoke. "Where does Hermione live? You will also need to find a professor to take you there." "She lives in London, sir, right outside the main district. And so dentists, they run a practice just a few blocks away." The headmaster nodded, his frown turning into a smile. "Of course you may visit your friend for a day. Stay the night, you said. Well, it's all right with me if you can find an escort to take you there and speak with her parents." Harry nodded quickly, his face beaming. When the man chuckled and waved him off, he sped right towards Professor McGonagall. 10 minutes later, he had an escort. Now he just had to owl Hermione the good news. They landed with a lurch in front of a 2-story home with a slightly wild yard. Harry caught a brief glance of half-heartedly trimmed bushes before he bent over, grabbing his stomach, almost retching. He groaned as Professor McGonagall patted him on the back. There, MT. Potter, it'll pass in a jiffy. Portkey is not the smoothest travel, I'll admit." Harry only muttered his breath in response, before straightening with a stiff motion. The ground moved under him, but he focused on the wooden door in front of him and marched towards it, willing the grass to stop spinning. It was opened before he was halfway there, a brown-haired whirlwind descending on him and drawing him into a hug. He groaned as the world tilted again, and Hermione immediately let him go, her eyes concerned. He mumbled under his breath, "Portkey," and her eyes softened with a slight smile. He could read the humor in her slightly lifted lips and glared at her. With a giggle, she turned and welcomed the professor before leading them into the house. He was met by a middle-aged woman, short with hair as wild as her daughter's. She was wearing casual jeans and a t-shirt and looked as if she had just came in from gardening. A glance at some gloves shoved in one pocket confirmed it. Hermione whispered to him as they approached from the entranceway. "My mum fancies herself a gardener sometimes, but it doesn't last long." Harry, remembering the front lawn, hid a grin. The woman smiled brightly at them, holding out her hand to the professor. McGonagall took it with a smile of her own, Harry saw with amazement. He was not sure the stern older woman could be so nice. "Hi, I'm Mrs. Granger. You must be Professor McGonagall, the head of Hermione's house." "What was it, dear?" "Griffin's door." "Well, I am just delighted to meet you. Is my Hermione behaving herself? She's always been quite the academic, but I was so delighted she had made a few friends. And to have one over, well, that's just wonderful. First time for everything, that's what my John says." The woman continued to ramble as she led them into a broad living room that opened into a kitchen. Professor McGonagall took an offered seat, nodding at appropriate intervals. Hermione cleared her throat, stopping her mum in mid-sentence about how she might purchase Hermione a familiar soon and wondering out loud about what species might be the best. Professor McGonagall took the opening to interject her opinion. "A cat, of course." Harry grinned, and Hermione quickly cut in before her mum could start talking again. "Mum, Harry and I are going upstairs to talk, okay?" Her mum waved them away with a last sentence. "Of course, dear, your professor and I will just chat a bit. Remember to leave your door open, Dad's rules." Hermione went scarlet before quickly muttering agreement and fleeing the room. Harry followed her, still grinning, but unsure why the girl had seemed embarrassed. Hermione began speaking as soon as they began ascending the stairs. "Forgive my mum. Dad says she could talk the ear off an elephant." Harry just shrugged, though inside he was mentally comparing his first impression of Mrs. Granger with his own of Hermione. Both had talked the exact same way, a mile a minute. Hermione turned to him as soon as they entered her room, though she did close the door first with a sheepish smile. "When are we meeting your friend?" Harry almost laughed. She didn't waste any time. "We will be meeting Mike tomorrow noon at the zoo. I figured that place would be easy for us to get to, and he won't really be noticed if we stop to talk to him. It's nice and crowded, lots of people around. What do you think?" Hermione was already nodding her assent. Her gaze was inquisitive as it locked on him. "Have you ever been to the zoo?" Harry shook his head. Hermione's eyes lit up. "So it'll be a treat then. I'm sure my dad would agree for us to go. He's off tomorrow and my mum's on. They switch up days over the summer so they can spend more time with me and both take off weekends. It's great." Harry smiled at her happiness. The girl practically glowed as she began to describe to him all the many things they had done over the summer so far, and how much she was glad to see her parents again. As he settled in deeper on a pink beanbag Hermione had helpfully provided, he let himself relax. It was nice to be with his friend again. After a cheery supper, Mr. Granger had agreed to take them to the zoo the next day. Hermione's dad looked much older than her mother, though Harry was smart enough not to comment on it. He had been a bit gruff at first, but had quickly warmed up to him when Hermione and he had begun to explain some of the things they had learned that school year. Harry quickly got the impression that Hermione's parents had no idea about the troll incident or the Philosopher's Stone. He could understand her keeping it to herself, with her parents being muggles and all. They would not understand at all. As he lay on a makeshift bed on the couch in the living room, he reflected on her parents. They had been so nice, so excited about magic and their world. They had no idea of the prejudice against them and only wanted their daughter to excel. Was this how his mum's parents had been? Had that excitement been what had set his aunt so against magic, that feeling of being left out? He stretched out on the couch, inwardly sending out his magic slightly until it softly nudged Hermione's upstairs. He heard a thump and quickly snatched it back. His eyes widened as he heard steps coming down the stairs. Hermione's voice called out softly. "Harry!" He sat up, hair mussed, as she walked toward him. He could just make out her form in the darkness. "Harry!" "Did you call me?" He shook his head, then spoke when he realized she couldn't see him. "No, that's amazing. I just reached out with my magic towards yours. Did you feel that?" He heard her make a humming noise in her throat before her feet shuffled. "Well, I thought I heard your voice quiet-like. Figured maybe you needed something." He quietly chuckled before replying. "No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to wake you." "It's all right. I couldn't sleep anyway. Was a bit excited about tomorrow anyway." "It's so great to have a friend to hang out with." Harry nodded again, feeling her sit beside him on the couch. Her hand tentatively reached out to him, as if to see if he was there, before snatching back. For a minute they sat there in the dark, listening to the other breathe. Then Harry got up the courage to ask his question. "Hermione, why haven't you told your parents what really happened this year?" She was silent for a bit, shifting next to him, before she spoke. "It's hard, Harry, wanting something so badly and being so afraid at the same time. You know, at first I was afraid my parents might pull me out. Then, when I did more research, I realized what I should be more worried about was them attempting to pull me out, only to be obliviated of the incident, or worse. Did you know 2 Muggle-borns last year were taken from their parents? They were placed with suitable wizard parents. The situations were extreme, but still. Muggles have no rights in our world. Muggle-borns have less than purebloods, at least in the political sphere. When it comes to jobs and magical apprenticeships, well, as you can imagine, it is a very competitive market." Harry's eyes were wide, and then he began to laugh softly despite himself. "Hermione, we are second years. You are already thinking about your future job." He heard her sniff, though he could tell that she wasn't truly offended. She continued, her voice quiet. "I know it might be a bit soon, but I'm Muggle-born, Harry. You might choose to forget or overlook that, but your other friends do not. I can tell when they look at me. You know, I think Blaze even pities me. I heard him talking the other day to Draco. When you weren't there, he said, 'Shame she's a Muggle-born, really. She's got a great brain.' As if being born as I am makes any intelligence I have moot. I'm going to have to work twice as hard, twice as long, for a future half that of my pureblood peers." He heard something like a tear in her voice, and scooted closer, wrapping an arm about her shoulders. He felt anger stirring in his gut, not at Blaze specifically, but at the system that had created the injustice. The pureblood children were simply the products of a world that had molded their belief that Muggles were inferior. He spoke softly, into Hermione's bushy hair, as if fell against his face. He felt her still beside him as he continued on. "Hermione, what do you think the wizards would do if they truly knew what Muggles are now capable of? That if the Muggles could only see us, if they found a way to preserve their memories? All it would take is 1 or 2 well-placed weapons to eradicate us all. Wizards may be powerful one-on-one, but we are few and have no weapons of mass destruction like muggles do. I looked it up, you know. Even back then, before the statute, muggles were killing wizards willy-nilly. Wizards are afraid, Hermione. Afraid of what you might represent, afraid of muggle-borns telling their muggle relatives about us. And if they realized how much more they needed to fear, well, perhaps they might withdraw completely from the muggle world and muggle-borns, allows themselves to stagnate and die. Or perhaps, like Voldemort, they will seek to conquer and subdue all the muggles before they can do that to us first. None even consider that there is a third alternative, trust. Perhaps the world is ready to know that we exist. He felt Hermione stir beside him, her voice calm as she quietly whispered, "Do you think the world is ready?" Harry leaned back, his arm still hooked around Hermione's back as she leaned against his side. They both stared through the dark, and his mind went over all he knew about history and wizards and Mr. Steele. When he spoke, it was with confidence. Not quite yet, perhaps, but soon. Very soon. He thoroughly enjoyed his first visit to the zoo. Many of the animals he had only seen in pictures when he was younger, and there was nothing like seeing them firsthand. Mr. Granger was glad to let them wander at their leisure as he picked out a seat and proceeded to read the newspaper, just as Hermione predicted. With excitement, Harry finally led Hermione into the reptile house, where Mike was supposed to be waiting. He looked around, eyes adjusting to the darker light inside the building, when he finally spotted the familiar long black hair. He quickly walked over, his smile lighting up his face as Mike smirked at him. When he reached him, he paused, suddenly uncertain. Mike rolled his eyes and pulled him into a hug. Harry began to laugh, relief rushing through him. He had to take in a gulp of air and close his eyes to prevent any tears from falling. He felt his face flush red and pulled back with a smile. Mike ruffled his hair. "Wow, you've grown a good few inches. Still as pale as ever, I'm afraid, though, Ghost." Mike's face was pale also, Harry noticed suddenly, as if the boy had not been outside in quite a while. He felt his eyes narrow, and he was about to speak when Mike gestured behind him. Harry felt himself flush all over again as he realized Hermione was standing there, her eyes wide. Harry cleared his throat and gestured her forward. "Mike, this is Hermione Granger. She's a classmate of mine. Her parents are muggles, too. She helped me sneak out of school and get here to meet with you. Hermione, this is Mike Steele." Hermione shyly extended her hand, and Mike took it with a smirk before bending over and kissing her hand. Hermione flushed, a smile lighting up her face, while Mike simply grinned. Harry felt a smidgen of anger and trampled it down. Why would he care if Mike was teasing his friend? He frowned, turning to face the reptile case in front of him. He saw Mike move up to stand next to him in the reflection of the glass. Hermione hung back a little, pretending to be looking at a display of fluorescent frogs. Mike spoke in a low tone. "Harry, tell me, are you okay? Everything seemed to happen so suddenly. I think inside none of us thought you would ever go." Harry nodded quickly, reaching out a singer finger to tap absently against the glass. "I'm fine, better than to be honest. It's wonderful to learn magic and to have access to so much information. I miss you guys, though. I wish we could really see each other more." Mike smiled, nudging him with his shoulder. "Me too. I think Tiny is the worst of all of us. He was disappointed he wouldn't be seeing you this summer, but we figured it was for the best to keep these visits infrequent and sporadic." Harry nodded in agreement. Mike finally spoke again as the silence stretched out between them. "Harry, I have to tell you about Mr. Steele." "It's okay," Harry quickly interjected. Mike shook his head, reaching out a hand to turn him to face him. "No, it's not Harry. Mr. Steele, he's different, I swear it. In forgetting you, he's lost something we have grown to love, a softness. He's uncaring, even to Tiny, as if we are no longer important." Harry looked down at the floor, his stomach sinking. Mike's voice continued above him. "And there is something going on, something they haven't told me about. Care has been sneaking out to meet Mr. Steele, and when Mr. does come over, he's always got these two, well, guards with him. I don't know who these men are, but I think we are being watched. It was all I could do to get here without a tail." Harry frowned again, looking up. "Followed, guards," Mike nodded. His voice, when it continued, was a whisper. He leaned closer to hear. "It's why I've got to cut this meeting even shorter. They are not wizards, I'm positive, after what you have said about them being anti-technology. These guys have got guns, Harry, and look like they know how to use them. And the cottage, out there in the woods, it's burnt to the ground. I drove out there to see if there was any clues or what not." Harry felt his heart drop even further. His home gone. The mystery of the armed guards ate at him, and when Mike gave him a quick hug after scanning the room again, he made himself smile. "It's all right. I understand. Go ahead and go, just. Tell the others I miss them. I'll be meeting with Care next month. I'll see if he will tell me what is going on." Mike's smile was as reluctant as his own. He grabbed Harry's hand and shook it firmly, looking into his eyes. "Be safe, Harry, and on your guard. There is something fishy going on, and it stinks." Harry nodded, his parting words caught in his throat. Mike placed a hand on his shoulder and shook him once more, firmly, then turned and left, walking quickly. Harry just stood there, a lost feeling in his chest. He felt the prickling of tears at his eyes again and held them back. He had to be strong. Hermione came up beside him, and he felt her grab his hand. He smiled at her and cleared his throat. "Well, let's go look at the snakes. Have I told you I can speak to them?" Hermione let out a startled squeak, eyes wide. The next 10 minutes were spent listening to a lecture about Parseltongue and dark magic, and the importance of being honest with friends. After a lunch at a small restaurant outside of the zoo, they headed back to Hermione's house. The afternoon seemed to fly by as they looked over the books Hermione had bought on various magical topics from the bookstore in Diagon Alley. They re-cemented their plans to meet to purchase supplies in Diagon Alley before term, and when it finally came time to leave, Harry gave Hermione a tight hug. Hermione whispered against his ear before she pulled away. "I'm sorry your meeting didn't go well." He gave her a faint smile, shaking his head, before turning to thank Mr. and Mrs. Granger for letting him stay. They were all smiling as Professor McGonagall arrived, and with a last farewell, Harry allowed yet another portkey to sweep him away. He spent the next month perfecting his Phoenix Flame teleportation ability. Fawkes guided him some, though the Phoenix was absent often. Harry spent a lot of his time during the day in the library and in his room, reading with Dread for company. At night, he flew, stretching his limbs in a full-body workout. He let his mind drift, meditating on both school and politics. He sent letters to all of his friends and received his own. All were enjoying their summers. When he finally managed to teleport into the forest without singeing his clothes, he celebrated by packing a picnic from some helpful house elves and spent the entire afternoon out in the forest, laying in the grass and listening to a nearby stream that meandered through the wood. He heard the occasional creature and what might have been a centaur once, but ignored it. Fawkes landed nearby with a warble, and he spared the phoenix a smile. When the sun set, he reluctantly gathered his supplies, and with a last longing look, travelled through the flame once more to his room in Hogwarts, Fawkes a soft red presence at his side. The meeting with Care fell right before his birthday. Harry grabbed a few books he had bought and already read to give to the boys, carefully packing them in a sack. He concentrated more than ever when he focused the coordinates in his mind. He did not want to burn the books or appear naked in London. When he arrived, he looked down with relief before looking around. He was in an alleyway across from the restaurant down from Steele's furniture place. With a glance around, he casually walked across the street. He had dressed in muggle clothes so he would blend in, but was still careful to not look like he was in a hurry. He entered the place without a pause, casually walking in and heading towards the right corner. He slid into a chair at a table in the corner, looking down at a menu on the table. Movement brought his head up, and he saw Care slide in across from him. He smiled wide, reaching a hand across the table to clasp with his briefly in happiness. Care's sandy brown hair was as groomed as ever, but the freckled face bore new lines of stress. He paused, uncertain what to say. Care smiled. "Mike told me you had grown, and he was right. You might not be short after all." Harry laughed, shaking his head. "I'm still one of the shortest guys in my class." Care laughed with him. When the waitress came, they both gave their orders. Then Care leaned forward, his eyes serious. "Mike told me what you talked about." Harry nodded, then with a last nervous glance around, leaned forward to speak. "What is going on?" Mike said Mr. Steele had an armed guard. "Why haven't you told Mike? And why, well, why all the secrecy? 'Cause this is like we are hiding from muggles, not wizards. The wizards don't have a clue I'm here." Care frowned, leaning back. His voice was low as he spoke. "I figured you would catch on to that. Here is the deal, Harry. This little project of Mr. Steele's, it's way bigger than any of us really thought. Steele, he's just one of many. There is a whole group of people trying to discover the magical world, Harry, and you, well, you were their gold key. Apparently they have never been able to get a hold of a muggle-born child before. Mr. Steele, however, never told them your true identity. He himself forgot it when his memory was wiped. He thinks you are just a muggle-born kid, doesn't even know your last name is Potter. Harry, you mustn't trust him when you meet with him. I can't explain it. Kerr looked frustrated, his hands drumming on the table and his foot tapping. Harry looked down, his head reeling. There were more muggles who suspected. How many? Why wouldn't Steele tell them the whole truth? He asked Kerr that last question, and the man shook his head. I don't know, Harry, but I'm sure he had good reason. Perhaps he thought you might be used as leverage. Though how that is any different from what you already are, I'm sorry. Harry shook his head at Kerr's remorseful look, though a pang of hurt went through him. Leverage. His voice was scratchy when he spoke. I know what I am to him. You don't have to worry about that. I'm not a little kid anymore. Kerr smiled fondly, reaching a hand out to ruffle his hair. Harry scowled, patting it down to some semblance of order. Why do you guys have to keep doing that? Kerr laughed and Harry joined in. The rest of the meal they simply talked, and Harry handed over the bag of books. Kerr thanked him with a curious look. Why would you give me these? Won't you be meeting with Steele? Harry smiled grimly. I told you I don't trust his motives. I know you guys need this information, though, and won't do anything. Crazy. Until I know who this group is that Mr. Steele reports to, he won't be getting anything from me. Kerr frowned, his eyes concerned. Are you sure? Harry nodded. As when they stood and Kerr drug him into a hug, Harry smiled against his chest before pulling away. It was great to see you. Kerr nodded agreement. He left him with a last warning as they were about to exit. Be careful, Harry, and not just of the wizards. Whoever this group is, they are organized, and organization means they have an agenda. Harry nodded, and with a last reluctant look, waved goodbye. When he retreated into the alley to leave, tears were streaming down his face. The flames gently cleared them from his skin. His new supply list came in a few days later, and in the course of several owls, they marked a date for Diagon Alley. He approached Professor McGonagall again about an escort, but the woman declined with an apologetic look. I'm sorry, Mr. Potter, but I will be away from school that entire week. Harry had nodded, walking away slumped, before an idea occurred to him. He quickly left the school, heading down to the wooden hut at the bottom of the hill. Hagrid was outside, tending what looked to be the makings of a garden. Harry excitedly bounced up to him, looking up at him with pleading eyes. Hagrid, do you think you could, maybe, escort me to Diagon Alley, to get my supplies again? The large man frowned, running a finger through his beard. He then nodded with a smile, and Harry let out an excited whoop. Hagrid laughed, patting his belly. I could use some Fortescue ice cream, methinks. Harry had agreed, and offered to help him with his garden. Hagrid waved him off with a large hand. Go on with ye, awry. Enjoy your break. Harry didn't argue, and left with a happy grin. It had begun to be a familiar sight to see Harry walking the halls of Hogwarts. He was determined to find a better place for his friends to meet up than the old musty classroom they had been using. He had already scoured the first few levels and come up empty. As he was walking down one corridor on the third level, a house, elf suddenly appeared before him. Its large eyes were wide in its face, and it wrung a dirty towel tied around its almost skeletal body. It didn't look anything like the house elves he had seen so far in the kitchen, who wore clean aprons on fleshed-out, if still thin, bodies. The house, elf bowed low before him, speaking in a reverent tone. Mr. Harry Potter, sir, it is a great honor, it is. He opened and closed his mouth a few times before swallowing and speaking. Nice to meet you too, mister. The house elf wailed, tears welling up in its eyes. You says nice to meet us. Oh, the elf grabbed his head, looking around almost frantically, before grabbing a metal glove off a nearby piece of armor and slapping himself across the head with it. Harry jumped forward with a shout, before firmly speaking. No, the house. Elf looked up at him with awe. Harry forced himself not to smile. He had had experience with house elves before, and could have kicked himself for being nice. It was simply second nature, but the creatures didn't take kindly to it. They preferred not to be acknowledged at all most of the time, and upon thanks would often burst into tears. He sternly met the elf's eyes. What can I do for you? The elf's tears began to dry, and it bowed again with lowered eyes. I am sorry for disturbing the great Mr. Harry Potter, sir, but I have a most dire warning. You must leave Hogwarts, sir. Something most terrible and great is going to happen at school this year. He gawked, looking the elf over again. There was no crest on its clothing, no marking of ownership. He frowned before speaking in a stern tone. "What is coming to Hogwarts?" The elf wailed again, stomping its feet and blubbering. He reached out and held it still, forcing it not to punish itself again. "Who told you to warn me?" It sniffed, wide blue eyes teary. "Darby is a bad elf, he is, but he had to warn Harry Potter, sir, the savior of us all." Groaned, tightening his hands on the frail shoulders, internally wondering at the maliciousness of this elf's master for them to treat it so negatively. "Darby, is it? Can you tell me anything about this danger? A hint or something? 'Cause I live here now all year round. There is nowhere else for me to go." Not technically true, but close enough. Tears began to run down the elf's cheeks. "Nowhere for you to go." Harry shook his head with a sad look. The creature wilted in his hands, shoulders slumped. It muttered under its breath, and he leaned forward to catch the words. "Darby is such a bad, bad elf, he is. He should iron his fingers, break his toes, bad, bad elf." Harry shook the house elf, bringing its attention up to him. "Please, Darby, I need to know what is so dangerous. Maybe the teachers could help." Darby shook his head regretfully. "I am sorry, great sir, but Darby's master will not let him tell what, only that it is, and even that is a most serious, horrible thing to do, sir." Harry regretfully nodded his head, stepping back. "Very well, Darby. Thank you very much for the warning. I'll be on my guard." His solemn tone caused the house elf's wide eyes to lock on his own. "You are indeed great, Mr. Harry Potter, sir." With a last forlorn glance the house elf snapped its fingers and with a swirl disappeared. He stared in awe at the place it had been. Now that was an awesome way to teleport. No noise either. With a shake of his head, he continued, but with a new thing to worry about. Just what was so dangerous here in the school? Could Voldemort be attacking so soon? He had scheduled to meet his friends that weekend on Saturday, and so with excitement he met Hagrid outside his hut, just as the sun was rising. Hagrid had cheerfully informed him they would be taking the flying motorbike into London, but the trip would take roughly 3 hours to cover the distance, even with enhanced speed. Not as quite as fast as a broom, I'm afraid, but much more comfortable, I'd say. Harry had quickly agreed, though he did wonder just how fast the bike was going to cover what had to be a distance of at least 700 kilometers. London was on the whole other side of the landmass, after all, if his guess of northern Scotland was correct. The Hogwarts train ride from London took a good few hours. He was still contemplating this when they took off, Hagrid letting out a shout of joy. The large man took up most of the bike, and Harry hung onto the man's coat with a tight grip. The wind was too loud for them to be able to talk easily, so he settled down in his seat and amused himself watching the landscape below them. When they arrived, he stiffly climbed off the bike and stretched out his legs and back. It was not pleasurable to sit for that long, and he was already dreading the ride back to school. He groaned as he felt a vertebrae make a cracking sound. Hagrid clapped him on the shoulder good-naturedly. "All right there, Harry. Ready to go." He nodded, smiling at Hagrid as he was escorted towards the ice cream parlor. They had all agreed to meet up there as a good place in the center of the alley. He saw Blaise first, sitting with Draco at a table in the corner. He headed over with a wave from Hagrid, who mentioned he would be waiting for him at the leaky cauldron when he was done. He had nodded, though he hoped the man didn't consume too much fire whiskey, or else it might be a rough ride back to Hogwarts. Blaise pulled a chair out for him beside him, and Harry slid in with a smile. They were sharing tales or their summers when Harry spotted Neville. He began to gesture the boy over when Draco suddenly stood. A subtle hint of red touched his cheeks, but he met their gaze straight on. "Why don't we go ahead and start out? I see Granger outside, too." Harry looked over and saw that Draco was correct, and with a glance at Blaise stood as well. As they walked over, he noticed that Hermione and Neville, after greetings, fell into step on his right side, while Blaise and Draco kept to his left. Were they afraid to be seen together outside of school? His thoughts were focused on solving the problem of interhouse unity as they went to the apothecary for their potion's ingredients. He grabbed a hold of Neville's hand as the boy walked past, leaning forward to talk softly to him. "What's going on? How come you guys are acting so funny?" Neville looked down, frowning. He whispered back, his eyes locked on the floor. "Harry, I know you don't seem to care, but, well, for Draco and Blaise to be seen with a muggle-born, well, it just is not done. I mean, what would his father say?" He gestured with his head towards Draco, who was looking over Newt Tails. Harry frowned. "So that's what this is about, not even the Gryffindor Slytherin thing. Blood purity." Neville shrugged, knocking Harry's hand loose. "Well, yeah, for the most part." There are few people who make friends outside of their houses, especially in the later years, when you start having advanced classes with multiple houses. But a pureblood with a muggle born, one whose father is a suspected Death Eater, it would raise talk. I imagine it already has. Draco is brave for meeting us here with Hermione and all. What's that? Hermione came up behind them, and both Harry and Neville jumped. Harry sent her a smile that did not reach his eyes. She frowned, her hands on her hips. Neville took the chance to make his escape, easing over to the Batwings and pulling one of the shelf. Hermione spoke again. Well, I heard my name. He sighed, speaking reluctantly. It's nothing, I promise. Her eyes narrowed before she nodded with a frown. Okay, Harry. She stomped off after Neville, who sent him an apologetic look. He sighed, shoulders drooping, and headed over to the counter. It took them no time at all to make most of the purchases and get them shrunken by the cashiers. As they headed over to the bookstore, they all noticed a long line stretching out of the store. Exchanging looks, the group looked inside the large glass window. Gilderoy Lockhart, Hermione suddenly gushed. Both Blaise and Neville groaned, though Draco looked excited despite himself. Who? Harry asked, and received incredulous looks. Draco spoke with a drawl. Sometimes I forget you weren't raised a wizard, Harry. He huffed in response, squinting inside the store. He couldn't see for the people crowding the aisles. Blaise began to speak, rolling his eyes. Lockhart is a celebrity second only to you, I think. Supposedly he has defeated hags and werewolves and the like, and written books about his exploits. Mostly fiction, I say. Draco and Hermione both glared at him, then at each other. Harry swallowed a laugh and covered with a shrug, and he began to speak. Well, I'm just going to owl order my books, no harm done. Neville and Blaise both agreed, but Hermione looked longingly at the store. I've got to go in. I don't have an owl to order with. Plus, I'd love to meet Gilderoy. Did you know he just won the most charming smile in Witch Weekly for the 7th time in a row? Blaise made gagging motions before grabbing Neville. Come on, Longbottom, let's go check out the brooms. Draco, Harry. Draco shook his head, gesturing inside. My father is in there. I bet I can cut through the lines. Harry bit his cheek, uncertain, before giving in to Hermione's pleading look. I'll just help Hermione get her books. His tone was low and reluctant, but Hermione squealed and hugged him before flushing and heading into the store. He ignored Blaise's laughing look and followed her. It was easy to gather the school books due to the normal aisle being uncrowded, especially those books for defense. It appeared either their new teacher would be a huge fan, or it would be the celebrity himself, Gilderoy Lockhart. Once he got a good look at the man, what few good feelings he had had about that fact went out the window. He looked like a strutting peacock, decked out in vibrant colors, smiling wide for the camera as various women got pictures with him. He couldn't see someone like that being good with defense, much less teaching it. Hermione headed toward the line for pictures, and he held back, absently picking up a book on dueling. A voice behind him caused him to turn, seeing Draco standing beside an older version of himself. Greetings, Mr. Potter. Harry bent forward slightly in a subtle version of a bow, the polite way for the well-mannered wizard to greet an equal. Mr. Malfoy's lips twitched slightly in acknowledgement. Lord Malfoy. Draco moved forward to stand next to him, his voice slightly nervous. Harry and I were going to get our books signed if that's all right with you, Father. Harry wanted to kick the pureblood air, an inward groan rising in his throat as Lord Malfoy inclined his head and gestured for them to follow him. Harry glared daggers as soon as the man's back turned, but Draco just sheepishly met his eyes before hurrying after his father. Harry sighed and shadowed their steps as they moved around the store to pause before Lockhart. Lord Malfoy muttered something, and the man's grey eyes locked with his own. Harry saw something there he could not read, and before he could think on it, further Lockhart's voice boomed across the room. Harry Potter, how wonderful! It appears even the boy who lived himself is a fan of my work. In appreciation, I will give him a signed copy of all my works, including my newest edition. Harry was driven forward by Draco and forced to take a picture with the smiling brown-haired wizard. He put on his best mask and tried to smile. Draco came up right beside him to get his own book signed and picture taken before Harry could make his escape. He immediately set off towards Hermione, steaming. Draco caught up with him just as he grabbed Hermione and began to drag her out of the store. What's your problem? Harry turned to Draco, feeling his face heat. What's my problem? You ask me that after just using me to break in line, forcing me to take a picture with that man, and he growled, raking his hands through his hair. He then shoved his books toward Hermione, who grabbed them with a confused but grateful look. You can have them. Draco looked mutinous. Why are you so upset? And my father got us in front, not you. By using me, he retorted, fingers clenched. Well, trouble in paradise. Arguing over the bookworm, are you? They all turned to see a familiar redhead swaggering towards them with his school books in his hand. He was shadowed by a young red-headed girl who looked like she was going to be a first year. Harry made himself bite his lips and stomped on Draco's foot to keep the blonde from replying. He then slid his arm around Hermione, who had begun to get a hurt look on her face. Of course not. Ron Hermione was just going to solve an argument Draco and I were having. How long will it take for a Weasley to embarrass themselves this year? I bet the first class, but Draco here thinks you won't even make the train ride. Ron's face went red while the girl behind him paled. Harry felt some of the anger drain out of him, and internally he winced. It was usually Draco who was that crass, not him. He felt Hermione stiffen under his arm and let it fall. He stood straight and was about to apologize when an older voice rang out from behind them. It was Lord Malfoy. Now, Mr. Potter, surely you know young wizards are not allowed to gamble. Such a pity, though, for I'm sure my son would have won. Ron looked lost at this attack coming from an adult, and Harry felt his stomach sink even further as an older red-headed wizard began to stomp up, his face furious. Lucius, Lord Malfoy smirked, and Harry was strongly reminded of Draco as he spoke. Arthur, how great of you to join this merry gathering. I was just explaining. He reached forward, grabbing a book from the young red-haired girl's hands. The state of muggle rights in the Wisengamot. Can you believe some wizards actually try to argue for expanded exceptions for muggle-born families? The man, Arthur Weasley, must be Ron and the girl's father. Arthur's freckled face flushed, and he bit out a comment as he ripped the book from Lord Malfoy's hands and thrust it back toward his daughter. And the bill would have passed if certain bigoted twits hadn't bribed or blackmailed dissenting votes. Lord Malfoy merely smiled with a raised eyebrow, and Harry couldn't help but admire the man's calm facade. With a gesture towards Draco, the blonde wizard began to leave. Come along, Draco. No need to stay in the presence of such riffraff. Draco sent Harry and Hermione an apologetic look, but followed quickly. Harry sighed, and the noise drew the angry eyes of Mr. Weasley. His eyes lost some of their anger when they saw who was in front of him and turned to confusion at the sight of Hermione. Mr. Potter and Ms. Hermione Granger. Hermione's voice was small, and Harry wanted to grab her and drag her from the store as well. Miss Granger, nice to meet you. This is my son Ron and my youngest Ginevra. Was Mr. Malfoy bothering you? Ron snorted, and his father frowned. Harry quickly spoke up, grasping Hermione's wrist. No, sir. It's been nice to meet you as well, sir. With another small bow towards Ginevra, who flushed bright red, he began to tug Hermione away. He grabbed her books from her hands and paid for them, ignoring her half-hearted argument. Once they were outside of the store, he pulled her to the side in a small alcove. Are you all right? She looked down for a moment before looking up with glistening eyes. I'm fine. He was about to question her further when he heard his name called. He looked over to see a confused Blaise and Neville heading in their direction. He turned quickly back to Hermione, leaning down to whisper in her ear. Do not take anything they said to heart. Muggleborns deserve more freedom when it comes to their families, and people like Lord Malfoy can only stop it for so long. Hermione shook her head, replying in a quest voice he had to strain to hear. It's not that, at all. It's just, well, it's so twisted. Either way, I'm insulted, don't you see? Before he could reply, the other two boys arrived. Blaise looked around with a frown. Where is Draco? They split up after Harry explained briefly the showdown with Lord Malfoy and Mr. Weasley. Both boys had nodded understandingly, having been forced to pay attention to politics by their families. Hermione begged off to leave with her parents, who she claimed were waiting for her. As she slowly walked off, Neville too left, leaving Blaise and him alone. As the dark-skinned boy walked with him towards the leaky cauldron, Harry asked him a question. How do you feel about muggle-born rights? Blaise hummed in his throat, his dark eyes scanning the crowd. Well, I can see it both ways. On one hand, you have muggle-borns with muggle parents who have no rights, who are not allowed to tell anyone, including family, about their children's abilities. I've heard of it raising legal concerns for the muggles involved, and of course it creates tension between parents and child. On the other hand, you have normal wizarding families who desire to be protected from curious muggles who could once more attempt to harm wizarding kind. We live a long time, Harry, and our memories are just as long. It was only a few generations ago that muggles killed wizarding children. Add in pureblood superiority, and you get a potent mix of politics and morality. And when you get fear as well, nothing motivates as great as fear. Harry stopped at the entrance of the pub, absently running his fingers over the wand on his wrist. What about love? Blaise grinned, his intelligent eyes meeting his own. Well then, perhaps there is that. But doesn't that explain it even better? Muggleborns fighting for love of their family, and wizards fighting for fear of their way of life, if not their lives themselves. Who wins? Harry could not answer, and with a last farewell, entered to meet up with Hagrid. The owl ordered his books that very night, and after sending Hedwig off with both order and a treat, sat on the astronomy tower and swung his legs back and forth. A noise on the stair alerted him to the presence of another person, and he turned to see Headmaster Dumbledore walking up beside him. The aging wizard conjured a chair with a flick of his wand, sitting with a sigh. Forgive an old man his weak knees. Age leaves us all somewhat lacking. Harry made himself nod and smile before his eyes went back to the dark landscape. They sat there for a moment longer before Harry turned to the headmaster with a challenging look. Headmaster, may I ask your question? Blue eyes looked him over from a wrinkled face, a small smile tugging his lips. Certainly. Harry looked down at his hands and forced them to relax their tight grip as he spoke. What is stronger, love or fear? The headmaster made a surprised sound before beginning to speak. Well, now, that is indeed a question many have argued. He paused, his own eyes looking over the mountain in the distance. I would, of course, say that love conquers all in the end. Fear is a terrible thing, no doubt, but love shines through when fear fails. It overcomes it, you see. Harry frowned, leaning against the stone beside him. If love is so great, then why is there so much bad in the world? Dumbledore frowned, meeting his eyes at last. Harry, my boy, is something wrong. Harry looked away, glad it was dark enough to hide the flush lighting his cheeks. He supposed he sounded like a girl, whining about bad things happened. No, sir, it's just. Well, I heard that the movement to allow Muggle parents the right to their own speech and memory has failed. My friend, Hermione, well. Harry drifted off, unsure how to proceed. The headmaster waited patiently as he thought out what he wanted to say. Hermione is my only Muggle-born friend, and I'm not sure how to make her feel about it. The headmaster nodded, before holding up a finger. That is your first mistake, Harry. You cannot make her feel anything. You can only help her come to terms with the reality of our world. I am saddened by the defeat, but I will not give up pushing to allow Muggles to possess more rights than they currently have. She will have to bear the burden of being what she is, and decide if it is worth it. Harry frowned, unappeased. That's not what I meant, not really, I guess. Well, if it ever came to it, could wizards accept Muggles knowing of their existence? Dumbledore seemed surprised, before humming thoughtfully. For a moment Harry wondered if the headmaster was going to respond, when the gravelly voice spoke up. It would take something, or someone, extraordinary to bring two such worlds together. Voldemort in his own way sought such a thing, though he would conquer and rule the Muggles with an iron rod. He sought to eliminate the threat of both Muggles and their wizarding offspring, and in doing so severed many an attempt to peacefully reach out to Muggles. Perhaps it is not a question of wizard kind accepting, but that of Muggles. Fear usually leads to violence, and to Muggles there is nothing more terrifying than a person with an ability unrecognizable to themselves. Harry leaned forward, his eyes eager. But you said love conquers fear. What about those Muggle-born children? Their parents love them and accept them. And what about all those Muggles whose loved ones wizards could save? Couldn't that be a motivator in a positive kind of way? The headmaster frowned, his hands clasping in his lap. Harry, my boy, I can see you have thought about this a great deal. I have some books you might enjoy reading on this very topic. For now, I leave you with this thought. Muggles outnumber wizards 1,000 to 1. We could spend our whole lives brewing potions to cure Muggle ills and hardly put a dent in the percentage of their illnesses. Would our inability to save also lead to resentment? Harry opened and closed his mouth before turning away. He felt something heavy in his chest, the quandary pushing against him. Dumbledore stood with a groan, resting a hand on his shoulder before giving a soft farewell. Do not stay up too late, Mr. Potter. School term starts soon, and it's beginning to get a little nippy. Fall had definitely arrived to Scotland, but his mind could not stay on the weather for long. Instead, he once more went over the problem Mr. Steele had first presented years ago. Did the wizarding world have the right to stay separate from normal society? Was that not selfish too? The last few days of summer flew by, and Harry saw with reluctance that it was finally time for his meeting with Mr. Steele. He travelled in his flames to a rooftop nearby that he remembered from his travels in the gang. Their meeting was on the outskirts of St. James's Park, the side nearest the London Underground station Victoria. He crept to the edge of the roof, peeking over to spot the old man sitting on a bench below. He glanced around, and sure enough, a man in casual clothes was leaning against a building nearby, eyes locked on Mr. Steele. He continued roving his eyes around, and saw yet another man, this one in more formal clothes, sitting on a park bench down a ways and unobtrusively observing the people walking near the old man. Should he try to slyly go by, casually sit on the bench next to him? He knelt there for another few minutes. He saw one older lady sit beside Mr. Steele for a few moments and saw the casually dressed man pull out a phone and point it in their direction. A photo, perhaps. The phone was lowered, and after another few moments, the older lady rose and once more resumed walking. Harry saw Mr. Steele glance at his clock on his wrist and muttered a curse. He was running out of time. Suddenly, Mr. Steele stood and began to walk into the park. Harry waited long enough to see the casually dressed man begin to follow before he quickly teleported to the ground level and began to calmly walk in their directions. There were many adults and children in the park, most of them enjoying a rare cloudless day in London. This particular royal park had a large lake with 2 islands and was favored for the birds that enjoyed its waters. Mr. Steele was heading straight towards the lake, his cane tapping the cement regularly. Harry was glad he had dressed in brown pants and a simple t-shirt, for he blended in well with the other children. Harry walked, his eyes locked on a flock of ducks as he passed both of Mr. Steele's followers, not letting himself look them in the face. He quickly passed Mr. Steele as well, hearing a soft, startled sound, and headed straight towards the flock of ducks in the water. He paused at the lake's edge, near a tree, and avidly watched as the birds frolicked in the water. They are beautiful creatures, are they not? The old man's voice came from behind him. Harry shrugged, ignoring the old man as any smart child alone would ignore a stranger. He heard the man walk nearer and sit on a park bench situated on the other side of the tree he was leaning against. "Oh, Harry, are you all right?" He looked blindly over the sparkling water as a cool breeze blew through the grass and rippled the surface of the water. He felt his breath catch in his throat as a million words struggled to be said. He swallowed, forcing himself to stay still, to be relaxed. "Sir, I'm fine, I'm okay, are you?" "I am," simple, delivered in an offhand tone. Harry closed his eyes, leaning harder against the tree. Steele's voice drifted over, soft and fervent. "I'm sorry I couldn't lose them. I assume the boys warned you. There is so much to explain, Harry. We can have a new start." His voice drifted off. Harry straightened, and from the corner of his eyes he could see the well-dressed man walking nearer. He cleared his throat and began to walk away, his eyes meeting Mr. Steele's sad, wrinkled face, and for a second he faltered. He wanted to say, "I miss the man you were, or perhaps I miss the man I thought you were. I miss what we could have had. I miss what I used to be. I miss you. I miss you." It didn't come out the way Harry wanted it to, his voice having a hurt and longing tone. He saw the mix of confusion and loss and uncertainty lighting up the old man's face as his eyes glistened. He made himself keep walking, cursing his weakness. He did not catch Mr. Steele's reply, if there was any. He heard the footsteps coming closer and easily dodged behind a large tree ringed with bushes and began to walk faster toward the looming high-rise buildings. He glanced behind him and frowned as he saw himself still being tailed. With a quickening pace, he almost jogged across the street, separating the park from the city, and with one last glance, he sidestepped behind a building and quickly wrenched himself away with his magic. When he appeared, he was inside the forest. He slapped the ground with his open palm. He was so angry and sad and resentful at the same time, a heady mix of emotions that made him want to scream in frustration. He wanted to confront the old man about this muggle organization, wanted to demand answers and receive apologies. Deep inside, he realized he had been waiting for the man to look at him the way he used to, with that mixture of fondness and pride. He should have known better. Tilde asterisk tilde review, please. Tilde asterisk tilde. 19. Macavity. Author's note. Second year begins and ends very quickly. Okay, guys, do not kill me for what I'm about to do. I promise there will eventually be some happiness in this story. This is just a dark time for our Harry, the breaking point, so to speak. Every hero must find the bottom so that he knows which way is up. To those concerned, this is the last chapter that closely resembles canon. Several have expressed worry that there will be no more original content. This is not the case. Only some elements of third and fourth year will be the same, those things that are not directly affected by the decisions Harry has made. However, by fifth year everything will be original. Do not fear, this will not turn into a regurgitation of canon featuring a winged super. Harry, just the thought makes me nauseous. Much thanks to Aiden King, GJ Mega, and JDH41 for pre-reading and baiting this chapter. Many, many thanks. This chapter has improved by leaps and bounds because of their input. He sways his head from side to side, with movements like a snake, and when you think he's half asleep, he's always wide awake. T.S. Eliot, Macavity. Harry quietly packed the rest of his things back into his trunk. He spared one last glance around his tower room before turning his back and leaving. Term was starting tomorrow, and he had decided to go ahead and move back into his dormitory room. Since meeting Mr. Steele in London, he had been stuck in a pool of self-pity. He had reluctantly forced himself to attend meals, but ate only half-heartedly. The other professors noticed, but did not comment. He supposed he should be thankful for the freedom he had here at Hogwarts, but a part of him just wanted someone to actually seem concerned for him. Hogwarts was his place to stay, but no one there seemed to really care. Even the headmaster had done no more than send him concerned looks across the table. In a way, it was his own fault, he supposed, for having always been so standoffish before. Perhaps they merely thought he would rebuff any comfort. He dragged his trunk behind him down into the dungeons. As he approached the portrait to the Slytherin rooms, he glanced about, sending out a hissing inquiry. "Hey, you there?" He was hoping to catch dread, and his senses had told him that the dagger was down near the common room. The snake had taken to wandering the depths of the school, exploring and spying. It had created a unique benefit in that when he took the snake back inside himself, he gained a measure of what the dagger had learned. It was increasing his knowledge of the dungeons by leaps and bounds. A speaker. Here. The question brought him around in surprise to meet the Ashwinder portrait's golden eyes. The glowing Ashwinder was near its burning time and rose up out of its pile of ash to look him over curiously. Harry hesitantly spoke, amazed he had never considered the ability of snake portraits to speak Parseltongue. "Yes, I speak." The Ashwinder's scale seemed to pulse in excitement, the glow around it increasing. Its forked tongue rapidly scented the air. "I am Burns without end. It has been many times many burnings since another speaker has walked these halls." Harry nodded politely. A hiss drew his attention, dread flapping down towards him from a suit of armor to wrap about his neck in a proprietary manner. He hissed at the portrait in annoyance. "Leave my master alone. I am his snake." The Ashwinder let out a sibilant noise, a snake version of a snort. Harry fought not to smile. He absently ran his fingers across the feathers decorating Dread's neck, a movement the Ashwinder followed with curious eyes. It spoke again. "It is a pleasure to once more house an heir of House Slytherin, your father, or perhaps your grandfather. They went on to great things." Harry frowned. "Father, what do you mean?" The snake twisted in his bed of ashes, his scales rubbing together with a slick sound. "The great serpent tongue is an honor bestowed only upon the noble line of Slytherin." Harry frowned deeper, before a cold shiver went through him, the words of the Ashwinder suddenly clear. The last Parseltongue to go through Hogwarts would have been Voldemort, who styled himself as Slytherin's heir. Perhaps it was true, or perhaps this very portrait had led him down that path ages ago. Harry was a Parselmouth, after all, and there was no Slytherin in his family that he knew of. He shook his head. I'm sorry, but you are mistaken. May I enter? Burning without end hissed before the portrait began to open. Of course you may, Slytherin. It was a jab, and Harry fought not to snark back angrily. Why would a simple portrait get on his nerves? He wasn't any heir of Slytherin, and that was that. Dread suddenly spoke into his ear, his tongue tickling his lobe. The scentless snake is correct, in this one thing. The ability to speak to our kind has always been considered a royal trait, and all snakes know of Slytherin. Harry frowned, stopping at the steps downward to the boys' side of the common room. What is so special about Slytherin? So what if he can speak to your kind? Dread took off from his shoulders in a slither, unfolding his wings to begin to glide down into the dark. Harry followed with a sigh, passing the first-year door with a fond glance. He heard the snake's reply as he swung open the door to the second-year rooms. Slytherin is considered great because he alone tamed the king of serpents, the mighty Stone Eye. All snakes have heard the tale, and all snakes pledge to follow. Harry felt his eyebrows rise, both at the serpent's words and at the new dorm. It was subtly bigger than the first-year one, the beds longer, the desks having more drawers, and the window reaching longer across the wall. He walked over to the bed at the end, swinging his chest up onto it. He sat with a sigh, staring out into the murky green depths of the lake. Stone Eye, snakes have a king. Dread landed beside him, nudging his hand with an authoritative motion. Harry grudgingly began to run his fingers over feather and scale once more. Serpents have many kings, though there is only one here. He resides in this very place, though I only hear the echoes of his presence. He is Stone Eye, the ancient and terrible. His days are without end. Harry inwardly groaned at the Quetzalcoatl's reverent tone. What on earth was Dread talking about? A statue? His mind began to turn over facts before he suddenly sucked in a breath. A basilisk. Here! It came out in a squeak, and an amused sound came from beneath his still hand before it arched against him. The serpent was worse than a cat. I do not care for the wizarding ways of labeling my kind. Why were all snakes such arrogant reptiles? Harry wanted to shake the thing, his mind in turmoil. Surely the headmaster had to know if a basilisk of all things was here. Perhaps it could not get into the school. Perhaps it was just a statue of a basilisk. He thought the last with comfort before a sudden sharp pain broke his focus. He looked down to see Dread slowly dematerializing into magic, mixing with his own. He growled, wiping the smear of red from his pale skin. Dread hissed laughingly in his mind. Do statues need to feed? Harry lay back with a thump on his bed, a groan rising from his throat. Harry had thought ahead this time, bringing a book to read on the train. A reluctant Professor Snape had once more dropped him off in the station before stalking off to speak to the conductor. This left Harry to walk across the nearly abandoned platform and board the train on his own. He began to head to the back, to the same compartment he had first sat in last time. Hopefully Hermione and Draco remembered and would meet him back there whenever they arrived. There were several students already on board, a few napping and others reading or staring up hopefully as he passed by. He kept his eyes ahead, and when he reached the last compartment, he opened the door and slid inside, closing it behind him. Already the stairs had started up again. He turned around and gawked. A young girl with long, almost white blonde hair looked up from reading a newspaper to meet his eyes with wide grey ones. Harry looked again. The newspaper was upside down. The girl noticed his look and placed the paper in her lap. The secrets are all upside down, you see. Her voice rang clear, with a somewhat spaced-out quality to it. Harry cleared his throat, sitting across from her reluctantly. He would hate to just leave, but he had wanted to sit alone. Grey eyes left his face, and she picked up her paper. Harry cleared his throat, introducing himself awkwardly. Hi, I'm Harry Potter. She did not look but continued to read. I know who you are, Harry Potter. He nodded, somewhat disquieted by her manner. He pulled out his book, looked her over once again, and just as he started to read, her voice floated over to him. I'm Luna Lovegood. She still was not looking at him. He nodded, unsure what to say. Luna, that's a, pretty name. Grey eyes finally flicked to him, unreadable. Yes, I've always thought so. Harry looked down at his book, eyes going across the page blindly. He spoke again, awkwardly, wishing he could read as nonchalantly as she was. The moon, she likes to be called that too. He wanted to slap himself. That was the stupidest thing he had ever said. He felt himself flush and gritted his teeth. That was it, he was leaving. Just as he closed his book and stood, the blonde girl spoke. and he turned to see she had put the paper down and was staring straight at him. "It is my honor to share her name." Harry nodded, his face hot, then bowed in her direction before turning and opening the compartment door, sliding out with a relieved breath. He quickly peeked in the compartment across from him, and seeing it empty, slid inside and let himself relax. He wasn't sure what it was about that girl that put him on edge. Perhaps it was that she hadn't gawked at him, and he wasn't used to being ignored. Perhaps it was how calm she was, or perhaps it was that her magic had reached out for the briefest second and touched his own, a calm, placid presence, and in her grey eyes he had seen a hint of the unicorns, proud and regal. He sat with a groan. He was going crazy. Soon Blaze joined him, and right on his heels Neville marched in. The compartment would only comfortably fit four, but both Draco and Hermione managed to squeeze in, Draco with a haughty look. Harry figured with a mental snort that it was beneath his dignity to be a part of anything that involved the word squeeze. Hermione blushed, sitting stiffly between him and Blaze. Neville spoke from across them, his brown eyes contemplative. "We won't all fit in here next year, I bet." Harry nodded, looking out the window with a smile. "I guess we will have to simply get two compartments." Hermione rolled her eyes. "We don't all have to sit together, you know." Draco looked over with a gleam. "You volunteering to leave?" Hermione huffed, her frizzy brown hair bouncing as she turned her head away from the blonde. Draco smirked. The ride from the train station was on a carriage pulled by a pair of the Strals. Most students could not see them, but a few gave them wide berths and frightened glances. Harry made note of the few he saw, curious. Relatives, perhaps, natural deaths, or had a poor few seen actual murders? He stared grimly out his window as the others chatted. Did he see them because of his mother when he was but a child? Or was it Quirrell who he ruptured with his very magic? A sick feeling rose in his throat, and he gritted his teeth, eyes glaring out at the dark woods. He saw the others exchange glances, but before they could get up the nerve to question him, they had arrived at the school. They went to their respective tables, sitting down the table much farther than usual to make room for any new first years. Harry idly played with his fork as the first years were marched in behind Professor McGonagall. His green eyes picked out Luna's blonde hair in the middle of the group. The sorting went by as usual, the hat singing its song and welcoming the new students. The first few were evenly sorted, two girls going to Slytherin. When Luna's turn came around, he leaned forward, only to sigh in disappointment. Ravenclaw. He had hoped to see the interesting magic she possessed more often, but the chances of them seeing each other now were slim to none. He did not pay much attention after that, though he did notice the young Weasley girl go into Gryffindor. Draco snorted next to him, muttering under his breath. Harry smiled grimly, his thoughts dark. He barely ate when the food appeared, now settled deep in thought, ignoring the fascinated glances he was getting from the first years. He had not decided yet whether to broach the subject of the basilisk, or even if it was important or true. Perhaps it was a simple legend. How long did the large snakes live, after all? There is no end to their days, master. Harry swallowed a bite of food, answering back silently. Only phoenixes are immortal among magical creatures. Dread hissed in his mind, an echo of laughter and scorn. Is that what wizards say? How would they know? Harry dropped his fork angrily, and ignoring the looks he was getting from his classmates, stood and stalked from the hall. He needed to visit the library. It was easy to get back into the school-time schedule. They had more busy class periods this year, and the teachers all seemed to have agreed beforehand to start off with a lot of homework. The only class they had with the same people from the year before was astronomy, and Harry gladly teamed with Smith once more. In their first week, he settled into the new routine, sneaking off to the library any chance he got. By the end of the week, he had come to three solid conclusions. The first was that he was the luckiest Slytherin alive to get Neville Longbottom as a partner in herbology. Draco had thought himself smart to grab Hermione before she could protest, but Neville had a knack with plants that brought them out ahead. One of their first assignments, reparting mandrakes, was much easier said than done. One of the little thing's shrieks was enough to knock you out solid for several hours, as Seamus Finnegan found within the first 10 minutes. Neville, however, somehow managed to not only repart the squirming plant, but coddle it into silence and place it in the pot with barely a piercing cry. Harry clapped him on the shoulder and grinned from ear to ear over at Draco. who was glaring angrily while holding a muddy root ball that turned and sank its knobby teeth right onto his little finger. Draco shrieked, dropped the plant, and Hermione began shouting and pointing angrily as she scooped it up. The second thing was that Gilderoy Lockhart was the absolute worst defense professor in the world. The insane man had not only given them a test that had absolutely nothing to do with dark creatures and everything to do with hair care products, but had also released a cage full of blue Cornish pixies into their midst, and then left them to fend for themselves. Harry wasn't sure what was going through the idiot's mind, but as he grabbed Neville and idly flicked his wand to sting some pixies into letting go, he reflected that it was somewhat fun. Hermione suddenly stomped her foot, and with a dramatic wave of her wand, yelled a spell to immobilize the pixies. Her magic waved up and exploded over the room, and Harry caught his breath in awe, which led him to his third conclusion. Hermione was the most powerful student in his class. While Draco and Neville both had large reservoirs of magic, Hermione had the pure stubborn will to use her own in a forceful manner. This year Hermione was excelling in all her spells on the second or third try, her mind forcing her magic into submission. He saw many students failing simply because they did not even reach for their magic at all, no, were behind their spells. That said, it was hard to desire to actually turn a perfectly good silver goblet into a warty frog. His attention was brought back to Hermione as she beamed, all the pixies frozen in the air. Students slowly sat up from where they were hunched over, and Harry heard a snide voice ring from across the room. "Looks like the bushy brainiac's at it again." Snickers greeted the statement, and Hermione paled. Harry glared over at the smirking Ron, who was staring right at him with narrowed eyes. Before he could speak, Draco's clear voice came from a few tables down. "Brainiac. I'm surprised you even know the word, Weasley, let alone are willing to admit just how far short of the term you yourself fall." Ron flushed red, his teeth gritting together as his eyes narrowed further. "What do you care about the mudblood, Malfoy?" Hermione let out a little sound, and Harry saw Neville reach out to place a hand on her side. Gasps came from around the room. Even Ron's own companions backed away, some with hurt looks on their faces. Fury rose up in him at the slur, and he realized he was clenching his fists tight at his side. He stepped forward, standing beside Hermione as Draco replied. Harry was uncertain what the pureblood could say to such an accusation. "Tusk, Weasley, such strong words for someone of your questionable status. Blood traitors, the whole lot of you, so unconcerned about the content of magic in your and your friends' veins. At least that used to be the case." Harry saw the Slytherins gathering around behind them, a solid wall of eyes staring down at the now pale red head. The Gryffindors had withdrawn, not willing to take Hermione's side, but also unwilling to defend their leader's words, which condemned them as well. Ron suddenly grabbed his wand from his robe, flicking it up in Draco's direction, a jet of sickly green light spilling forth. Harry did not even think, jumping forward and aggressively flinging out both hand and magic towards the beam, his own magic enveloping it and turning it on its user, who turned white as a sheet. Harry seethed inside as he watched the boy, an audible hiss rising from his throat, and suddenly Ron doubled over, grasping his stomach. With a retching noise, a muddy brown slug tumbled forth from his mouth. Harry turned, disgusted, to meet the eyes of his classmates. Hermione, still pale, stepped forward and grabbed his hand, pulling him from the room, but not before Harry noticed that the entire class was staring not at the groaning Weasley, but at him. He frowned, hearing steps echoing behind them as Hermione pushed him into an empty classroom. He turned, eyebrows drawn together, and Hermione abruptly lashed into him. Draco and Neville pushed their way inside, Neville hot on their heels. "What did you think you were doing? You can't just." She was flushed red, her fists clenched as she stared him down. She angrily steamed at a loss for words, and Harry felt more confused than ever. "Defend you?" He was casting a spell. All I did was, well, Harry drifted off, his mind suddenly connecting the dots. Draco drawled out from where he stood leaning against the wall. "What you just did, Harry, was silently and wandlessly cast a shield charm, in full view of our entire class." Blaise spoke up from beside him, his eyes both amused and envious. "Which is a fourth-year charm, if I need to remind you all." Harry felt himself pale and sat down with a shaky sigh. He hadn't even thought, simply acted. He hadn't reached for his wand, hadn't even called out his rune's name. He had just pulled his magic forth and forced it to do exactly as he wished, return the spell to sender. He ran a hand through his hair, an aggrieved sound spilling from his throat. Hermione sighed, her shoulders falling. "Oh, Harry, I'm not some fragile little girl, you know. I can handle a few insults." She then glared at Draco. "I didn't need any help, and you only responded just like that little idiot wanted. I have to live in the same house as him. I don't need you guys making it worse." Harry shook his head, anger rising up in him again. "He has no right to say such things, didn't you see? He made your entire house upset with his words, but none of them would say anything. It's a shame when Slytherins have to get involved." Draco let out a snort of agreement while Blaze's smile faded. Neville quietly spoke up. "Hermione, it's not right. I think he will get an earful once he, recovers. He made a lot of people angry." Hermione sniffed before turning resolutely towards the door. "Well, I have to go study." And with that, the bushy-haired girl flounced out. Harry looked over at Draco, who rolled his eyes. The girl needs to learn to say thank you honestly. Harry leaned back in his chair. He waited patiently and was not disappointed when finally Blaze spoke up. "So, Harry, you going to tell us what other surprises you got up your sleeves?" Neville let out a nervous laugh, though he too was staring curiously at him. Harry spoke slowly. "I'm not going to lie to you, though I will withhold what I deem necessary." "Well, obviously. I would think you wouldn't belong in Slytherin if you didn't." Draco drawled, his voice having an arrogant tilt. Harry simply ignored the comment, looking down at his pale hands. "I did not intend to cast any particular spell. I simply did what needed to be done." Blaze laughed, incredulous. "You think that will convince us you are some normal wizard just like us? That not only did you do what you did, but you did it unintentionally? Just how powerful are you?" Harry groaned, once more ruffing up his hair in aggravation. His voice lowered as he spoke, looking at each other boys in turn. "Look, it's not as hard as you guys think." This time both Draco and Blaze laughed, while Neville smiled shyly. Draco spoke, his tone light. "Look, Harry, quit digging a deeper hole and just say something." Harry stood. His voice now had a hard edge to it. The smiles faded. "I am serious. My magic is not shaped the same way as yours. It allows me to use it without a wand, as long as my will is strong. You too could do it, if you could see what I see. That's the first key, something I had beaten into me by the possessed Professor Quirrell. To see magic is to harness it. So yes, to me casting a shield charm is merely a matter of willing it to be there. I do not need the silly motions or incantations. However," he glared at them all. "However, I will learn these incantations and these wand motions better than anyone else so that there is no doubt in people's minds that I need them. Every one of you will tell other people that today was a fluke when they ask about it, when they comment about it, and when they scoff about it. Am I understood?" His magic flexed, an ominous presence in the room, reacting to his helpless anger at himself. Draco's face was now blank as he nodded, Blaze and Neville following suit. As Harry began to stomp from the room, he heard Draco whisper under his breath, "As you will it, so it shall be." There was a tenseness about them now, and Harry was on the receiving end of odd looks as he walked through the hallways. His friends acted as if nothing was wrong, talking and joking as usual, but Harry noticed that Draco and Blaze both now deferred to him in small ways, letting him pass first, or handing him things at meal times. He ignored it, hoping in time they would stop. He knew Slytherins responded to power, and also knew that the older Slytherins would squash any below them that might threaten their own political power within the house. He already feared the numerous letters that had already been sent home. That weekend, he declined the invitation to go watch the Quidditch tryouts to instead hide out in an empty corridor deep in the dungeons. Dread accused him of sulking, and he supposed he was, his mind in turmoil. Possessing power was dangerous, and more so when it was discovered too early. He needed to gain people's trust, needed them to know he was a good person. He did not want to follow in Voldemort's footsteps. A hiss brought his attention around, a subtle noise of exultation. Before he could place it, it was gone. With a frown, he left the dungeons and made his way to the great hall. Draco was gloating at the table, waving his fork around as he proudly recalled the tryouts that morning. After sitting for a while, Harry pieced together the information. Draco had apparently made Team Seeker, and right under the nose of the previous Seeker, a sixth year, when he managed to get the snitch before the older boy not once but 3 times. Draco suddenly leaned in, his eyes alight. "And I told my father, and I bet he will get the whole team new brooms. Can you imagine? There is no way Gryffindor will win this year." He was answered with cheers all around. Harry smiled and congratulated him, though his heart wasn't in it. He hated brooms, hated that they would not deign to let him ride them, that his magic balked and bucked whenever he attempted it. He had tried a few times, alone, and each had ended with failure. He would have loved to try out for the Quidditch team himself. He loved flying and thought fondly of some of the games he and the boys had played in the woods near the cottage. With a sigh, he gathered his bag and left the hall early again, walking slowly down towards the dungeons. A sudden noise caught his attention. His ears perked up at the subtle hiss, and he walked faster down the hall. Dread awoke inside him, hissing himself. "Rend, Tyr." Harry gasped. It was a snake's hiss and characteristic speech. "Come to me. Let me taste you." The voice faded away, and Harry stopped, panting. He mentally grabbed Dread, hissing frantically. "Did you hear that?" Dread twisted inside him, his voice both sarcastic and excited. "Of course I did, you did. A large serpent, regal, hungry." His voice faded away, and Harry felt his heart's pace pick up again as his face paled. Could it be the basilisk? And if so, what had awakened it? He got very little sleep that night, and the nights to come. Though he walked the hallways almost every night, he did not hear any more Parseltongue. By the time Halloween rolled around, he had given up. It must have been a fluke of some kind, perhaps a prank played by a serpentine portrait. Dread disagreed, but Harry refused to let the dagger out to search on its own. He could not risk losing the snake. It was too much a part of himself. His classmates had finally stopped looking at him nervously, something he was proud of. He had been very careful to perform his spells just as the average classmate did, no sooner or later. He did his homework and answered when called upon, though he did not volunteer answers. He and his friends all met to study and practice in yet another empty classroom, and only there did Harry allow his true abilities to show. He helped the others when they were struggling, observing their magic and giving pointers. Hermione and Blaise helped them all with their bookwork, especially Draco, who was spending a lot of time in Quidditch practice. Neville was doing well in all the classes except potions, even though Hermione was his partner this year. "He simply scares me to death. Sorry." He said this to Draco, who had scowled at the slight to his godfather. Draco merely sniffed, looking back to their essay on the 10 uses for silver cauldrons. Harry sighed. Though Neville's confidence had increased a lot with a new wand and friends, he was still introverted and shy and quite jumpy. The boy's bravery only seemed to shine when he was under extreme stress. Harry supposed the fact that he even attended potions was a triumph, considering how Professor Snape was rumored to have it out for him. The Halloween feast was that night, and the glowing pumpkins and candles lit up the starry night sky of the great hall. Professor Flitwick had a special performance from his singing frog choir. Neville had been proud that his toad Trevor had made the cut, though he himself had reluctantly admitted to having no singing talent whatsoever. Harry clapped and cheered at the end of the performance, before digging into the feast. When it was over, he followed the rest of the crowd out, laughingly joking with Blaise about the upcoming Slytherin Hufflepuff game. Suddenly, a scream let out from in front of them, and exchanging looks, Harry and Blaise forced their way to the front of the group of students. Their footsteps splashed, and Harry saw that water had flooded the hallway. Suddenly Blaise stopped, and Harry moved to look over his shoulder. He smelt it first, that coppery metallic taste that was so familiar. He gawked as red assaulted his vision. Blood spread across 2 windows in the form of large words. Hanging from a metal torch between the words was the blood-crusted form of Filch's cat. "Someone killed Filch's cat. Did you see?" Voices began to echo around them, but Harry's gaze was stolen by the words written on the wall. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." The air. Echoes haunted him, his mind assaulted by conflicting theories. His heart began to race as Filch suddenly cut through the group, letting out a piercing wail as his gaze fell on his beloved cat. He began to howl and spit. "I'll kill them. Who did this? Who?" His gaze cut around, crazed and angry. Suddenly more professors arrived, Headmaster Dumbledore at the helm. "Argus, calm yourself." He stepped forward, running his wand before both words and cat. Mrs. Norris is not dead. She is merely petrified. Mr. Filch let loose a stream of angry murmurs, and Professor McGonagall began ushering students away, her tone calm and forceful. Harry looked over his shoulder, trying to get one last glance of the words before the crowd forced him away. When they returned to the common room, it was alight with excited whispers. As eyes saw them enter, those whispers stopped for a moment, eyes going over them, before conversation slowly started up again. Harry frowned, brushing past a few people to go down into his room. He sat on his bed with a sigh and started as Draco sat down next to him. The blonde's face was flushed. "Harry, did you see the words? What they said?" He nodded, eyes narrowed. Draco continued, though more slowly this time, some of the excitement fading away. "The heir, Harry. It was talking about the heir of Slytherin. It was said Slytherin had a secret chamber, the Chamber of Secrets, where he hid a ferocious monster to take revenge on the other founders, to purge the school of anyone unclean. Only his heir can open the chamber." Draco almost panted the last. Harry felt his heart stop as the final fact was cemented in his head. The basilisk, petrification, Stone Eye. The heir, Slytherin, Voldemort. He turned away, staring blankly at the stone ground. Draco spoke again, this time tentatively. "Don't you understand, Harry? The heir, it must be someone in Slytherin, of course, someone powerful, don't you realize?" He drifted off. Harry turned blank eyes to the blonde. Draco flinched, looking away. Harry spoke, his voice dead. "Realize what, Draco? A sudden desire to kill one of my best friends, along with perhaps half the school. Throw in a few professors for good measure." Draco paled, eyes wide. Harry frowned, looking away. "I am not the heir, Draco, despite any proof anyone thinks they have." Draco nodded, standing. He paused, muttered a quick sorry, and left the room. Harry stared out the foggy, dark green window, eyes running over the serpent pattern decorating the sill. Snakes everywhere. In their dorm room, their common room, scattered about the entire school even. It was a simple leap to figure out that the monster in this chamber was a basilisk, and that only an heir who spoke Parseltongue could command and release it. But where was the chamber? And more importantly, who was the heir? For the only one he knew of was Lord Voldemort. A sinking sensation took up in his heart, his eyes unseeing as they stared out into the murky depths of the lake. Who was playing host to the Dark Lord this year? None but the Slytherins seemed to treat him differently, though he did receive several questioning glances. He ignored them, resigning himself to once more be placed in the spotlight. It was only a matter of time before more facts came out about the Chamber of Secrets and its heir, and Harry knew in his heart that this was only the beginning. Voldemort had an agenda always. He thought of bringing his friends into what he knew, but explaining how he knew it was a basilisk would take work. It was bad enough Hermione knew him to be a Parselmouth. He was now more glad than ever that no one else knew. It was a Slytherin family trait. He had gotten that straight from the serpent's mouth, so to speak. What did that make him? He scowled, walking down the hallway, a few first years yelping and jumping out of the way. It was then that he came face to face with a certain Ravenclaw first year. Luna. The blonde was staring at a windowsill, her nose only inches away. He paused, concerned, before stepping closer. "Hi, Luna." She did not turn, her fingers hovering beside her face. "Hello, Harry." He fidgeted. "What you doing?" Luna motioned him closer. He leaned over, feeling foolish before he saw them. Spiders, thousands of the things, almost too tiny to see, streaming out of the castle through the open window. He frowned, now intrigued. "What's going on?" The blonde shrugged. "Not sure. Perhaps the blubbering humdinger has come back. I've heard spiders are deathly afraid of them." "What?" Grey eyes suddenly pierced his own, and Harry cleared his throat, standing up straight. He scratched the back of his neck before simply nodding. "Yeah, maybe. Well, see you around." Luna wiggled her fingers in his direction, and Harry took that as a wave. He walked away, glancing back to see the girl still bent over the windowsill, a few passing Ravenclaws giggling scornfully. He frowned, but hurried on. He was almost late for his next class. It was Blaise who forced him to attend the Gryffindor-Slytherin Quidditch match. Slytherin had already massacred Hufflepuff, something Draco had crowed about aplenty. Gryffindor would be their real challenge, as their seeker was much more competent than the seventh-year Hufflepuff girl. Harry sat next to Neville and Hermione as the game started, reluctantly cheering on his friend. He hated being here, watching the game, when he couldn't even ride a broomstick. Blaise shoved him, forcing him to smile and wave as Draco flew by. Boos sounded from the Gryffindors, both Hermione and Neville awkwardly giving waves. Inter-house friendships were a trial when it came to Quidditch. As the scores kept rising, neck and neck, the Seekers fervently combed the skies. Harry was watching them, eyeing a speck of gold flickering at a tower nearby, when Neville suddenly slammed into him, knocking him over onto Blaise, who yelped. Harry looked up at a pale Neville, who quickly explained. One of the beaters just hit a bludger right at you. Must have been. Blaise was about to reply angrily when his own eyes widened. Harry turned and quickly jumped out of the way. The bludger was back. Suddenly screams broke out as the bludger commenced for round 2, and Harry jumped 3 steps down and across 2 seats as it flew by again, grumbling angrily. As it seemed to be about to return to the game, it slowed and stopped before speeding up in the opposite direction, straight at him. It was targeting him. Harry yelped and took off at a run across the stands, the bludger moving much faster than himself. He tried to avoid the other students, who scattered out of his way. He yelled at the top of his lungs, hoping that some professor would notice. In the background, he heard Lee still reporting on the game, and that the Seekers were both chasing the snitch. He lurched to the side, the bludger clipping his side with a painful grunt. It dug into the wooden seats, splinters flying. It was spinning, growling like a dog, before it paused and turned once more to face him, a round ball of metal fury. His heart leaped into his throat as the thing came back straight at him. He threw out his hands, catching the squirming mass, but the momentum flipped him back and over onto the wooden seats. He hit with a splintering sound and with a painful bone-cracking noise, pain shooting up his right leg. The bludger still struggled, and it was all his pain-fogged mind could do to grasp it. He was afraid the violent thing would bludgeon his skull in if he let it go. Sudden cheers rose up, and he heard over the growling bawl that Slytherin had won. He sent up a mental cheer for his friend, before hands were on him, holding the bludger still. Did you see that? Flipped him right over, must be spelled. Voices rose from around him, and he cracked open his eyes to see a worried Blaise and Neville holding the growling bludger, Hermione wringing her hands together as she looked at his leg. Suddenly another voice cut through, and he felt himself stiffen. Lockhart. What's this? What's this? Mr. Potter. Well, I never did you trip and fall. Must be more careful, stand back. He commanded the others, who did so. Harry spoke, gritting his teeth. No, I'm all right. Nonsense. I'll have you right off in a jiffy. Lockhart rumbled, his smile wide and perfect. Harry tried to wrench his leg away, but stopped with a pained groan. Lockhart waved his wand authoritatively, and to Harry's amazed eyes the magic rose up, left the wand, and mutated, twisting and tangling before grabbing a hold of his leg and wrenching into him. He yelped, flinging the magic loose, but not before the damage was done. He tried to lift his leg. Nothing. He glared up at the now pale defense teacher. What did you do, you moron? Lockhart flushed red, standing angrily. Now see here, Mr. Potter, detention. What? Harry yelped in surprised indignation. But Lockhart turned away, gestured. Harry saw with relief that Professor Snape was walking up. Just what have you been doing to my Slytherin? He drawled, his dark eyes taking in the scene. Blaise stood beside him, now holding a frozen bludger. Harry could only assume his friend had went for more reliable backup, but too late. Harry angrily growled out his accusation. This, Professor. He vanished the bones in my leg and gave me detention. Lockhart smiled darkly, his perplexion dark. Now, Mr. Potter here is simply exaggerating. These things happen sometimes, you know, of course, Severus, and no student should talk to a professor in a disparaging way. Professor Snape observed him before turning to Lockhart. Of course, I'm sure you will forgive Mr. Potter the slight. I'm sure his brain is addled with pain. I'll just take him up to the infirmary. He waved his wand, and Harry felt himself lifted into the air. Professor Lockhart reluctantly agreed, his eyes glaring at him. Harry fought not to glare. The dim-witted twerp deserved it, who couldn't cast a proper healing charm. He said as much to his head of house as he was floated along, Hermione and Neville following, while Blaise returned the bludger to Madam Hooch. Snape turned to him, his glance dark. Mr. Potter, I must advise you not to critique your professors in their presence, no matter how true the observance is. Harry found a small smile coming onto his face. At least Professor Snape agreed with him, if he wouldn't outright say so. Smile faded when Madame Pomfrey informed him he would have to stay in the infirmary all night. I'm sorry, Mr. Potter, but regrowing bones is no simple matter. You should have come straight to me. Harry had gritted his teeth, refusing to explain for the millionth time that he would have if the horrible, incompetent professor had not gotten in his way. Professor Snape had helpfully provided a skill grow potion from his own stock before leaving with a swirl of black robes. Pomfrey sighed, patting his shoulder. I'm afraid it's going to be quite painful, dear, so just relax. I'll go get you some supper. Harry had nodded, falling back onto his bed with a sigh. His friends had been forced to leave for supper in the Great Hall already, leaving him alone. Blaise had told him the entire Slytherin team was celebrating in the common room, and Draco would come by in the morning. Harry had waved him off, unconcerned. He knew the blonde was reveling in the attention. He awoke in the middle of the night to the feeling of someone kneeling on his bed. He opened his eyes and made out the beige form of a house elf. It was Darby. He sat up, and the house elf whimpered, tears in its eyes. Will you be leaving, sir, now that it's unsafe? Harry frowned, a sudden idea forming in his head. What do you mean? Darby trembled, grasping his dirty pillowcase tied around his lanky body. The bludger, great sir. Surely they know you must go somewhere else. Harry growled, grabbing the elf and ignoring the stabby pain in his leg. You cursed that bludger. Darby whimpered, eyes wide. Oh, sir, Darby is most sorry, sir. Darby just wants to protect the great Harry Potter, sir. Harry groaned, letting the squirming house elf fall, and grasped his head in his hands. He felt a headache forming behind his eyes. Darby, that was a very stupid thing to do. That thing could have killed me. And no, they aren't making me leave. That was nothing. A rogue bludger. It has happened before. 47 times, actually. Darby's whimpered, great tears falling down his face. Darby is sorry, Harry Potter, sir, truly sorry. Darby will punish himself most grievously, Darby promises. It's simply well, house elves, we all remember the dark times when the wizards were at war. We as expendable creatures, you see, sir, bid to do the most horrible of things. So many of us died, or worse. His tone was dark and grim, wide eyes locked on his own. You is a beacon of light to all of us enslaved elves, sir, a true hope for better. We heard it was you what defeated him, the Dark One, that is, sir. You must be protected, sir. Harry shook his head, reaching out to grasp the shoulders of the frail creature. Darby, you must listen to me. I know, all right. I know about the basilisk. Darby gasped, eyes wide in fright. And I know it must be Voldemort back again. A shriek, and Harry quickly covered the frightened elf's mouth. You can't threaten me anymore. You will only make it worse. I can't protect myself from you and him. Darby nodded, now covering his own mouth with his spindly hands. His mottled grey skin was pale, and Harry tried to smile. Sudden voices from the hallway made him spin around, and Darby vanished with a snap of his fingers. Harry quickly jumped into bed, rolling over and pulling the covers over his face. The voices were speaking in low, frantic tones. Suddenly Madame Pomfrey came from her office, walking rapidly to meet the people at the door. He heard rustling. Is it? He heard her ask, hearing the sound of spells cast. I'm afraid it is. Another petrification. It was the headmaster. His eyes widened as he strained his ears to listen. Was it another pet, or worse? Another voice spoke when he finally identified as Professor McGonagall. I found him when going down to meet the headmaster for a spot of tea. Water everywhere, and the boy simply standing there, stark still. I'm afraid he might have been sneaking off to visit Mr. Potter. There was a plate of dessert from dinner spilled on the floor beside him. Albus, what does this mean? His heart raced. Visiting him? Who was it? One of his friends. He almost did not catch the headmaster's answer. I'm afraid, Minerva, that this means that our students are no longer safe. The Chamber of Secrets has indeed been opened again. Harry gritted his teeth. Again. So this was not the first time Voldemort had opened it, or had a previous heir opened it. If so, why would they have stopped? Professor McGonagall spoke, her voice wavering. Who could this be, Albus? You know the boy's mother will insist on a culprit being found, whether it's the right one or not. Professor Dumbledore spoke up gravely. The question is not who, but how. I will speak with Hagrid and warn him of potential litigation. The voice began to fade away before a soft inquiry came from Madame Pomfrey. Albus, what about Mr. Potter? Should someone inform him delicately? Harry felt his breath catch in his throat. So it was one of his friends. Who? Hermione was out. She was a girl. But she was also the only muggle-born close friend he had. Why would the snake target a pureblood? The headmaster voice startled him as it finally spoke, and he forced himself to calm his breathing. I will inform the school at breakfast in the morning. It is best to tell them all at once and deal with the damage. I would place both of our victims in the back room. Of course. The witch almost snapped back. Footsteps turned and left, and Harry heard the creak of the door swinging closed. It was his signal to throw the blanket off and jump up, stomping over to the figure laying on the bed. Madame Pomfrey squeaked, holding a hand to her chest at his sudden appearance, but he ignored her, preferring to run his eyes over the still features before him. It was Blaise, still as death. He reached out a hand to run over the boy's brown skin, now a pasty grey tone. The boy's eyes were wide open, terror filling their depths. Harry spoke, forcing calm into his voice. He was coming up to see me, felt bad that I was stuck in here all night. His words fell like stones into the empty air. Madame Pomfrey moved, placing her hand on his shoulder. Mr. Potter. He shrugged the hand off, turning away from the sight. He felt tears begin to prick his eyes and shards of pain radiate from his still yet unhealed leg. I'm all right, I'm fine. I'm just angry. He growled the last word, and with it the fury came over his face, twisting his brow. The healer nodded before lifting her wand again. I'm moving him to the other room. You may visit him whenever you like, but I'm afraid he cannot see or hear you. How long? Until they can be fixed? Harry asked, quite. After Christmas, at least, until the mandrakes have matured enough to be extracted. The potion is very rare, and Hogwarts is one of the only producers in the wizarding world, selling a set amount every year in which the proceeds go to the upkeep of the school. To buy back a bottle would be almost unfeasible, even for someone like this boy's mother. She said the word mother with an unpleasant frown. Harry nodded, before turning on his heel and marching back to his bed, laying down facing away from his friend. His thoughts were twisting upon themselves in anger, and he ground his teeth together. Where is that bloody chamber? The entire school erupted at the announcement. Harry merely sat, silent, beside a pale Draco. The Blonde was hard on himself for not escorting Blaise. He had excused himself to keep partying with the Quidditch team. All the Slytherins had known before breakfast what had happened, and all sat in deep confusion. One of their own, a pureblood heir, had been attacked. The Zabinis, while not wealthy until recently, had always been a pureblood family, back even before the time they had immigrated 2 centuries ago. Lady Zabini had arrived just as Harry was leaving the hospital wing, and the fury in her eyes had made him give her a wide berth. Tall and thin, with long black hair and narrowed eyes, she was dressed in a plain scarlet dress with golden trim that had accentuated her curves and coloring. Magic had teamed about her in sparks and swirls, angrily reaching out in every direction. Before her eyes could fall on him, he had slipped out, raised voices echoing behind him. The only thing any Slytherin could conclude was that, somehow, Blaise Zabini was an enemy to the heir, which made all he socialized with suspect, including Neville, Draco, and Harry himself. And all Slytherin eyes were now turned the most to one Hermione Granger, pale and silent, for she had deigned to achieve friendship with pure-blooded students. Harry hated how alone she looked, and hated even more the fear echoing behind her eyes and within her magic. He gripped his goblet hard in his fist, not even flinching when the food appeared, and fervent conversations took place about the new rules being implemented. There would be no more free time after dinner. All students were to go straight to their common rooms after eating, with the new curfew in place. Astronomy class was cancelled until further notice. All students were to travel in pairs between classes. Study period was to be taken either in common rooms or the library only. Professors would walk the halls, eyes open for any odd activity. The school board would be involved in the investigation. He was careful not to look at Draco. The Blonde's moment of triumph had been stolen from him, along with one of his best friends. No one was sure what would happen next and who would be attacked. Fear was almost tangible in the Great Hall. The next week passed swiftly, the students getting used to the new rules. Blaise had been his potions partner, which left Harry the odd student out. He had not complained, setting his own pace and taking extra care with his prep work. Professor Snape had not said anything, only stopping briefly for a compliment about the color of his potion. Hermione and himself had also sat with Blaise in defense, and the empty chair was like a splinter under his nails. He felt on edge, and at night snuck out to walk the halls, listening for any sign of the large snake. Whoever was commanding it had some way of moving it about the school that mystified him. He had no doubt that Blaze had been targeted on purpose, as a warning to him and his friends. Basilisks turned their victims to stone with the magical content in their eyes, a transformative ability that aided the acid in their stomach to break down the magic within its victim. The large snakes fed solely on magical creatures, and sometimes even plants, and were capable of hibernating for extremely long periods of time. The more magic in the victim, the longer they could go between feeding. However, both cat and boy had not been turned to stone, but merely petrified, which was curable with wizarding medicine. He was not sure why this was so. Did the heir not intend to kill anyone? How could it possibly stop the basilisk from feeding? The thing had to be starving. By the time the weekend rolled around, Harry was almost frantic with anger and helplessness. It was like last year all over again, but multiplied by 1,000 because it was his friends at risk this time. Hermione and Neville had stuck close to him, though Draco was slowly distancing himself. The Blancs' attitude only rubbed him further the wrong way, even if he could understand the boy's fear. If the content of your blood could not protect you, what could? At their last defense class on Friday, Lockhart had excitedly informed them that there would be a dueling club set up for the younger years, to teach them some basic defense with this new monster on the loose. Harry had signed up at once, hoping someone competent other than their smiling fool of a defense professor would be involved. Usually dueling competitions and clubs did not start until fourth year, so it was a treat to be given the option now. The stage was set up in a long abandoned corridor, a velvet blue dueling platform conjured up by a frowning Professor McGonagall. The older woman did not approve of the exercise, despite the danger of the attacks. It was simply too dangerous in her mind for uneducated and inexperienced wizard children to be flinging spells about. Professor Lockhart strutted on stage, raising his wand for silence as everyone gathered round. It was mostly second and third years, but a few first years stood around the sidelines to watch. The professor looked around, beaming, as all attention turned to him. Welcome, welcome. Due to the dangerous environment we find ourselves in, I thought it prudent to teach our students a little self-defense. My assistant today is your very own Professor Snape. He grinned, looking down at some Slytherins. Don't fear, you'll still have your potions master when I'm through with him. Now a little demonstration. Severus. Professor Snape's face was carefully blank, though Harry could see a gleam in his eyes. Harry grinned, suddenly excited. Their defense professor had no idea what was coming to him. The two walked toward each other, bowed, then paced back 3 large steps. Then they assumed their positions, eyes focused on each other. Professor Snape whipped into action, his wand whirling counterclockwise. Expelliarmus! The magic sparked out of his wand, reminding Harry of Zion as it flung itself towards the unwary Lockhart. The magic pushed him back onto his arse, before hooking into the Blancs' wand and ripping it back, to sail down into Snape's waiting hands. The Slytherins burst into applause, while Snape smirked and stalked forward to hand back the wand to the frowning defense professor. Lockhart flushed, before looking about with a fake smile. There now, you see how a proper disarming charm is performed. Very good, very good. I let him have it, of course, so I could show you all how it's done. He looked about, and a few of the girls swooned. Harry felt sick at the performance. Snape suddenly stepped forward, his voice with a hard, sarcastic edge. Perhaps we should first show them how to block. Lockhart beamed at the suggestion. Right, very good idea, just what I was thinking myself, actually. He looked about, his eyes landing on a group of Gryffindors. Weasley, Thomas, how about you two step on up? Ron and Dean smiled, beginning to step up on stage. Professor Snape held up his hand, his voice like a whip. How about we make this more interesting, yes? 2 Gryffindors in a duel is simply not as engaging. One of my own should put up more. Fight, Malfoy. Draco grinned from ear to ear, hopping up on stage with a gleam in his eye. Ron held back Dean, whispering before jumping up himself. The two squared off, hate in their eyes. Harry frowned as the 2 teachers stepped back, whispering in the 2 boys' ears a few tips. Finally, Lockhart clapped and declared the start of the duel. Draco smirked, flinging out his first spell. Furniculus. Ron jumped to the side and the spell splashed harmless against the stone behind him. The redhead spat back a spell, his wand whipping in his hand. Locomotor Mortis. Draco growled and leaped away, flinging back the same spell as before. The edge clipped Ron, who began to have boils pop on his face. Ron pointed his wand at himself. cast a quick counter curse and began to turn back, but Draco stepped forward again, sending out another spell, this time Petrificus Totalis. Ron fell to the side angrily, rolling up to fling his wand towards Draco, who had smirked at making the red head roll across the ground. Rictus Sempra, the silver spell struck Draco head-on, who fell backwards and began slapping at himself, an annoyed giggle falling from his throat. The tickling curse. Harry almost groaned as Ron laughed, pointing a finger at the pureblood heir. Draco chuckled out the counter-curse, standing with fury in his eyes. His raised wand almost vibrated, and Ron braced himself to dodge, a smile still on his freckled face. Serpent Sorcerer. Harry knew the spell, because he had researched any and everything he could find on serpents, Parseltongue, and Salazar Slytherin. It was a favorite of Slytherin House, one all knew by their 4th year. Only a true Parselmoth could control such a conjured serpent, but the caster could imbue it with the will to perform one simple task. In this case, to attack a certain Gryffindor boy. Ron paled as a few students screamed, stepping back in fright as the snake slithered towards him, some mix between a cobra and a rattlesnake, diamond-shaped scales almost glowing in the bright light against a deep black belly. Professor Snape stepped forward, wand raised, but Lockhart beat him to it. "I'll take care of it, Weasley, never fear. Alata Sender." Harry felt himself pale as the light hit the serpent, raising it up feet into the air and slamming it back down. The snake screamed in hissing rage, its fangs displayed. "Kill them, I'll kill them, rend them, strike the softest place." It ranted and turned its gaze onto the nearest students, a pale Hermione Granger and Neville Longbottom. Neville fell back, swiftly crawling away, but Hermione simply stood, her eyes wide and locked on the serpent. Knowledge was dawning behind her intelligent eyes, the gears turning as pieces fit together. Harry saw her lips move silently. Basilisk. She had solved the puzzle, but staring her down was an angry snake, its tail lashing as it prepared to strike. Snape shouted, shoving a shocked Draco out of his way with his wand in hand, but there was no time. "Stop," Harry commanded it, his ears hearing the hissing undercurrent. His voice was lost at first among the shrieks and stompings of the students, but the snake stopped its approach, turning, its golden eyes locked on his. "Speaker." Its voice was tentative, uncertain. It wavered, its hood still flared in aggravation. All voices stopped, all eyes locked on him. Harry waited for Professor Snape to destroy the snake, waited for someone to do something. But they were all frozen, looking at the snake, looking at him. It spoke again. "Speaker, are you? Strike," it questioned, tongue tasting the air. Harry calmly held out a hand, hearing the gasps around him and cursing the twist of fate that caused a snake to be summoned by his best friend, for it to instead target his other best friends, for half the school to be staring as it happened, for one idiot professor and another shocked into inactivity. An enemy could not have planned it any better. He spoke softly, but the words sounded loud in the quiet. "Come here now, on my wrist." The silence was damning, and Harry felt the students backing farther away from him. He didn't want to risk casting a spell from across the dueling platform and the fast snake dodging away and attacking someone else. He had to bring it close to him, close enough for escape to be impossible. He did not dare look away from the poisonous snake as it approached, slithering up and around his wrist. He looked deep into its eyes as he raised his wand in his left hand, whispering the incantation in a hiss, his magic rising to his demand. "Destroy." The snake was touching his bare skin, making the magic he summoned even easier to control as it swarmed the magical construct, tearing apart the binding magic, the snake turning to ash and smoke. He saw the golden eyes dissolve, and anger swarmed over him in a tide. He flung out his wrist, the dust falling with one vigorous shake, and turned on his heel, stomping from the room, students scattering from his path. The whispers followed him out, rising in volume to a low roar behind him as he closed the door. Hermione and Neville found him in a room on the 4th floor. It had to have been several hours, and Harry knew he had missed lunch. He simply did not care, staring out the window, angry thoughts filling his head. Fawkes had found him earlier, softly landing on his shoulder for a moment before lifting off and vanishing again. Harry knew it was the headmaster, sending his phoenix to find him, but could not bring himself to care. Not about the surveillance, and not about the fact that Fawkes did not stay. Instead, he set his mind on solving the problem of the chamber. At every scene, there was water. That had to have something to do with the snake's means of travel. Also, each attack had been on the ground floor, which made sense if the snake was coming from some sort of underground tunnel. But where was the entrance? Footsteps behind him. He turned slightly, meeting the worried eyes of his bushy-haired friend. Neville followed, quietly closing the door behind him. Harry sighed, turning back to the window. Hermione spoke, her voice quiet. "Fox led us here. I think he was worried." Harry nodded, silent. She spoke again. "Harry, it doesn't matter to us that you're a Parseltongue. I already knew, for heaven's sake. But the school, well," she drifted off, sad. Harry simply nodded, his voice rough as it spoke. "The school will think me a monster, the heir, attacking my own friends, perhaps to allay suspicion." Hermione winced before clearing her throat. "Yeah, something like that. But Harry, I realized something. Basilisks." She paused, waiting. When Harry remained silent, her face fell. Neville spoke up, brows furrowed. "Harry, what she was going to say was thank you for saving us, and all, even if it means the whole school hates you." Hermione huffed, and a laugh was drawn unwillingly from Harry's throat. He shook his head, finally turning to face his two friends. "Hermione, Neville, it's all right. I knew, once I realized it was a dark talent, that at some point people would find out and use it against me. I just never realized it would come out at the worst possible time." Hermione bounced in her seat, her voice breaking in. "But Harry, a basilisk, that has to be it." He turned to her, her brown eyes wide and excited. He quietly asked the question that had been on his own mind. "Basilisks turn their victims to stone irrevocably. How would you explain?" Hermione nodded, then shook her head. "I know, but each one of them was standing in water looking down. Well, the cat was just lower, but reflection. A reflection of the snake's gaze would only petrify, not completing the molecular process. The basilisk would not consume such, as it would still be unprocessable by its system." Her voice stopped, and Harry's mind whirled. He kicked himself for not telling his brilliant friend sooner what he knew. Hermione was a force of nature. He cleared his throat, excitement stirring in his veins. So, was the water intentional, or a mere accident, a trick of its travel method? Hermione bit her lip, frowning. "I'm not sure, Harry. I haven't gotten that far." As if she was disappointed she hadn't solved the whole thing in an afternoon, Harry grinned, undaunted. "We need to find this chamber and the snake. We find them, we find this heir." Hermione and Neville nodded grimly. Neville spoke up softly. "What about Draco?" Harry turned away, a soft pang of hurt in his chest. "I think it's best to leave him out of this. We will search on our own." Neville frowned, but nodded reluctantly. Hermione pulled out a piece of paper and began sketching a rough draft of the ground floor of the castle. Bending over it, they began to divide their search. After the snake incident, the entire school gave Harry a wide berth. He sat alone, ate alone, and studied alone. Against Hermione and Neville's better judgment, it had been decided for them two to keep their distance, lest they become the next target of the heir. Harry had shared his theory of it being Voldemort possessing yet another person, and that had been the last evidence the Gryffindors needed to heed his warning to stay away. It was lonely, though, and Harry missed the companionship of his friends. He often would simply sit in his dorm, practicing spell after spell fervently, many of them from his own books on defense and dueling. He memorized his school books and wrote long letters to Tiny, Mike, and Care. He did not tell them what was going on, did not want them to worry more than they already were. Inside, he too worried. On Tuesday, their herbology class was cancelled. Apparently, Professor Sprout was too busy the next few weeks tending the adolescent mandrakes to teach, as she was increasing their care in hopes they would mature faster. Harry had read the sign dully before heading out onto the grounds. As he looked out over the wide expanse of grass and stone, he noticed Hagrid, head down, sitting on a large rock with Fang at his feet. Harry picked his way down the rocky hill to stand beside him, seeing with amazement the burly man was actually crying. "Hagrid." He looked up at the sound of his name, and Harry quietly sat next to him. "Oh, awry. Tease you. Me chickens are all gone, every last one O.M. Even Thar hens. It must have been those dire foxes, the mangy curs." Hagrid calling anything a cur was pretty extraordinary. He patted the man on the back, listening to him blubber for a few minutes more, uncertain what to say. Before he could come up with anything, Hagrid suddenly stood, sniffing, and wiped his face on one large brown sleeve. Go on wit, you're awry, I'm all rig. Hagrid nodded encouragingly, and Harry reluctantly stood, walking away. As he worked his way carefully back up the slippery rocks, he didn't mind the drizzle of rain. His mind had just put another piece into the mental puzzle. The mortal enemy of ground-dwelling basilisks. A rooster's crow, the sign of an approaching dawn. Perhaps if Harry had been paying more attention, he would have noticed the silence. As it was, he had dodged around 4 students when he realized that no one was moving. He looked up, avoiding the eyes turned his way, to see at least 32nd and 3rd years looking between him and something up ahead just out of sight. He frowned, worry settling into his stomach, and with a straightened spine kept walking forward. There were whispers now, following him. Again! Look at him, you think he did it? Why? Heir of Slytherin. The worry turned to dread, and he finally reached the front of the crowd. The ground was flooded with water. Headmaster Dumbledore was already there, standing in front of a black ghost, one who was usually silver. Harry finally saw it to be nearly Headless Nick, the Gryffindor house ghost, one he had not had much contact with. Neville had mentioned him a time or two as someone nice to talk with. As if the thought had summoned him, Harry's eyes fell on the still form behind the blackened ghost. Neville's wide eyes were swollen with terror, their brown depths frozen into stillness. Harry felt his heart catch in his throat, a scream fighting to break free. He stepped forward, walking past a frowning Professor McGonagall to reach out a hand to touch Neville's arm. It was warm to the touch. Tears burnt his eyes, but he fought them back. Headmaster Dumbledore spoke from behind him, his voice calm. "Come with me, Harry. Professor McGonagall will take Mr. Longbottom to the infirmary." Harry nodded, not meeting the headmaster face as he turned, and followed the old man through the crowd of students. His mind raced, his breathing carefully regulated. Students glared at him from every direction. "Monster!" One hissed, and others echoed it. Professor Dumbledore turned slightly, the tip of his wand slightly visible, and they were suddenly enclosed in a bubble of silence, only their footsteps echoing across the stone. Harry was thankful for the small kindness. Harry took the seat in front of the desk, and Fawkes landed on the back of it, his soft croon trying to lift Harry's spirits. He reached a hand out to run through the phoenix's crest, an action Dumbledore watched with twinkling eyes. For a minute they just sat there, Harry soaking in the silence. Finally, Harry spoke. "It is not me. I am not the heir." The headmaster nodded, extending a small tin. "Lemon drop." Harry reached out, grasping a single yellow sweet and placing it into his mouth. He weighed the pros and cons of the conversation he knew they were about to have, and remembering Hermione, decided it was time to share some of what he suspected. "Headmaster Dumbledore, this air, it's Voldemort, isn't it?" It was more a statement than a question, and Dumbledore slowly folded his hands together. "What leads you to this, Harry?" He thought for a second, trying to imagine what to say and what not to say. Finally, he spoke. Voldemort, possessing someone, could use Parseltongue to open the Chamber of Secrets, and in doing so, release an ancient basilisk. Only a Parseltongue could do so, and only Voldemort is a known one. "And yourself?" Dumbledore softly said, his eyes locked on his own. Harry did not bother to address the statement, waving it off with an aggressive motion. "You knew it must be a basilisk." The headmaster leaned back, a frown beginning on his face. "I suspected only, but the facts point in that direction indeed." Harry frowned, standing to pace the office. "What are you going to do about it? That is 2 students petrified. Doesn't the school need to close?" Harry ranted, his magic erratically fluttering about his shoulders. Fawkes sang softly again, and it quieted. Harry turned to face the silent headmaster with an accusing look. "Why aren't you doing something?" Dumbledore sighed, his eyes weary. "Harry, there are some things I cannot control. Hogwarts State is one of them. I have some control, and this is my school by magic and by ritual. But politically, the board has greater say, and the leader of that board is Lucius Malfoy, and he controls how the others vote. And they vote that the school stays open until true harm is done." "True harm? 2 students are petrified," Harry yelled, fists clenched. "No students are dead, which is better than the last time," Headmaster Dumbledore repeated firmly. Harry shook his head fervently before throwing himself down into the chair again, feeling like a child having a tantrum. He quietly spoke, trying to control his emotions. "The whole school thinks it's me." The headmaster nodded. "The board suspects Hagrid. He was the scapegoat years ago, him and a pet acromantula." Harry's eyes widened before an incredulous laugh escaped him. Acromantula, Merlin, the headmaster chuckled before his face became serious. One more attack, and I will no longer be able to protect our groundskeeper. There is indeed an acromantula colony in the Forbidden Forest, though the centaurs assure me none have approached the school. Acromantulas can indeed secrete a poison when they are excited or scared that can cause petrification. However, we know this is not the case. Harry nodded, eyes on the desk. Can't you explain this to them? About basilisks as well? I mean, the acromantula won't come within 100 kilometers of this place, not with a basilisk about. They fear them more than, well, anything. The headmaster nodded, leaning back. I'm afraid not. They would rather believe what they have evidence of, acromantulas, than a snake that has been extinct in this part of the world for an age. Hagrid has informed me that Aragog, the master of the colony, has already mentioned the spider's natural fear. It seems their 8 eyes make them more sensitive than anyone to the piercing gaze of the basilisk. They are a favored delicacy to the snakes, and in South America, where both species are born natively, are hunted viciously. Dumbledore eyed him, gaze hard. Harry, can you track this snake? With your abilities? Harry shook his head, holding his hands up in helpless gesture. Sir, I've tried. Sorry, but I've walked the halls listening. And this latest attack in broad daylight. Whoever they are targeting my friends. It has to be. The headmaster nodded sadly, lips pursed. Harry, be careful. I have a feeling we have been lucky so far. The basilisk will not kill a petrified person. I will get as many mirrors as I can scattered about around every corner. I suggest you advise your friends to find some as well. Winter break is next week, and I will strongly suggest that all students return home. His voice was firm. Harry nodded, eyes down. The professor spoke up as he stood to leave. My boy, I am sorry this has come to pass. Voldemort is far more resilient than I suspected to return so soon, if you ever need to talk. Harry shook his head, turning and leaving the room. He had nothing else he wanted to say. Once more it had been proven that if anything was going to be done, he would have to do it himself. And he would find that chamber, if it was that last thing he did. Dread hissed within him, a fearful whisper. The Quetzalcoatl was from South America as well, and knew in its heart the destruction such a snake was capable of. The week before winter break was pure hell. Harry now avoided everyone, not even looking at the other students. He had to dodge several well-aimed curses, and ignored others. Hasty use of a whispered heth swallowed one lucky rictus empra, causing yet more rumors and dark looks of confusion. He kept his guard up at every turn, and called Hermione off of the search of the ground floor, preferring to do it alone. He sent a letter to Draco, telling him about using a mirror while walking the halls, and cautioned Hermione as well. She suggested avoiding the ground floor entirely, though it was hard to do so. When winter break finally came and the students left, he wilted in relief. Of all the students who would usually stay, a bare 10 actually did so. 5 were from Ravenclaw and were ordered to travel together. 2 were Hufflepuffs, and the other 2 Gryffindors, who were also told the same thing. Harry was the odd one out and felt so. Though cautioned to walk in groups, none of the other groups would have him. He found himself fruitlessly searching the school, eyeing every snake portrait and statue, outright asking some for clues. The few students who witnessed this paled and ran at such a sight, but he ignored them. By Christmas, he had discovered 2 secret staircases, one leading to the restricted section of the library. He had found over 30 snake portraits, many of which knew nothing of basilisks, and the others sworn to silence on the matter. He found 5 snake statues that responded but lead nowhere, and 2 more who opened to secret rooms. These he made note of, though he was unsure how he could use them. Still, it was all a dead end, and the work for nothing. He received one present Christmas morning, from Hermione, a small box of homemade candy. She included a note that it was from her and her mother, and not to eat the green-wrapped ones because they were horrible. Harry felt warm at the thought, before placing the tin aside. He left his room to make his rounds around the empty common room, speaking to the myriad of snakes for any new news. They had been happy to report to him banal gossip and such, unloading on him more than he had ever wanted to know about his fellow students, but nothing concrete about a chamber. In desperation, Harry finally allowed Dread free rein of the castle for the remainder of winter break. The snake searched the entire dungeon from one side to the other before returning to him the day before the students arrived. His mission was a failure, and the chamber could not be in the dungeons. Wherever the large snake denned, its entrance was not under the ground. As Harry watched the Hogwarts carriages return, the Strals prancing proudly at the helm, his thoughts were dark. His only conclusion was that Voldemort was, somehow, possessing one of the very students coming in the carriages, and had been unable to attack during break, when he would have had many opportunities to do so. He just had to discover the unlucky one and destroy him. The first night the students returned, Draco pulled him aside. His grey eyes were narrowed, his mouth in a firm line. He had looked about and made sure none had seen them talking. "Look, Harry, I'm sorry for all of this." He drifted off, pained. Harry simply shook his head, waving off the comment. "It's all right, Draco. I understand. You are a Malfoy." It was as simple as that. To a pureblood, image was second only to power. And one individual's image, whether good or bad, would affect entire families. Harry knew where Draco's loyalties ultimately lay, and for that reason he had never told the Blonde his secrets as he had confided in Hermione. Draco nodded curtly, before leaning forward, his voice now a whisper. "I've learned more about the Chamber of Secrets." Harry blinked, before sharply nodding. Draco continued, voice grim. It had been opened once before, and that time also there were several strings of petrification, but ultimately a muggle-born girl died. I know you think it's a basilisk, and I agree. I spoke with my father, he said it was acromantulas, and that oaf of a groundskeeper was responsible. Ridiculous. Has he seen the man? Draco flushed at Harry's angry look, before tossing his head with a sneer. Look, Harry, you've got to warn Hermione. 50 years ago, that girl died. I don't know why the air stopped, but my father. He drifted off. Harry softly spoke softly, reaching out a hand. Draco, it's all right. No, it's not. Draco knocked his hand away, eyes angry. Don't you understand? My father hinted it was he who must not be named. Returned. How is this possible? What does it mean? Harry, if it's true. The sound of footsteps. Harry pushed Draco away, and the Blonde turned, eyes glimmering. Harry watched him leave, before turning to glare at a passing group of third-year Ravenclaws. They scattered with frightened looks. He tightened his lips, slipping into a spare room and pulling out his notebook. On it, he had roughly mapped out the first floor, as well as landmarks. An X marked where every petrification had taken place. He needed to find out what had truly happened 50 years ago and where that muggle-born girl died. Perhaps, with that information, he could pinpoint how the basilisk was entering the school. Harry could tell Hermione was now more alone than ever. The girl carried a hand mirror wherever she went, despite the many jokes and catcalls that followed her. She was ostracized as surely as Harry himself was, marked as a future victim. There was only 2 of Harry's friends left, and one was a pureblood, a family that was a staunch supporter of the Dark Lord. Harry himself was now a grim presence about the school, frowning darkly at any who approached. Several students had loudly declared their blood status as he passed, as if that would somehow protect them. Didn't any of them care that the last 2 victims had been pureblood themselves? He grimly went through classes, mostly sitting alone, avoiding contact with the other students. The professors watched him with concerned eyes, but none spoke to him. Harry did not take the headmaster up on his offer, preferring the silent company of Fawkes to help him relax and sleep. By the time another month had passed by, he felt completely on edge, waiting for the axe to fall. He almost jumped out of his skin when Hermione frantically motioned to him from a classroom nearby. Glancing about, he darted in behind her, gently closing the door. Hermione pulled him over to a desk, pointing excitedly towards a small leather-bound book. Harry, you have got to see this. He frowned at the book, opening a page to find it blank. He turned to Hermione, only to see her smile. She reached forward with a quill and dropped a single spot of ink upon the page. For a minute nothing happened, then bold words began to swirl on the page. Harry read them. "Is that you, Hermione?" Hermione ignored them, turning to look at Harry. "You see, I got this from the first-floor bathroom. Moaning Myrtle is in a right state, flooding and wailing about someone chucking this book at her." But Harry, the side, it says Tom Marvolo Riddle. His name is also on a trophy in the awards cabinet for special duties to the school. 50 years ago, that's when the last attacks happened. And Harry, that special duty was turning Hagrid in. But Hagrid's innocent, Harry retorted, as his mind spun over the information she had flooded at him. Hermione shook her head, pointing at the book. I know, Harry, but think. This boy turned Hagrid in. He must have seen something. And this here is his diary. Only, well, I can't read it. It can only respond to questions, actually. It's kind of frustrating. I've been questioning it all weekend. She glared at the book, offended. Harry frowned even further, a disturbed feeling growing in his gut. Hermione, what is the chances of us just finding this diary there? Who would simply chuck it out? And why? Hermione paused, a frown now growing on her face. She seemed perplexed. You're right, Harry, I don't know why. She turned back to the book, but suddenly the frown bled from her face, replaced by excitement. Harry, isn't it wonderful? This is the key to solving the mystery. I know it. You've just got to write to it. Harry frowned, reaching out to grasp the book. He met Hermione's brown eyes, staring into their depths. Hermione, don't you think this is suspicious, that this turns up now? Her eyes dulled, confusion weighing out. She spoke softly, quiet. You are right, Harry, I thought. And then the confusion was gone, and she turned to him, smiling. Write to it. It will tell you what happened, too. Harry smiled back, gently taking the book from her hands, while inside fury gathered. The book must be spelled to ensnare her. I'll just take it, all right. I'll write to it tonight. Hermione nodded frantically, though her eyes followed the book as he put it away with a reluctant longing. Harry grimly put it away before fixing Hermione with a stare. Okay, she smiled, her eyes far away. Of course, Harry, everything is great. Was it? He thought as he ushered her from the room, looking about. Because someone had spelled the book, and whoever they were, he would find them and make them regret pulling a prank on his friend later that night. He opened the blank journal, lifting up his ink pen. He kept his magical senses wide open, and dread was alert for any changes in his mind. He figured that Mem would protect him from any mind-ensnaring spells, just as it protected him from legilimency, but it was better safe than sorry. He lowered the pen and slowly wrote 2 letters on a blank page. Hi. Hello, to whom do I have the pleasure of speaking? Harry saw it with the first letter H, an infinitesimal tendril of magic, reaching out to him. He swatted it away aggressively, and he saw it snap back into the journal. What was this thing? He thought for a moment, and then wrote the first thing that came to his mind. I am Harry Steele. Who are you? My name is Tom Marvolo Riddle. To what house do you belong? Harry felt a little bit like he was in an interrogation. He quietly scrawled across the page his answer, swatting away another 2 questing tendrils of magic. I'm in Slytherin. What house were you in? Excellent. I was in Slytherin as well, of course. Steele, I do not recognize the surname. Harry narrowed his eyes, pen held to his face in thought, ideas nibbling at his mind. Coincidence? What were the chances that a Slytherin diary ends up tossed about, one directly related to the same incidences that happened 50 years ago? Harry quickly put ink to page again, watching as magic swirled around and inside the book. I do not recognize Riddle either. Were you a muggle born? Do you know anything about the Chamber of Secrets? The ink swirled almost angrily in answer. I am a half-blood. My mother was a witch of illustrious bloodlines. As for the chamber, perhaps I should show you. Harry had leant over slightly, reading the words as they came, and was not prepared for the sudden flood of magic that reached out for him, grasping his own magical essence and hooking into it, pulling him towards the open diary like one would reel in a fish. But this fish had teeth. Harry ripped his own magic into the diary, shredding the page under his hand and pulling it apart, ink spraying violently against his clothes and the desk. The diary shrieked as the torn page vanished, and the journal slammed closed tightly. Harry growled, banging his fist against the book. What on earth had it just attempted to do? Was this even a book at all? The next hour was spent casting various spells to try and force the diary into speaking or giving up any information, but all attempts failed. He finally stashed the journal back into his pack with an audible growl, staring blankly at his desk as his thoughts raced. Everything was connected somehow, if he could just find the missing link. By the time February was past, and gone with no sign of an attacker, Harry had nearly forgotten about the cursed diary. As it was, he left it in his backpack, not trusting the thing in his dormitory where anyone could stumble upon it. As he went to sit at the table for breakfast, he felt more than saw a jet of light streaming toward him. Rogue curses were the norm at this point, and he idly stepped aside like normal. Only this time, whoever it was had gotten more creative, and just as he passed the Gryffindor table another curse came, a small cutting hex, and it tore his bag in two. Harry audibly growled, reaching down to begin gathering his things. Only the diary was not there. His hands paused, and he looked up, gazing over the table. Many were giggling at his misfortune, Hermione frowning sadly. Ron simply looked gloating, but none looked worried about having stolen anything. He finished picking up his things and went to his table, sitting down with a furrowed brow. Who had taken it? Surely a simple spell couldn't have summoned the thing. Could it move on its own? Those tendrils of magic were probably even now sinking into some idiot's unprotected mind. At that thought, Harry suddenly paused, his fork slipping from limp fingers. Unprotected mind, possessed. He reached frantically into his repaired bag, pulling out his notebook. Tom Marvolo Riddle. He wrote across the page. Such an odd name for a Slytherin student. He claimed to be half-blood, but what muggle-born would admit to being such in Slytherin? He would be eaten alive. Harry stared at the letters, mind working frantically when he saw it. He underlined the key letters, L-O from Marvolo and R-D from Riddle. Tom Marvolo R-I-D-D-L-E. Lord, it couldn't be. His eyes widened, and he wrote out underneath the name, Lord Voldemort. Quietly, his heart beating fast, he crossed out every letter in the name that coincided with the letters in Voldemort. As he finished, every letter used, he paled completely and his hands shook. Lord Voldemort. This whole time, in his very bag, he had had Lord Voldemort's journal. Not just any journal either, but somehow a portal for the Wraith to attack from. That was how he had gotten into the school. The heir, possessing some wayward student. Hermione, she had found it, had shown it to him on purpose, but he had not been allowed to question her motives. The diary had wanted a chance to possess him, but he had managed to throw it off. Now, it had taken its chance to find a new victim. Who had thrown the diary into the bathroom? Had the person been able to throw off the Wraith? Had the Wraith been injured that severely? He closed the notebook with a slam, standing and leaving the hall with his meal barely touched. He glanced over the Gryffindors as he walked, trying to pinpoint anything odd and failing. He didn't know those people, any of them, but he knew who did. Meeting Hermione's gaze, he motioned slightly. She nodded. He gritted his teeth when he noticed others seeing then gesture, but there was nothing for it. They were so close to finding the Wraith he could smell the blood in the air. When he had finished explaining the situation to Hermione, she had gone pale, sinking into a chair. Her hands had touched her face, eyes confused. But Harry, I don't remember a journal, not at all. He shook his head, sitting next to her. It's all right. I think it's simply a side effect of possession. Whomever has the journal probably does not even know it, may not even remember it. Hermione, I'm almost positive it's a Gryffindor. You know them best. Has anyone acted strange? Anyone? Hermione shook her head, eyes wide. Harry, I don't know. I mean, none of them really spend time with me. I'll keep my eyes open, but there's only so much I can go on. He had nodded, reluctant to push her. They sat there a while before Hermione tentatively spoke up, reaching out a hand to lay on his arm. Harry, how have you been? It's not the same without Neville, Blaise, and everyone studying. I'm fine. The mandrakes will be ready soon. It's only a matter of weeks, Professor Sprout said. Apparently they have started flirting with each other. Harry grinned slightly and Hermione giggled. Suddenly they were both laughing, and Harry's heart felt light for the first time in far too long. He missed his friends, missed spending time with them and joking and studying together. Hogwarts was not the same without their presence. He sighed deeply, reaching out a hand. Are you doing okay? Hermione smiled slightly. I got used to being on my own before I came here. It's nothing new, really. And I know you are still my friends. Things are simply difficult right now, but once all this is cleared up, we'll be fine. She gestured around them towards the school. Harry nodded, leaning forward to rest his head on her shoulder. Sudden noise came from outside, the sound of footsteps. Harry stood, looking over Hermione sadly. Well, I guess I'll see you later. It's time for potions. Hermione nodded, her face morose. With a last parting glance, the two headed off in different directions. Harry waited the next week for the diary to make its move. Wherever it was, it had to be planning its next attack. It had been nearly 4 months now since Neville had been petrified, and there were only 2 months left in the school year. While the Hufflepuff Gryffindor game was going on, Harry snuck down to Hagrid's, taking the time to talk to the large man about the recent goings-on. Harry had confided already that he knew the groundskeeper had been framed, and it was enough to cause the man to sweep him into a tight hug. Since then, he had tried every week to come down for some tea and avoiding the biscuits as he let the man talk. When the sky started to dim, Harry gathered his things, preparing to leave. A sudden knock at the door startled him. Hagrid shooed him out the back, and Harry quickly exited, creeping around to hurry back to the school. He paused at a voice he did not recognize, turning back to observe a royally dressed man with a large velvet brown hat stepping into the hut, followed by the headmaster. With a frown, Harry began to turn back when a voice called his name frantically. He turned, eyes furrowed, and spotted Professor McGonagall gaining on him. "Mr. Potter, there you are. I had been beginning to think that you too." She drifted off. Harry stiffened. "I too what?" The professor's lips pursed before she sharply gestured him to follow her. He did so, swallowing his questions, though they burned his throat. When he realized they could only be heading to the hospital wing, his breath stuttered. Professor McGonagall paused, her eyes softening. "Prepare yourself, Mr. Potter." She turned, opening the door. Harry entered, heading instinctively towards the room where the petrified victims were being kept, footsteps following him. There, standing together as if made of stone, were Draco and Hermione. The two looked to be in mid-argument, Hermione holding aloft a round, cracked mirror that the two had their eyes locked on. Draco was grasping his wand, his face twisted into a scowl, while Hermione was holding out a clenched fist towards him. Harry sat on a bed in front of the two figures, shocked into silence. Professor McGonagall stepped up. "I am very sorry, Mr. Potter." He could not reply as he observed the last of his best friends subdued. "Minerva!" The shout came from the door, and both turned to see Madame Pomfrey entering. "Minerva! The minister just arrested Hagrid, and Dumbledore was escorted from the grounds." "What?" McGonagall questioned, her face paling. Madame Pomfrey continued, her wide blue eyes frantic. "Lucius Malfoy, that dratted man, just informed me that you would be interim headmistress until a new one could be appointed." With a board member's son, especially the head of the board, attacked, he felt they were being lenient. He's refused to let the school shut down. Instead, Aurors are being escorted onto school grounds to patrol and search out the monster. They've approved the use of deadly force. Her wrinkled face was pale, and Professor McGonagall's soon matched it in color. The professor's eyes turned to him, and she put on a smile that did not reach her eyes. "Everything will be all right, Mr. Potter. Please return to your dormitory." Harry nodded, and the two women swept from the room, talking frantically. He was in turmoil. Headmaster Dumbledore, the only one who even had a chance against Voldemort, was gone, forced to leave. He sat there a moment, observing the still forms of his friends, scattered about the room like odd statues, frozen in a moment in time. They could have died, every one of them, if not for a twisted spot of luck. "Mr. Potter, I must insist you leave. The infirmary is going to be under guard from now on." He turned to see Madame Pomfrey, her face pinched with stress, two wizards in long red robes behind her. Aurors. He stood slowly with a nod, allowing himself to be escorted from the room. That night, under the cover of his cloak, he stalked the halls. 3 nights were spent in search. Dread was let loose once more, and the two talked to every snake they could find. Avoiding the Aurors turned out to be a piece of cake with Harry's cloak, none suspecting his presence. He made sure Dread stayed above their heads, traveling along the ceiling. Very few people think to look up. Classes were attended with an Auror escort, but nobody's heart was in it. Several students disappeared, pulled out by concerned parents. Harry was unsure what would happen to him if the school closed. He was a ward of Hogwarts, and it was his home. Where would he go? He spent many minutes contemplating the thought. On the 3rd night, he returned to the infirmary. Hermione and Draco were still locked together, eyes angry. For an hour he sat there, mind racing, cataloguing. He observed their position, eyes on the mirror, Hermione with her mouth open mid-shout. Why had Hermione exposed herself in this way? To talk to Draco in secret? About what? Why not come to him first? He ran his eyes over them, the Hogwarts robes they were wearing. His eyes suddenly locked on Hermione's outstretched hand. It was extended as before in a loose fist, holding something. Heart pounding, he reached out to grasp her hand, gently working his fingers between hers. He touched a slip of paper, a note. With trembling fingers he opened it, eyes wide. It was short, only 3 words wrote in hasty scrawl. "Malfoy, Ginny, Pipes." His eyes narrowed, mind racing. Who was Ginny? Malfoy was obvious. She was talking to Draco at the very moment she was attacked. Pipes. He froze, eyes wide. Sewer pipes. Why hadn't he thought of that? How had the snake entered the school and moved around within its walls? The voices he heard echoes. It traveled up through the pipes. The Chamber of Secrets was in the sewer. His heart raced. Slytherin was a genius, hiding his place there. That only left one question. Where was the entrance? His eyes went over the other two words. Ginny must be a Gryffindor, perhaps the one who had the diary. But why Draco? The blonde had been distant from the both of them since the attacks started. What did he have to gain by having anything to do with the attacks? And why would he allow himself to be petrified? Ice ran down his back. Harry closed his eyes, his mind thinking furiously, his magic warping the air around him with a tangible presence. What was the missing link? Ginevra, the young red head from the bookstore. Suddenly it all came together, and he jumped up from the infirmary bed, his invisibility cloak slipping from his shoulders. Ginny Weasley. He had heard her sorted into Gryffindor. He thought back to the bookstore that day, running over the events. Lord Malfoy had picked up one of her books that day, but Harry's mind had been on the conversation more than the actions. He could not remember the book, but it would have been so simple to slip in a slim leather journal either inside or behind it. Of course. Hermione had observed better than he, and she had decided to go to Draco first to confront him about his father, which was why the two were so upset. And the basilisk had come upon the two of them. Whether the heir knew he was almost discovered or not, the results were the same. Harry felt a flare of mixed anger and justification that Lucius Malfoy was now suffering along with the other parents from the results of his own schemes. The Wraith must have contacted a previous follower with the plan to get into the school, and what better way than with a light-oriented family, with a shy little girl who would suspect it, who would even notice. Harry paused in the middle of the floor, eyes on Hermione. "Thank you," he whispered, reaching out to touch the side of her face. Then, with a grim expression, he once more wrapped the cloak about himself. It was time to find a certain Gryffindor. Under his cloak he dodged the auras he encountered, but paused at loud noises inside the defense classroom. He opened the door to peek, and was surprised to see Professor Lockhart exiting his office, pulling behind him a large suitcase. He stepped aside just in time for the man to exit, only to be stopped by a frowning Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall. "Well, well, I see you are off to save the girl, I take it. Why so much luggage?" Professor Snape drawled, his dark eyes creeping over the suitcase. Lockhart flushed before straightening. "Of course I am. I merely wanted to have my things ready in case of, publicity. I might need a fast exit once my fans realize I have saved the great Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." He paused, turning slightly and flashing his famous smile. Neither professor was fazed, but continued to frown. With a nervous laugh, Professor Lockhart pushed between them. "Well, got to go, get things ready." The two watched him leave before exchanging grave looks. Professor McGonagall spoke quietly, her eyes staring off down the hallway. "Well, there's one less problem to deal with. Severus, what do we do?" Professor Snape stood stiffly, his black robes drawn around him. He spoke in a deep voice, calm and collected. "Have the Weasleys been notified?" Professor McGonagall nodded, her hands clasping each other. "Yes, they will arrive shortly, and all the children have been gathered in the headmaster's office. I contacted Dumbledore as well, but he cannot enter the school as of yet, with the suspension in effect. Severus, the school must close. The words. The words only implied she will die, not that she has already. Perhaps there is still time to save her and end this." Professor Snape cut in. He turned and began to walk towards the great hall. Professor McGonagall followed him, voice low as she continued talking. "But how? We have no idea what we are dealing with here." Harry let the voices fade away down the corridor, rapidly putting together the facts. Weasley's contacted. A girl attacked. He began to walk down the hallway, following the sound of voices arguing. As he passed the first floor's girls' bathroom, he saw a group of auras standing, voices raised in anger and confusion. He gently levitated himself with a silent spell, looking to see what they were staring at. Words, written in blood. It had a different tinge to it than before, more copper, a darker red. "Her skeleton will rest in the chamber for eternity. There was only one female Weasley, Ginevra, a girl who was currently possessed by the Dark Lord, who had probably written those very words." Harry turned, furious, before his foot stepped in a puddle of water with a loud splash. Even as the voices stopped, turning to see the disturbance, Harry followed the water, eyes wide and mind racing, invisible water, always present at every scene. Pipes the means the snake travels. He hurriedly followed the trail, only to stop dead. The ground floor girl's bathroom. Hermione had found the diary in this very place. He followed the water into the bathroom, ignoring stalls and windows for the wide, decorative round sink. Large and round, with multiple taps in a circle and no mirrors present. He slid the cloak off and into his pocket, reaching out a single finger to a tap directly facing the doorway, the symbol of a snake curled possessively about it, giving great fear in terrible times. He intoned, feeling dread respond, feathers rising aggressively. It hissed soundlessly, tongue flickering in the air. Brother Fox came in golden flames, silent. Harry did not speak, merely set his magic loose in wide waves that filled the space around him. He felt his runes tingle with remembered fire as he prepared himself. Now, it was both hiss and song, a magic-fueled sound that needed no translation, but simply was. It was time to scale the snake in its den. Fox settled on his opposite shoulder from dread, red and green entwined, and Harry felt his own silver wings raise themselves about him as well, steel glimmering in the light, as if newly forged. Open. And the sink did, both collapsing and expanding upon itself, as only magic could do, a transformation that was the result of a master of his craft. Without a pause, he stepped into darkness. The journey through the tunnels beneath the school was quick and efficient. Harry wasted no time on silence, knowing in his heart that his enemy knew he was coming. Instead, he boldly followed the path, the most worn trail, walking past piles of skeletons and bones, past large, crinkled shed skin. He did not hesitate at the two doors he came across, commanding them to open with the sound of authority. He kept himself on edge, every sense alert for attack. The darkness gleamed with glowing green spell light, a subtle edge on his senses. Hogwarts herself reached down here only slightly, like the tiny roots at the deepest part of a tree. Down and down and down he went, the air heavy and wet and cool. Water dripped from many walls, a sluggish flow of wet that made glimmering trails of liquid green light. When he entered a large chamber, reaching up several stories, he knew he had arrived. Even when his eyes fell on the collapsed red-headed figure at the base of the large statue, he did not rush. He waited, ears keen, half hidden in darkness, for his enemy to show himself. And he did, but not as he expected. There was no dark wraith, no red-eyed man. The girl upon the floor did not stand with angry eyes to fall upon him. Instead, it was a boy. He was young, perhaps 16, Mike's age. Perfect black hair with dark eyes, perhaps brown, but hard to tell in the dim light. A handsome boy on the cusp of being a handsome man. He could see many falling for and following such beauty. When coupled with a mind as sharp and deadly as he knew it was even easier to see how such a one could come to power. Harry did not flinch or smile or scowl, merely stared as blankly as he was stared at. Finally, the boy spoke. "Harry Potter." Harry did not answer, only stepped forward, letting the light shine on his figure, Dread and Fox both gone and staying up near the top of the chamber. They would be his trump card, his secret weapons, should things go direly wrong. The boy's eyes widened at the sight of him, and Harry spared a brief thought to the oddity of his own appearance before he slowly stepped forward again, speaking softly. "Why so surprised?" The boy's face regained composure. His eyes glittered as a twisted smile came upon his face. "You are always a surprise, Harry Potter. Imagine my shock to know you had defeated me not once but twice." Harry did not react, though inside the questions began. This was Voldemort, right? Surely he already knew of both wings and runes. Harry stepped forward more, slowly walking towards both boy and girl. His voice quiet, he spoke. "What have you done to the girl, Voldemort?" The boy's face twisted slightly with surprise again before it cleared. "I am Lord Voldemort, yes, though only my closest friends speak the name. Imagine my delight when I learned it is now taboo to speak. Yet you do so casually." And just like that, Harry not only understood but saw. Ginny Weasley's magic was but a frail and fragile thing, near to extinction. It was connected to a small, familiar book clasped into her hand, and from that book the boy before him came. Harry could see the process was nearly complete, and was not sure if a witch could survive without her magic. Would she die, be a squib? Harry's mind turned over both these prospects, while also analyzing the boy's words. His mind leaped to the only conclusion that made sense with all the facts. Somehow, this boy was a representation of the Dark Lord before he was ever called such, called from a point in time when he still attended Hogwarts, perhaps right after the last attacks, the ones that ended in death. Within a diary of memories, the fragment was kept, just as a fragment was once housed inside himself, and inside Professor Quirrell. Perhaps the Dark Lord would live on forever, bits and pieces of himself scattered across the stars. But no, for magic would not work in such a way. As Harry's green eyes connected with Tom Marvolo riddle, he knew the answer. There would be 7. For magic spoke with the number 7, just as it called Harry now to 7 runic sets of 7, as it must have called Voldemort to split his soul into 7s. What it must have taken to perform such a ritual Harry knew not. His own ritual was painful enough. Instead, with this knowledge, Harry did the only thing he knew to do. He had to eliminate his enemy while he had the element of surprise, while the boy was content to brag about his intelligence and bravery. Eliminate by any means possible. And so he launched himself past the boy at the diary, grasping it in his hands, and boy screamed, black ink spilling out and over Harry's hands, but the pages reappeared as fast as he tore. He grasped it in his right hand, whispered his rune's name. Zion. The magic came from himself, splintering and tearing into the magic contained with the book. The red-headed girl screamed, the last of her magic whipping into the diary as she convulsed, but even as his magic tore it apart it reformed, and when his rune at last was silent and spent, it was still there, damaged but present. Suddenly Tom cackled, his laughter high and cruel. You've done it now, Potter. The ritual is complete. I am alive. Harry did not spare time to think, flinging the diary to the ground, calling out high and urgent with his magic. Flame. It came from Fawkes as he dived from the ceiling, ribbons of gold and red and white, and Harry added his own phoenix flame, tearing into the diary with heat, and it burned. It burned to ash, but it no longer mattered, for the diary was simply a diary now, and Tom Riddle was whole. The boy's dark eyes were wide and victorious in his handsome face, and with a sneer the boy hissed loudly. Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts 4. Harry heard the grating sound of stone on stone, and with barely a thought launched himself into the air with a curse. Before the boy even spoke, he knew what was coming, knew it by Dread's reverent hisses. Kill him, Stone-Eye. Harry and Tom spoke at the same time, one high and snarling, the other loud and commanding. The basilisk paused, and Harry called to it again, looking away, straining to hear any movement in his direction. Stone-Eye. You are a great king of serpents. Do not listen to the rants of an insane child. You do not have to follow him. The voice answered, sibilant, loud in the way of a creature of colossal size would be, echoed off the stone walls of the chamber. Who are you, child, to call me such, to know my name? Harry heard Tom curse, and quickly answered, even as he moved farther away. I am Harry Potter of Slytherin House. My own serpent told me of you, of your might. Snakes love flattery, he told himself, and dread stirred at his side, his own wings rustling in the chamber. The basilisk spoke. It has been many turnings of the earth since I have been called by my true name, many upon many times, though it gladdens me to learn that the little ones know of me. Tom shouted from below, angry. You will obey me. I am Slytherin's heir. Harry waited, breath in his throat, and then the great serpent spoke, and as he heard its reluctance, he prepared himself, eyes closing in helpless anger. I am bound to serve the House of Slytherin and its heir. I am sorry, Winged Snake. He would never know whether the large serpent spoke of himself or the Quetzalcoatl at his side. He merely sang with his magic as he dived, feeling the rush of air behind him as the basilisk struck and missed. He called to Fawkes, his magic warping the air around him in tones of angry helplessness. Their eyes! He heard the snake screech from behind him, felt dread tremble across the link they shared, horror at the act Fawkes was committing even now. Harry felt the stirrings of self-hate. He did not want to kill anybody. He did not want such a mighty and grand creature to die. But with the taking of its eyes, death was a given, for it could no longer have the ability to process its food without their magic. It would starve slowly until the years finally took their due. I kill, or I am killed, though I die inside at the thought. If it must be death, let it be swift. With that he closed his eyes and he turned, Fawkes triumphantly singing, the serpent blinded, and he spiraled down, and down, the wind rushing through his hair and flaring his robes. falling upon the flailing snake's neck, sweeping his wings down before and under him in mighty thrusts, their steel edges sharply piercing scale and hide like a knife through butter, again and again, scale fading to muscle turning to bone. Stone Eye's hiss faded, its echo the only thing left of the grand creature, and Harry staggered up and let himself glide off, splattered in the black gore of the basilisk, panting, his clothes torn and skin scratched from the sharp scale and splintered bone of the dead serpent. Tom Riddle was waiting for him, face twisted in amazement, disgust, and horror. "What kind of monster are you?" Harry felt his face twist at the irony, felt himself quail and pause. At that moment Tom struck, yet he was not fast enough, for Harry saw it coming and raised his left hand, Heth shimmering before him without a word. He did not spare a thought of the impossibility of it, of not needing the word, but instead, with Zion exhausted, considered how to attack. His wand was in his pocket, but he knew no true offensive spells, none that could completely eliminate the boy. No, not boy, murderer. Worse than Harry, a true evil upon the earth, though his cheeks were still rounded with youth. He heard Fawkes behind him, felt dread perch upon him. Tom Riddle was screaming spells now, each weaker than the last, attempting to pierce the shield Harry had summoned. Harry felt a stab of pity, for this was not the Dark Lord he had faced before. This Tom could not see what Harry had done with his runes, could not overpower them with sheer might as Voldemort had done. This was not a Dark Lord. It was a child, a hurt one, almost insane in his desire to control the world around him. And like any rabid animal, its disease only had one cure. This blight could not leave this place of darkness to spread its poison upon the world. Harry gathered himself, forcing his mind to stillness. He made himself stand tall, wings spread, and begin to walk forward. Tom faltered, his wand lowered, now panting in exertion. His eyes met Harry's own, wide with angry fear. "Please," Tom whispered, and Harry wondered what it was he was begging for. His life, power, Harry's own death. Was he begging him, or Salazar, or the basilisk, or Merlin, or God? What was God to a wizard? Did they even worship? Harry stopped a step away, Heth still warping the air a point beyond his outstretched hand, and almost touching the chest of what would become Lord Voldemort. Harry made himself look into those eyes, made himself reach out with his magic and feel the boy's own, a mix of acrid hissing darkness and bubbly red, a sparkling ruby color that reminded him of flowers and joy and spring. A girl's magic, roughly stolen. It was the only reminder he needed. With one last step, Harry raised his wand in his left hand and searched his memory for one simple charm, a first-year spell, innocent, easy. From page 232 of Miranda Goshawk's The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, designed by a wizarding seamstress for everyday use. He waited for Tom to turn, to try to run, but Slytherin's air did not allow defeat, and in the boy's eyes Harry read that thought, that in fleeing he was no better than the impure mudbloods he had sought to slaughter. Harry touched the tip of his wand to the skin at the boy's throat, green meeting the darkest brown, an intimate distance shared only by family and friends and lovers. Defindo. It was a whispered charm, spoken with a haunted tone. The boy collapsed from before him, the light dying from dark eyes, and Harry felt the sob rise in his throat, and he threw his head back and screamed with it, with the anguish, the sorrow, the horror of it all. Why was it him again, the one who did the dirty work, who had to extinguish the light from behind another being's eyes? Harry stood there for a time, magic in turmoil around him, warping and twisting and turning upon itself, until both Fawkes and Dread approached with silence. He made himself swallow his scream, hold back his tears. He walked past the mutilated basilisk, the pile of ash that was once a diary, across the chamber of secrets, to the collapsed red-headed girl who lay upon the floor. He knelt before her, his own magic telling him what his eyes could see, that her soul had fled with her magic, that the body was nothing but flesh and bone. He gathered her into his arms, his head down looking upon her oddly peaceful face, freckled and pale. Somebody loves this girl, is friends with her. Somebody knows her every memory, knows what she desires and loves. This was a person, not just a body, but a living, breathing person, and I was not quick enough, smart enough to save her. This death is on me. He remembered tearing into the diary, remembered the feeling of it reaching out, drawing magic from its every source to revitalize itself, drawing the last remnants of the girl into itself to make Tom Riddle a human being again. A waste, such a waste. I did this. I killed 3 things today. He stood, the Weasley in his arms, his face now calm, his eyes shuttered. He felt dread coil around himself, slip inside his robes, but he did not care. He did not care that Fawkes landed on his shoulders with a worried warble, did not care that he was blood-stained and battered and bruised, that he was exhausted in all the ways a person could be. I killed 3 things today. When he came out of the flames, he was in the hospital wing. He had expected it to be empty, had counted on it. Instead, it was full of red heads, and he felt the numbness inside himself spreading as all eyes turned to him, amazed surprise turning to shocked horror. He gently lay the limp body upon the bed, and there was a rush stopped only by Madame Pomfrey, harshly spelling the mass of family back. They retreated, eyes locked on the girl, searching for a sign their precious one was returned to them. Harry was not surprised to see the headmaster step from behind them, his eyes on his own. Harry spoke into the silence as Madame Pomfrey cast her spells again and again, as despair began to tint her voice. You will find in the first-floor girls' bathroom an open sink, which leads down into the sewers beneath Hogwarts. Every door you encounter will be open, and when you reach an end, there will be the Chamber of Secrets. Inside is a slain basilisk, a burnt diary, and a dead Tom Marvolo Riddle, who used this girl, possessed her with the diary, and in the end, used her own magic to create his own. No. It was the father, Arthur Weasley, who Harry had met before in the bookstore, who knew what that must mean. Harry did not look at him, did not want to see the knowledge dawning in his eyes. Madame Pomfrey spoke gently, as if to cradle a fragile bird in her palm. I'm sorry, but... No. The mother, what had to be her, wailed, a physical manifestation of the sorrow in his own heart. Children shouted in confusion, a sea of freckles and red hair, and Ron was there too, and the twins, and they were so confused, little children all of them, now discovering the harshness of the world. Harry could almost see their magic flavoring with it, a darker tint on what was once innocent and light. For a small moment he was invisible and forgotten. Mr. Potter. But only a moment. He turned to the headmaster, emerging from behind the Weasleys, with what was almost a plea but couldn't be. Sir, he could not bring himself to do more than whisper, but the headmaster understood. Dumbledore stepped forward, his wrinkled hand resting on his shoulder, and Fawkes took them through the flame and into the headmaster's office. Harry collapsed into a chair when they arrived, only now realizing that his wings were still spread, turning them into himself with whipping speed, but knowing it was too late, for not only had Pomfrey and the Weasleys seen, but inside the office was Professor Snape and McGonagall, the both of them wide-eyes and choked into silence. Headmaster Dumbledore waved off their questions, his voice stern and commanding. Minerva, go to the hospital wing immediately. The Weasleys are in mourning, and their children are in your house. They need a friend. Professor McGonagall paled, a hand resting over her heart. Her eyes only spared him a quick glance before she left the room. The blue eyes then rested on Snape. Severus, you must immediately gather the auras and take them to the first-floor girls' bathroom. Inside, there is the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Harry spoke before the professor could leave, weary. That might not be the best idea. He paused, saw their eyes rest on him, and spoke. At least, it won't be if you do not want the world to know just what kind of monster their savior is. He stated it simply, a bare fact. Professor Snape sneered, but Dumbledore did not. The headmaster slowly seated himself, face grave. Explain. Harry did. He told of Hermione's note, of hearing the hisses inside the walls, of their conclusions. He spoke of the chamber, of Tom Riddle, and noted absently that neither men were surprised by the revelation of Voldemort's boyhood form. Then he told of how he had severed the spine of the serpent after Fawkes had torn its eyes from its head, how he had burnt the diary to a crisp after it had wrung what was left of the young Weasley's life from her writhing body, and last, he told how he had walked up to Tom and severed his head from his neck. His voice was calm, his eyes blank, and inside something was shutting off, some light going dim. Professor Snape stood and left without a word, and Harry did not care whether it was to gather auras or see the proof himself. Instead, he met the old eyes of the headmaster and catalogued the sorrow written there. Harry spoke again softly. I'm leaving for a while. I need to get away from all this. He waved at everything. Hogwarts, the headmaster himself, most of all himself. Headmaster Dumbledore spoke softly. Will you tell me how it is possible to do what you have done? Harry considered only a little bit, wondered if he even had any cards left on the table to play. A tattoo in the muggle style. I believe you know of its effects. The wings. Yes. Harry answered the statement, even though it was not a question. Still, the headmaster's eyes were on his own, judging. The diary. Phoenix flame. He said, and saw the eyes flicker to Fawkes, who merely preened his feathers. Harry did not bother to correct the assumption. Harry, you cannot leave. You are a ward of the— I know. Harry cut off, waving his hand in a sudden violent gesture, before settling down again, forcing the anger behind steel walls, drowning it in the water of his mind. If the anger came out, everything else would as well. Mr. Potter, I must insist. You can't stop me. Either let me go, and I'll be willing to communicate with you, or make me leave, and you will wonder the rest of your days where I have gone. Harry's voice was again monotone, stating simply the facts before him. The headmaster frowned in deep thought. Will you return for the school year? Harry did not fidget, did not allow himself to even think it. I don't know. Again, the headmaster shook his head, a helpless gesture, before the blue eyes locked on Fawkes. Perhaps they talked, perhaps they had a bond Harry could not understand, but Dumbledore turned to him, eyes old and shoulders slumped. If you leave, you will be unprotected, and if you do not return to school, the ministry will know, and it will not be me that is your enemy. All wizards and witches are required by law to complete minimal schooling, which is 5th year. They could use this as a tool to control you. Like yourself. Harry thought, but merely nodded, tucking the fact away into a file in his mind, something to study and think upon later, when the world was not spinning out of his control. Can I agree to a tutor at a place of my choosing to fulfill the law? Dumbledore grimly nodded. Harry cast his eyes about the room before turning back to meet the vibrant blue gaze. Quietly he spoke, his face drawn. The tattoo is irreversible, as I'm sure you know. The headmaster nodded, his fingers clasping together on his desk as he leaned forward. I assume you can still practice magic while the tattoo is active. You also have a measure of control over their function. Harry nodded idly as he spoke. Yes to both, though it was an uphill battle to learn control. You need not worry about my ability to protect myself. The headmaster looked sorrowful, his face earnest. Harry, my boy, you shouldn't have to protect yourself. You are young, a child. You need to trust us to help you, like you did an hour ago in the Chamber of Secrets. Where were you, headmaster? Harry spat suddenly, barely controlling the rage that abruptly rose in his mind. The sorrow deepened on the elderly wizard's face, giving him a frailty Harry had never seen before. He felt suddenly ashamed of his anger and turned away even as Dumbledore spoke. I have failed you, Harry, and not just this once. However, I do not wish to place even greater burdens upon you. You should be allowed to have a childhood, to be free from responsibility. Harry scoffed, but it was half-hearted, and he felt weariness creeping up his spine. I don't know what a childhood should be, but I know whatever it is beyond me now. Do you honestly think the wizarding world would ever let me be normal? Do you think they won't demand more and better all the days of my life? I'm a hero, sir, by force of public opinion. If I do not live up to that expectation, I will become a villain instead. You shouldn't be sitting there telling me to be average, but showing me how to be exceptional. The headmaster seemed struck dumb for the moment, his expression conveying helplessness. Harry stood and saw the old man's eyes flicker over himself with something like disgusted pity. Harry only glanced down, observing his blood and ink-stained tattered robes, before heading for the door. As he touched the handle, the headmaster spoke. Mr. Potter, if ever you have need of anything, I am here. Please stay in contact. Harry paused and did not look back, did not allow himself to feel anything that sounded like love or hate, for they both lead back to pain. I know, sir. I will. And he walked through the door, Fawkes upon his shoulder. As he descended the steps, feeling the fog of loneliness already falling upon him, he was met by the arrogant visage of Lord Malfoy. For a moment he paused, incredulous, to see the mastermind behind all that had happened this school year, the schemer who had gambled with his own son's life on the chance that his old master might once more terrorize the wizarding world. As the man's eyes widened at Harry's state, Harry saw movement behind him, saw a small house elf peek from behind black velvet robes lined with silver. Darby. Of course. How else would the house elf know of the danger, unless it came from within his own house? Harry spoke softly, meeting the silver-grey eyes of the patriarch of the Malfoy family. Lord Malfoy, you owe me recompense for the attack on my person perpetrated from a magical object you purposefully set loose upon Hogwarts. Your scheme has stolen my friends from me, one of which is your own son, for most of the school year, and has ruined my reputation within this school. It has also led to the death of a young Gryffindor girl, a Weasley that you so despise, and whose loss I am sure brings you no pain. With what I know, I can convict you, under oath and veritaserum, before the highest court of wizarding law, the Wisengamot. Lord Malfoy betrayed no surprise, save the sight widening around his eyes. The man was stone, regal and unmoved. Dread hissed inside his mind, whispering of egg-stealers and winged shadows upon the ground, and Harry made himself the water that beats upon the rock, gathering himself to speak again, but the blonde spoke first. "And what, Mr. Potter, do you wish from me?" A sneer, an open-ended question, a stepping stone to tear apart all that he asked for, a way to bring Harry into his scheme, to tie him to this disaster, and make him keep silent himself for fear of giving away that he, once, took a bribe to stay silent in the face of justice. Only, he knew what the Slytherin did not, that Harry was going to keep silent anyway, that he must hide already the death of Tom Riddle, that Harry would never dare touch Veritaserum with a single finger. Harry rested his eyes on the cowering elf. "I want Darby." Lord Malfoy's mouth twisted, and he read the anger there, as the man jumped to the only conclusion it had to go to, that somehow the elf had betrayed his trust, had confided in an enemy. With pursed lips, the man nodded, reaching inside his robe to pull out a single handkerchief, flinging it to the elf. Harry bowed stiffly, eyes marking, and without pause Lord Malfoy walked away, past him and towards the headmaster's office. Harry reached out with his magic to the house. Elfin wrapped a tendril of it around Darby, a warm cocoon of light, and Darby smiled as if given the greatest gift in the world. Harry quietly spoke. "Where do wizards go to stay when they are not home?" Darby spoke, his eyes wide with happiness and joy as he bounced slightly on his feet. "There is the Leaky Cauldron in Diagon Alley, and there is the Three Broomsticks in Hogsmeade. Some people also go to the Hog's Head Inn, also in Hogsmeade, but it is not a nice place for one such as yourself." Harry had heard of the Hog's Head and thought it just the place he needed until he knew where on earth he was going. He met Darby's eyes almost gently, reining in his cold anger. "Can you secure a room for us? I'll meet you there shortly." Darby nodded eagerly, disappearing with a snap of his fingers. Harry nodded to the empty air before turning and heading down into the dungeons. There were no students in the hall, all confined to their common rooms while the search was on for the chamber. The bright sun outside the windows he passed seemed at odds with his temper, with all that had happened that morning. He was not the same. Hogwarts was not the same. He almost cursed the sun for shining. When he entered the common room, the portrait sliding open without a word, only a reverent hiss, he realized his mistake. His clothes were still ruined, torn and tattered, splattered with spots of black ink and drying brown blood. He only had a second to think, to meet the eyes of the majority of the Slytherin students, all staring with shock and something else, something he would not name. He spoke quietly into the silence, knowing he had to show a position of strength, that the little snakes would take any advantage they had if it was given to them. He pointed down to the mess of his robes, standing tall and proud, face blank. "Look hard, Slytherin. This is what happens when you hurt what I consider mine." His tone was cold, made of steel. He looked them over and saw the eyes turn away, looking down, not a single whisper spoken. With steady steps he walked to the entrance to the dorm, and if the whispers started after he left, he was not there to hear them. They would all think twice before they ever challenged him. He gathered his things into his trunk, and with only a whisper to Fawkes, a gentle stroke of feathered breast, leapt into the phoenix flame, his runic set afire. He did not go to the Hog's Head, but instead appeared in a clearing in the middle of the woods, one beginning to be overgrown with brambles and nettles, the odd sapling poking through here and there where once he and the boys had talked and laughed. The Steel Cottage. It had been years since he had been here, but he remembered it so vividly that to see it overgrown set a pang inside his heart. He walked away from it, Fawkes a constant presence beside him, and when he emerged from the woods beside the cottage lawn, he was almost prepared for the sight. Perhaps, a year ago, it had been a burnt ruin. It still was in places, but nature had worked its own magic here as well, flowered vines growing over fallen black wooden beams, greenery spreading its spindly arms over every open crevice, briar and rose and ivy. The grass was tall, almost to his shoulder, but he walked through it slowly and carefully before resting a hand on what was once the door, now in pieces on the ground. The burning had been thorough, set in several places. They did their work well, the muggles. They too knew the power of fire. With a last look around, he sat, and allowed his tears to fall, allowed his calm to shatter into the millions pieces it had already become. While Fox sang gently, the ruin once more began to burn. When he finally did go to the Hog's Head, Darby met him outside. Harry felt as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders, and all that remained was exhaustion. Barely 24 hours had passed, and his life had been radically changed. Harry covered himself in his father's cloak, and followed Darby into the inn, the elf having already brought his trunk inside. He passed the small bar, and ignored the other customers scattered about the small tables that looked in sore need of repair. People either came here to hide, or to do business with the hidden. Once in his room, he sat upon his bed, staring blankly at the wall in front of him, peeling paint and cracked drywall. Sent a locking charm at the door, then put up a silencing charm about the room. Finally, he met the wide eyes of Darby. He realized he knew nothing of keeping an elf, and said so. The creature's eyes widened. "Oh, Master Potter, sir, you only need to live, and I will live for you," which made no sense and perfect sense at the same time. Harry looked down idly, sleep tugging at his mind. "Do you have to wear such horrible clothes? 'Tis the sign of our slavery, sir, to wear anything else would mean I was." Free, Darby drifted off at the end, a hint of longing in his voice. Harry met his wide eyes, forcing his tired mind to concentrate. "Is that what you want, Darby, to be free? What does a free elf do?" Darby looked uncertain, wringing his hands together. "I is not sure, sir, but I suppose we live for ourselves." Harry felt a smile tug at his mouth, the irony pulling a bit of humor onto his face. He spoke, only realizing until afterward that his voice was as jaded as his eyes. "I do not think anyone lives for themselves, Darby." The house elf's eyes saddened, and with their sorrow, Harry laid back onto the bed and fell asleep, still in his bloodied robes. The smell of smoke and ash followed him into his dreams. Lucius Malfoy only thought of himself as Malfoy, his mental tone that of his father before him. Malfoy never backed down. Malfoy, do not show weakness. You are a Malfoy, boy, stand tall, even when you're down, even when you are beaten. Malfoy, Malfoy, Malfoy. A gruff voice, strong, hard. His father had never shown weakness, had never been beaten, at least in the political arena. His father had never gotten caught. And he had, though his father's fortune had gotten him out of Azkaban, and his own political machinations had kept him from fearing a return visit. The diary was supposed to only open the Chamber of Secrets, perhaps weaken the political power of the great Albus Dumbledore, the Lord of the Light. No pure-blooded child was supposed to be harmed, and certainly no pure-blooded child was to be killed, blood traitor or no. But most of all, his own son was supposed to be safe. He had told the boy to stay away from Potter and his motley assortment of allies, but the evidence of his son's disobedience was before his very eyes. His son, locked in a frozen grasp with Hermione Granger, a muggle-born and sworn friend to Harry Potter, his greatest enemy. Harry Potter, who had beaten him, who knew of Lucius's connection with the diary. Harry Potter, who had stood there, a man looking through a child's eyes, strong and defiant, and most of all cold. It was that disturbed him most of all. Most anger burned hot, a heated rage that made the best of men make mistakes, made them fail. He could use such anger, twist and turn, and lead about a man like an angry Spanish bull pulled by a bronze nose ring. But that chilly stare had spoken of a cold rage, calm and cool and focused, at that very moment, on himself. A stare that said what the boy wanted could simply be taken if it was not offered, and there was nothing that he, a lord of the Wisengamot, could do about it. Perhaps he couldn't have done anything. Malfoy turned from the sight of his son, filled with disgust. His scheme had been a failure. Dumbledore was as powerful as ever, his diary merely dust, and he now had a person walking about that could wrest his political future right from underneath his very hands. As he stalked away, He remembered the boy he had glimpsed in the hallway, a little mouse of a creature, holding a camera bigger than himself. He had seen the flash, though Potter had not. A smile came to his face as he contemplated what the world was about to make of their savior. Albus Dumbledore had done his best to keep the information from the public, though the media had arrived within hours, hungry for blood. The minister himself had come to officiate over the auras and ensure their reports were as full and complete as possible. Albus had stuck to his story throughout, Professor Snape a silent presence behind him. Harry Potter had discovered a basilisk and slain it, but not before the young Weasley girl was petrified and knocked into a shallow pool of water, drowned. The official cause of death was asphyxiation, and Madame Pomfrey had sworn on it. The girl had simply stopped breathing. No more details were necessary. The Weasleys had been sworn to silence, every one of them, though the youngest's eyes had almost glowed with resentment. Their daughter, sister, dead, and still Potter had to be protected, even though he had failed to save her. Who cared if the boy who lived was a winged monstrosity? She was dead. What justice was there? He shook his head with a reluctant laugh. Here he was, over a century old, and complaining about the unfairness of the world. He knew just how unfair it was, had not he lost a sister too? Still, the death of a child tugged at his heart. A bright light gone from the world, winked out before it could truly shine. And Harry Potter damaged, perhaps beyond repair. He had seen the self-inflicted isolation the boy had put himself through, and had seen no way to stop it. The students had ostracized the boy, had at first thought he was the heir, and then had merely thought the heir was after him, and by proxy made him a pariah of the school. It was dangerous to be his friend, were the whispers from the portraits. They fear him. They fear his enemies, Albus replied, and his heart sorrowed. He had given direction to the Order members. They were to keep an eye out for Mr. Potter in any large magical community, were to monitor his movements. They were not to speak to him, though, nor to confront him. Give the boy space, Albus said, though they had looked at him as if he was truly insane. He is only 12, one exclaimed, and he had gently reminded her that the boy had more than shown himself careful, and that overall, Fawkes was with him. He would trust the Phoenix with his life, and by proxy, the life of the wizarding world's greatest hope. He knew in his heart the boy was old enough for the truth, but feared the effect it might have on his already battered mental state. It might prove too much to learn of the prophecy at this point, to learn that what choice he thought he had already been taken from him before he even entered the world. Neither can live while the other survives, it said, and Albus had meditated on those words many a night. Harry had said to make him exceptional, a goal Albus knew had already been achieved. He had spoken with both Poppy, Minerva, and Severus at length about the ramification of the winged tattoo present on the boy's back, and finally decided nothing could be done. In fact, it was an asset, according to Poppy. Harry had somehow managed to grow his magical core to compensate for the drain from the wing's manifestation, instead of being crippled by the magical drain, as many others had been. He had morphed his ability into something like multiple smaller cores, instead of one large one. This was what also allowed the powerful spells and ease with which he performed them the teachers had seen before, however careful Harry had been to hide it. But there was one person who, more than any other, could turn exceptional into greatness. If Harry indeed did not return, he knew who to send to the boy instead as a teacher. Harry was supposed to love the wizarding world, supposed to fight for it with his very life. If what Dumbledore feared was true, it might claim his life as well in the end. But Harry had to think it worth such a price, if freedom was going to be won and kept, if the world was going to stay safe from a danger greater than any he had ever known, worse even than Grindelwald, his greatest friend and enemy. So he sat, his mind locked on how to make Harry love what had hurt him so very badly already, feeling as if the new generation was rising up, teeth bared and growling, to swallow him whole. When the school read the paper the next day, it was with awe and fear. Eyes turned to meet other eyes, and rumors were exchanged over and over again. Out of Slytherin came the most fear, for many had told their friends from other houses of Harry Potter's warning, and of how he had looked when he said the words. They had not been believed, but now there was a picture in color, the first page of the Daily Prophet, a photo submitted from their own Colin Creevey. There were the robes stained with black ichor, the tattered tears and red gore, the icy rage staring from eyes all new were the color of the killing curse. That morning, the wizarding world opened its papers and saw their doubts summed up in one simple headline. The Boy Who Lived. Is This Our Savior? By Rita Skeeter, to be continued. Flight tilde tilde asterisk tilde review please. Tilde asterisk tilde. 20. A Distant Shore. Awesome news. I have a wonderful cover art made for this story. It is a scene from this chapter depicting Harry and his wings flying at sunset above Egypt. Above him is his runic phoenix form. Oops, spoilers, sigh. To see the complete picture, go to the DeviantArt website and search for the title of this story. The artist is the very talented Dalfiana. I am in love with the wonderful picture she has made. Author's note. For those of you curious about what the places Harry visits look like, look them up on Google Earth. The street in London is real, though the address is not, obviously. The place in Egypt is real, and by satellite simply look down at Heliopolis, listed as a sub-part of Cairo, and you will see the untouched areas. Scroll in, and there will be pictures of the barren stony forest. Same goes for Australia, real place, fake number. I love Google Earth. Makes research a breeze. Many thanks to Aidan King, JDH41, and GJ Mega for pre-reading and baiting this chapter. It is much improved with their effort. So I find words I never thought to speak in streets I never thought I should revisit when I left my body on a distant shore. T. S. Eliot. It took Harry 3 days to leave his room. Darby was his link to the outside world. The elf brought him new clothes and food, and often merely sat there, wide eyes focused on his supine form. Harry slept and dreamed, and sang to Fawkes in long tones of magic all that he was afraid of, the monster inside himself only a part of his fear. In destroying Voldemort, was he becoming yet another Dark Lord? What made him different? The question is the answer, Fawkes replied, and Harry's world melted into flame again as he fell asleep. Dread roamed the room freely, hissing and chanting an epitaph for the king's snake, for Stone-Eye, his regal red feathered crest risen in serpent emotion. The death of the basilisk had been hard on the serpent, who revered basilisks more than any other breed of snake, for the Quetzalcoatl and basilisk both had reigned in the wild jungles of South America, had been worshipped by early Mayan wizards for centuries longer than wizarding Britain had even existed. The instincts bred into them were ingrained deep inside their psyche, and the wound was made ever greater for it. He got no comfort from the morning serpent. On the 3rd day at the break of dawn, Harry dressed and packed his things. Dread wrapped about his torso underneath his flowing black dress robes, the only ones he had purchased for outside of Hogwarts. It was time to visit Diagon Alley, time to move on. Harry leapt through the phoenix flame without a thought, appearing easily inside the apparition point inside of Gringotts Bank. Fawkes followed him in short order, alighting on his shoulder with a flare of scarlet wings. Harry ignored the stares he got from the few wizards about, slipping out into the main thoroughfare and to the tellers. There were only 2 wizards in the main room, and many booths were empty. Harry picked the closest angry-looking goblin and approached, stopping in front of the desk and waiting for the attention of the goblin to rise reluctantly and meet his gaze. What the goblin saw there caused it to sit up straight, waiting. Harry spoke. I have been informed that Gringotts keeps track of wizarding investments as well as vaults. To whom should I speak about this? The goblin's face took on a slightly eager look, its eyes glittering. Any goblin can do such. I would be more than delighted to help you. The goblin gave a snarling smile, and Harry snorted inside. He was sure any goblin could, and was even more sure that with such an honor the goblin gained something substantial as well, if not respect then a percentage of the profits. No wonder the teller was eager. Harry doubted the tellers had much in the way of honor or respect, being forced to do business with wizards on a daily business. No, the better the position in the bank, the more rank they had, and the farther from the wizards, the better. Harry let his teeth show as he smiled back, a baring of tooth that spoke of someone who would not be fooled. I wish to speak with Griffook. Surprise showed on the goblin's face, as its lips drew down in a grotesque frown. Griffook. The cart driver. The disgust in his tone was plain. Perhaps there was a rank lower than teller after all. Harry felt a grin work on his face as he agreed, and as the goblin reluctantly summoned another to seek out Griffook. The goblin from 2 years ago would owe him something then for increasing his position within the bank. When Griffook appeared, He showed Fang in amusement at the sight of Harry. He gestured for Harry to follow him, and he did so easily, walking down into the deep caverns of the bank and finally to a small office. The goblin paused, and Harry saw his eyes resting on a sign beside the door. Potter. Harry did not need to be told. He could see the way the sign was designed, a large plaque leading down to a sharp pin prick, and beneath that a small bronze bowl. He reached out with an open palm and allowed the sharp edge to cut his palm, the blood dripping down to the bowl with a soft ping. The door shimmered and opened, and Griffook reached out to do the same. Above Potter another name appeared, Gripshook in hand. Harry did not comment. Obviously the translation from Gobbledegook to English was not always seamless, and he had a feeling that the odd goblin names had more than a singular meaning. He merely entered the room, much larger inside than it appeared from the outer door. Along one side stretched shelf upon shelf of files, but on the desk rested only a single large book. Harry took the wizard-sized chair in front of the desk, sinking into its plush surface with a tired sigh. Griffook did not comment, regally stepping to the elegant chair with a savage joy alighting his features. The goblin began to peruse the book with casual speed, and for an hour Harry merely sat there, content to watch as the goblin flipped through the book. For a time he might have dozed, and a low growl awoke him. He opened his green eyes to meet Griffook's. Quietly Harry spoke, sleep fuzzing his eyes. "Just how much of a promotion have I given you?" Griffook only smirked, a hint of fang at the corners of his mouth. His knobbly forehead lowered in a mocking bow before the goblin spoke. "As content as you looked, I imagine you are ready to get down to business." "Yes," Harry simply replied. Fox trilled from a high corner he had perched on, but the goblin did not spare him a glance and merely lowered his eyes to the book in front of him. "You have sealed our contact when you allowed me to mix my blood with yours at the door. With the death of your father, the previous contract had been nulled. I will now be the goblin in charge of the Potter estate, though I suppose you knew all this." Harry merely nodded, eyelids lowered slightly in almost boredom. Griffook continued. "What is it, exactly, that you wish to know? It will take months to go through all these documents and begin to reinvest any capital you wish." Harry waved a hand. "I will leave all of that in a goblin's more than capable hands. I have no inclination for the business of making money at this time. I have plenty." Griffook sneered, disagreeing, before he spoke with a rough edge to his voice. "Then what, Mr. Potter, is it you wish to know?" Harry finally sat up, focusing his green eyes on the goblin, his own voice hardening into seriousness. "I need a place to stay. I have heard many pureblood students speaking of family manors. Where is Potter Manor?" Griffook sneered, flipping through the book easily. "You own several small estates, mostly cottages or apartments, scattered across the wizarding world. The former manor at Godric's Hollow was never rebuilt, after it was destroyed in the very event so celebrated by your kind." Harry did not reply, his mind in turmoil, so it was destroyed. Quietly he spoke. "What of house elves? Were there any present?" Griffook flipped again several times, pausing in between before speaking. "On file here, it appears all registered house elves from the manor were transferred to all the small estates about the time you were born. Curious." It wasn't to Harry, who knew that some wizards must be aware that house elves were not always loyal to their masters. If the Potters wanted to hide, they would be better to do so completely alone. Harry finally spoke, mind in thought. "I would like a list of these estates. Perhaps it is time a Potter inspected them." Griffook grinned, and in a matter of minutes the list was in his hand. Harry stood, prepared to leave. Griffook quickly spoke again, a growl in his voice. "Mr. Potter, don't you wish to have an overview of your accounts? Your vault? What about all the ongoing investments?" Harry interrupted him with an impatient wave. "I don't need more knowledge of just how wealthy I am. Just do what you must to get everything in order and invest what you like. Make us money. If you need me, Owl." Griffook reluctantly nodded, and Harry left, the door closing behind him. He ignored a passing goblin, eyes focused on the first name on the paper in his hand. 11 Hallam Street, London. With a flash of flame, he was gone. Within a day, he had settled into the 4-story townhouse on Hallam Street. Darby had brought all his things and ended his renting of the Hog's Head room. He had also sent Darby to retrieve Hedwig now that he had a place to stay for a time, and introduced himself to the 2 house elves in residence. One was an older matron, her pillowcase clean and pressed into neat corners. Her name was Ivy, and she acted in both a calm and stately manner, completely at odds with Darby's eagerness. The daughter she introduced, however, was just as jumpy and excited. Blossom, she was called, and her and Darby took an instant shine to each other, despite Ivy's disapproval. Harry pulled Ivy aside to speak. Are all Potter house elves named after plants? Ivy regally nodded, her lips pressed in a neutral line. Harry asked another question with a half-smile on his face. I don't suppose you can clean Darby up a bit. He's a bit rough. Some of the disapproval on the house elf's face faded. She spoke hesitantly. You did not want him in such a state. Harry quickly shook his head, sensing there was more to the question than he could guess. Not at all. He was just given to me by an opponent. Darby has helped me in the past, and freeing him from his old master was the least I could do for him. Ivy nodded gracefully, and Harry read the relief in her eyes. Harry gave a few directions regarding the house and sank onto a couch to think. 11 Hallam Street was the lone magical dwelling in the middle of a muggle neighborhood. It was part of one of the long traditional Georgian terraces common in that part of London, being made of brick and rising to 4 stories to match the rest of the street. Based on the glances he had gotten, the residents were all well-to-do. Blossom had helpfully informed him that the apartment was one of the only original apartments on the south side, thanks to an unlucky bomb during the Blitzkrieg on London. Its wards had protected it, barely, as well as half of the building on its right side. He had been told the house was not hidden from muggles, though it did have repelling charms upon it. He should not attract much notice, though he assured them he did not plan to often leave through the front door. Instead, he focused his thoughts on what to do next. He had small apartments in France, Spain, and America, and cottages in Romania, Egypt, and one far out in Australia, for reasons he could only imagine. Perhaps the Potters had done business in those places, or had family in the area. He could only guess and ask the house elves. Ivy had told him the townhouse in London had been purchased a century ago for an uncle who had never married Julian Potter. Harry had found his portrait in an upper room. For all that the residence was 4 stories, it only had 4 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, a living room, and a kitchen with attached pantry. It was narrow, like all those next to it. Harry did not mind, and with only him and 3 house elves he was able to spread out. Dredd enjoyed his freedom, but Fox stayed near to Harry almost all the time. It did not bother him, for Fox was mostly silent and seldom gathered his attention. He was more of a constant warm presence at the edge of his mind. The London property would be perfect for him if he had to meet a tutor designated by Dumbledore. He had mentioned as much to the elves, who assured him the fireplace was connected to the flue system. However, his muggle family would not be able to visit thanks to the repelling charms. He had not yet informed them of his presence in London. He was too nervous, too afraid of telling them what had happened. Of telling them he had failed to stay unnoticed, that he was no longer going to attend the wizarding school. How was he supposed to fulfill his promise? He still had access, of course, to all the information he needed through Owl Order books. Still, he felt confined here in London. Also still had to perform a runic set this summer, for the bond he had with his magic was tugging at him more and more often with the desire. He had 3 and 4 more to come. It was written in the stars, for all he knew, as inevitable now as the tide in the sea. He had already decided what runes he would do next. He needed to be camouflaged in plain sight, unnoticeable. While the invisibility runes worked somewhat, there were too many holes. Instead, his thoughts had turned towards an animagus form. He had read extensively on the process, ordering several books from the catalogue. He had considered the potion to save time, but even with that the transfiguration process to get there took years. Years he did not have, and his animal could be anything, not what he chose. Instead, he would research animagus abilities separately while going with a more immediate animal transformation runic set. For a while he had considered a bird of some sort, an owl or eagle. It had to fly. But after much thought, and the knowledge that no animagus could turn into a magical animal, he had decided to go with what he already had worked towards, a phoenix. True animagi could not assume the form of a magical creature, because in doing so they would become irrevocably stuck in that form. This was because a wizard's magic was fundamentally different from that of another creature. In order to transform, they had to transform their magic also. Magic which, once changed, would be unable to change back again. Many wizards had tried it, many had failed. Of those who had succeeded, they had either died or been stuck living the life of their creature's form for the rest of their days. Harry knew his runes presented a way around that constraint. His own book had told him so, describing ancient Asian wizards who stalked the land as Chinese fireballs, terrible to behold. It also told of Celtic women turning their forms into that of mermaids or selkies or sirens, the supposed origin of the hybrid Velas. And it spoke of the Egyptian priests who worshipped the sun god Ra and could assume the form of the regal phoenix. So he knew it was possible, and he would do it. And why not in Egypt this very summer? He had a house there, a ritual to the sun, with Fawkes at his side. He did not allow himself to consider the damage done at the last sun ritual, did not think of the loss of control. He only set his mind to his goal and calculated the quickest way to arrive. So a week after he arrived in London, he packed his things once more and focused on the address in Egypt. Harry thought it almost poetic to go to Egypt to perform such a ritual, and for such a reason. The irony of it was almost enough to make him laugh. Egypt was the place magic was born within the hearts of wizarding kind. The first recorded magic was done there. The first wizard to pick up wooden stave and make something happen happened there. Magic was practiced freely with muggles in the ancient times, and wizarding pharaohs were worshipped as gods. Every wizard joined a magical priesthood dedicated to a certain god, though not all priests were wizards. Only the greatest and the most respected. Potions were sold on street corners, ancient concoctions to do mundane things, and from Egypt originated the phoenix and its dedicated sun god, Ra. All head priests of Ra had the ability to assume the form of a phoenix, something that mystified many modern wizards. The way to attain such had been censored out by the British ministry, labelled as dark magic, and consecutively written out of history. Only Harry had read his book cover to cover that explained the secret, that spoke of the runes necessary for such rituals. The sun would love him for it, the sun which Egyptians had named Ra, which had not had such a thing done for it since the dawn of modern magic. Ra, Atum, Horus, Amun, the life-giver and creator, the father of all other gods. His house in Egypt could not have been better located for his purpose. Heliopolis was believed by muggles to be mostly ruin, destroyed, and dismantled in the building of medieval Cairo centuries before. Muggle Heliopolis was merely a suburban sprawl from modern Cairo. They could not see what was truly there. Heliopolis, the city of the sun, was the largest wizarding community in Egypt. Surrounded by what muggles saw only as crumbling brick walls and crude huts was a bustling community, the majority of it ironically located underground in vast cavern marketplaces. On the surface was hidden a large dome, the center of alchemical studies, the largest such center in the world, and the reason for Heliopolis's modern fame. Nicholas Flamel himself had studied there at the beginning of his vast life, and the school was based around the famous alchemist's work. From the outside, the Potter house merely looked like another crude hut. Harry ignored the wizards eyeballing his strange attire and staring openly at the phoenix perched upon his shoulder. Instead, he quickly ascended the stairs and watched with fascination as the eyes began to slide away from his form, protected then from wizards' gaze as well. Excellent. Harry knocked quietly, already beginning to feel mildly uncomfortable in the heated sun. He wasn't dressed appropriately, and it was 10 times hotter here than in Britain, a dry sort of heat that moved in waves across the sand. He felt the sun bearing down on him, a heavy hand on his shoulder. It acknowledged his presence in its homeland and welcomed him. Harry repressed a shudder. The door swung open, and he looked down into the gaze of a young house elf. It stared up at him with wide eyes before disappearing back into the house. Harry followed it hesitantly, the dark slowly getting clearer as his eyes adjusted to the light. His night vision was excellent, but his eyes needed time to adjust from the noon sun to near darkness. A sudden snap and light blossomed from torches upon thick stone walls, and Harry blinked quickly. Before him stood 2 adult house elves, a middle-aged couple perhaps. The both of them observed him with a mix of awe and respect, multiplied by the creature on his shoulder. With a silent look to Fawkes, the phoenix fluttered further into the house, and Harry introduced himself to the elves. It seemed there were 4 here. They had not been transferred from Potter Manor, but had always occupied this Egyptian house, originally for Lark Potter, an alchemist, who had lived here followed by the occasional descendant until the last decade, when the Egyptian Potter line had perished with the death of elderly spinster Laurel Potter a decade ago. They were hired out per an ancient contract to work for the centre at a set wage, which was transferred automatically to the Potter Vault in London. The house elves consisted of a couple, Jasmine and Lychnis. Their young son Cries, short for chrysanthemum young master, the mother had proudly informed him, and Jasmine's elderly father, Cress. Harry had not bothered to ask about the two flowers he did not recognize, figuring they must be local ones he had never seen. Instead, he quickly jumped to his business. I will be staying for the next month. I will not bother you if you could simply provide meals in the kitchen. If any of you have a map of the city, that would be most appreciated. All four had eagerly nodded to the first, and Harry had spent a moment exploring the house. It was a one-story stone building with thick walls and a damp smell. Not a single window existed, and Harry could only assume that magic kept the place feeling chilled. It almost felt like a cavern deep beneath the soil, unknown to the light of the sun. A kitchen, common area, and a single bedroom with an adjoining bathroom. It was a bachelor's hut, or he supposed, a single woman. He turned and left, heading towards the wizarding marketplace. He needed more appropriate clothes, and he needed a map that the house elves had been unable to provide. He only hoped his lack of Egyptian language would not present too much of a challenge. All the petrified students were given the potion at the same time, a week before term ended. The school had been in an uproar, and exams cancelled after it was announced Ginny Weasley had been found dead by Harry Potter in the Chamber of Secrets. The newspaper article the next day had only accented that fact, showing a startling picture taken by Colin Creevey of Harry Potter. Robes and face, stained with a startling mix of red and black, his robes tattered and torn. He had been walking past, eyes focused on some distant target, his green eyes almost glowing with suppressed magic, a trait normally only seen in older wizards of Dumbledore's caliber. His fists had been clenched, his face set, the look of a warrior. Dumbledore had quickly done damage control of his own, releasing special pictures taken from the Chamber of Secrets, carefully orchestrated shots of the blinded basilisk of the high-ceiling chamber. He had then carefully detailed a fabricated account of the Potter heir's valiant struggle with the help of his own phoenix and the mythical Gryffindor's sword, slaying the monster in its den, but not before poor Ginny Weasley, who had been possessed by a cursed artifact left by Slytherin's heir, had become partially petrified and drowned in the shallow pools scattered about the chamber. One photo had shown such a pool, at the base of the large stone head, carved snakes twining out of every corner and curve. For a publicity campaign, it worked splendidly, undoing the damage and making Harry Potter a hero once again. Dumbledore had already written Harry a letter with the two articles, as well as informing him of when his friends would awaken. He had hoped, even after no reply was received, that the boy would at least return to see his friends, but no such luck. So he waited alone as Madame Pomfrey used both spell and potion, carefully maneuvering each frozen individual into drinking, calming them with gentle words to simply lie still, to not ask questions yet, that everything would be explained in due time. Mrs. Norris, who yowled loudly and leapt from the room, to Mr. Zabini, then Longbottom, then finally first Hermione Granger, who came out in mid-argument. Your father, Draco. And paused, eyes wide, the yell dying in her throat as she looked around, backing up. No. She drifted off, sitting on a bed numbly. Blaise and Neville both slowly came over to her, as one watching as Draco came awake, his head beginning to shake back and forth, looking away from the mirror with fire in his eyes, ready to argue, to deny, only to see the three staring back at him. His words died. In silence they waited, as Madame Pomfrey checked them all over once more, the truth upon them immediately. Only Blaise was confused as to what happened, something explained to him in low tones by Neville. Albus gave them a minute, before clearing his throat. Pomfrey left, and they were alone. He stood before them and slowly spoke. No doubt your peers will inform you of all that happened while you were petrified. I will simply tell you of what has happened since the events 2 weeks ago, the petrification of Hermione Granger and Draco Malfoy. He saw tears begin to rise in Miss Granger's eyes, saw her see that Harry was not there, and guessing what it could mean. 3 days after the event, I was called back to the school most urgently, for one Ginevra Weasley had been kidnapped by a cursed object. Draco was going pale, Hermione clenching her fist together tightly in anguish. By the time a force was assembled, the family informed, and the Auror search underway, Mr. Potter returned with Ms. Weasley. He told of a battle in the Chamber of Secrets and informed us of its location. I am afraid Ms. Weasley perished in the chamber, killed by the very object that had her in its thrall. They were all pale now, and silent tears were crawling down Miss Granger's face. Mr. Longbottom wrapped an arm about her shoulder, staring stalwartly back at him. Both Mr. Zabini and Mr. Malfoy simply sat silent, their faces now unreadable. Dumbledore finished his words gently. Exams have been cancelled, and in 3 days you will all return home. You will be given the option of making up what work you have missed this year over the summer, or to retake your year in the case of Mr. Zabini. A derisive snort came from Blaise, dark eyes condescending. He had expected no less. Mr. Potter was for the most part unharmed, and has already left for the summer. The uproar, Hermione shaking her head as Neville and Blaise protested. But it was Draco who talked over them, his grey eyes challenging. "Headmaster, we all know that Harry stays here over the summer. Why isn't he here to see us?" Dumbledore did not let his own emotion show, settling for twinkling eyes and a grandfatherly smile. "Mr. Potter is staying elsewhere this summer, with regards to the unfortunate events that have happened this school year. You are welcome to write him, of course, and he may inform you of where he is staying." Hermione nodded, wiping her eyes, and Neville and Blaise seemed satisfied, but Draco Malfoy was clever, and had been trained in the art of subterfuge since he was a small boy. "You don't know where he is, do you?" Draco challenged. The other two students looked over, surprised, though Mr. Zabini quickly caught on. Albus smiled magnanimously. "I know he is being well looked after. My own Phoenix Fox is monitoring his safety, and can bring him back here at any time, I assure you." None of them were satisfied now, looking at him with a mix of disgust and anger. Albus stood, gently extracting himself from the room with a soft farewell, encouraging them to rest. He paused outside the door, listening as voices rose and fell inside the room, a full-fledged argument in progress, accusations and pleading. Finally, he turned away, slowly making his way to his office. Perhaps Harry's friends could do what he could not, and convince Mr. Potter to return to Hogwarts. But their friendship had been damaged by the events this year, and Harry had been adamant, as stubborn as his mother. It was time he began drafting a letter to the ministry regarding the out-of-school tutoring of one Harry Potter, ward of Hogwarts. By the time a month was almost over, Harry had prepared himself. In ancient Egypt, the summer solstice had been celebrated as the new year and marked the beginning of the annual flooding of the Nile. Sirius, the star of Queen Isis, would rise into the night sky over Egypt as the shortest night of the year began, and magic flowed strongly to all those who cut upon their skin and called themselves wizards. It was a solstice ritual that had been celebrated by an entire people, not a man or woman not participating. Harry would have given anything to see such a thing in ancient times. Still, even in modern Egypt, the ritual was still celebrated by 100 times more wizards than back in Britain. First day out, Harry had visited the local branch of Gringotts Bank, received an amulet to translate his speech into Egyptian, and proceed out into the marketplace. He had first bought himself clothes, loose flowing robes that helped deal with the hot sun and ever-present sand. He then had found a map, and spent the next weeks finding the place on which to perform his ritual. So many Egyptians celebrated at popular historic sites that it had been hard to find one that would be unoccupied. Fawkes, however, had once more beckoned to him, which is why Harry had found himself in the middle of the desert outside of Heliopolis, a barren hot stretch of land with only a subtle breeze to give relief from the burning sun. If it was possible for Harry's skin to darken, it would have done so here, but it had not, and the sun pricked his skin like a million tiny ants, hot and stinging. He could die in a place like this, burnt and thirsty, with no man or woman within miles to save him. To Muggles, it was an empty place of sand and stone, a forest of stones for several miserable miles. They told themselves those very red stones were the reasons for not building there, though humanity had never had trouble shifting such piles for ages upon ages. The true reason was a complex layer of wards and curses that even wizards had trouble unraveling, a complex system that had been steadily chipped away at for years. When Fox took him there, those wards sprang to life, circling him like rabid dogs, eager to sink teeth into flesh in revenge for the stinging whips of centuries of curse breakers. Fox's presence made them pause, and Ankh made them stop. With the presence of a true runic wizard, the damage that wizards had done to the system was instantly reversed. Centuries of work lost as the wards flowed into his magic and renewed themselves. And before Harry's eyes, the sea of red rock shimmered and vanished, revealing a low stone altar the likes of which he had only seen in books about the ancient world. He stepped up to what treasure hunters had been aching to explore, to what wizards had greedily been working to conquer and possess. The ancient altar of the great temple of Heliopolis, the Temple of the Sun. Age had worked its fingers into here as well, for most of the temple was crumbling ruin, its chiseled red rock scattered about its broken hull. Sand itself covered the majority of walls in wavy lines of brown and tan. But the altar, soaked in the blood of thousands, was untouched and pristine, its golden inlays of hieroglyphs gleaming in the sun. Here was a place made for blood magic, made for rune and ritual. The ancient Egyptians had had the practice down to an art, and the act of sacrifice was an honor. Every summer solstice, the priests would come to work the magic into their skin, to dedicate themselves to their god, to dance in the flames of the phoenix. Harry shuddered at the feeling of magic in the air, at the building power in this place. It knew its purpose, knew what Harry represented, and was eager for it, thirsty to taste blood once more. It would be a struggle to keep control in this place, a struggle to not cut and cut and cut until his blood freely soaked the altar with his life as well as his magic. Harry closed his eyes, breathed in the dry air, and vanished into flame that for once did not feel warm to his skin, but a relief from the burning sun and singing magic. His fourth set would be done in a week's time. She was lonely. The feeling surprised her, because she was getting letters from Neville almost every day by his little brown owl Rugby, short notes about his current plans, his homework, his various aunts and uncles and cousins. Her parents were hovering, and she could see the worry hidden behind their smiling faces, noticed the way they did not leave her alone for long, saw it in the timid knocks on her door with offers to go shopping, and see a movie, and take a drive. Of course, the school had had to inform the parents of the basilisk, and of course, her parents had to have a subscription to the Daily Prophet. By the time she returned from the train ride, her parents were grim, with half-hearted ideas to pull her from school and leave the country. Half-hearted because they knew they had no choice, and that the wizarding world was not kind to muggle parents. Hermione herself had the final say, and she was not going anywhere. She wouldn't leave Harry, not when he needed her most. Her parents had not been happy with her about that either. Despite having met him the summer before, the picture in the Prophet was damning to her parents. The article that followed was only icing on the proverbial cake. Even the articles that followed days later, ones obviously instigated by Headmaster Dumbledore, had not been enough to set to rest the doubts that had been risen. Hermione could only imagine how the rest of the wizarding world was responding. She had no owl of her own, but Neville had told her that he had sent out several owls, and as of yet received no reply from Harry, not even a short note saying he was all right. Hermione had thought of asking him to contact Blaise and Draco, but hesitated. While Blaise was nice for a Slytherin and pureblood, Draco was downright aggressive. The blonde had been all kinds of angry and out of sorts after waking up, before lapsing into silent fury. What exactly he was angry at she wasn't sure, but knew she herself was a portion of it. She had, after all, connected the dots that lead to his own father, and she was muggle-born and intelligent and powerful, contradictions that never failed to bring on a sour expression. No, she was lonely because Harry was her first friend, and she worried. She worried about how he was dealing, alone, with the death of Ginny. She worried about the horrible press brought on by that horrible reporter Rita Skeeter and her idiot classmate Colin. She worried about what he was doing that very moment, worried about the ritual she knew would take place. She had hoped to help him this summer, had thought to even participate in the planning of the runes. After the terse descriptions of the ritual Harry had given, she knew more than enough to know he could use someone to watch and clean up the aftermath, if only to offer comfort. Harry needed a friend, even if he didn't know it. He didn't have to be so adult. Hermione slammed her fist on the desk in front of her, staring morosely out the bedroom window into the rainy day. She was so worried she was angry, and if she could see Harry this very minute, she wasn't sure if she would hug him or punch him for putting her through this. No word. How could he? She laid her head on her hands, closing her eyes with a sigh, the anger draining from her as quickly as it had come. Why couldn't he be a normal boy, laughing at jokes and visiting her over the summer? Why couldn't he come over for a meal and then visit the zoo again like they did last year? Why did all this have to happen to such a good person? A sudden tap brought her head up quickly, flinching back as she met the stony glare of two amber eyes. She quickly undid the latch and opened the window, allowing the wet and frazzled owl to flap into the room, fluffing out its feathers and shaking droplets over her parchment. Drat! She cursed, quickly untying the letter and shooing the bird off her homework. It glared at her, eyes unblinking, as it settled on top of her dresser. She frowned, unfurling the note and reading the words, her temporary thrill of excitement fading as she saw the signature upon the page. Hermione Granger, I apologize for my behavior this previous year. You were right about my father. I will endeavor to make it up to you this following year. If you hear from Harry, give him my regards. Draco Malfoy. Hermione's eyes narrowed at the long, loopy signature that had "I'm rich, and I know it" written all over it. With a huff of annoyance, she tossed the letter aside, but she felt the stirrings of humor growing inside. So the pompous twit thought he would apologize. Well, it would take more than a fancy letter. Her eyes lit on the owl glaring balefully at her, and a grin began to twitch the corner of her mouth. With the first smile of her summer, she pulled out pen and parchment and began to write. Albus. I found him. The yell came from his fireplace, and Dumbledore turned to it with grave eyes from where he had been sitting at his large desk. He gestured, and Arthur Weasley stepped through, clutching a letter in his hand. At another gesture, he explained. Albus, I receive monthly letters from my son, Bill, who is stationed with Gringotts in Egypt. He wrote me twice this month to tell me that he spotted none other than Harry Potter in Heliopolis. He wasn't sure at first, but there are not many British wizards there, especially children, and then he saw the phoenix and knew it must be him. He's in Egypt. Albus folded his hands, eyes steady though inside he trembled. What could possess Harry to travel so far away? How had he done it? And why had Fawkes consented? Where was the boy staying? He tamped down the questions, and instead spoke softly, the calm tone undermining his writhing heart. Arthur, you and your family are going to Egypt, correct? In 2 weeks' time. Make it now, please. If you see him, tell him I wish to speak with him. I now know why our owls have not yet returned. The flight to Egypt is a long one, and almost too far by bird. Arthur Weasley nodded, though his face had gone blank, replaced by a hidden emotion Dumbledore suspected was anger. Arthur spoke, a hard edge to his voice. Albus, I know you have vouched for him, but after this last school year, perhaps it is best we not be the ones to go to Egypt. I know we had it planned, and all with the lottery, but my sons. No, I'm sorry, Albus, but I will not go with him there. Dumbledore nodded his head sadly. He had hoped the Weasleys would not blame the young Potter, but they did, for he was the only thing in front of them to hate. Harry's disappearance had only worsened their ire, for it screamed of a guilty heart. Arthur spoke again, voice slightly pleading. Albus, surely someone else. If he pushed, Arthur would go, but the trust he held would never be the same. The headmaster finally spoke, striving to keep the disappointed anger he felt out of his voice. What Arthur and his family was feeling was understandable, and barely a month had gone by for their grief to fade. He had to remember that not everyone saw things the way he saw them, that not everyone could set aside personal feeling for the greater good. It is all right, Arthur. And it was, because Dumbledore knew someone else who could go to Egypt and fit in there, who still owed him one favor, though the result had not been desired. He would contact Harry for Albus if anyone could. And so Arthur Weasley left, planning to go to the Mayan ruins instead. And the picture on the front page of the Daily Prophet in 2 weeks' time showed an almost smiling, almost complete Weasley family in front of a crumbling step, pyramid covered in green moss. And thousands of miles away, in a damp cell, a gaunt man grasped a newspaper and screamed. She is so frustrating. Merlin, what is wrong with that girl? Blaise leaned back against in his chair, amused as the blonde paced in the library. A frown marred Draco's face, and he waved a crinkled letter about in a tight fist. The nerve! Listen to this. I will accept your apology with the same amount of sincerity with which I am sure it was given. And she calls me pompous. Draco threw himself down into a chair, eyes blazing. Blaze struggled not to laugh, a grin tugging furiously at his face. He made himself look around the room, casting his gaze over the many leather-bound books that lined the Zabini library as he tried to think up the proper response. With a neutral tone, he spoke. I'm surprised you wrote her at all. Draco glanced up, his eyes suddenly shuttered and shifted in his seat. She might be in contact with Harry. Blaze hummed in his throat noncommittally, and Draco flushed and snapped out a word. What? He found the smirk finally coming out on his face and drawled out in reply. I was referring more to the apology. Draco's flush grew, and he sat up straight now, his body almost vibrating with emotion. That Gryffindor was right, as much as it pains me to admit, and as such it was only proper to apologize. But look how she repays me. This letter is proof she is nothing but a barbaric muggle-born. The blonde shook the letter for emphasis, and Blaze raised his brows. Indeed, I was thinking her manner was quite sophisticated. He found his amusement growing as his classmate jumped to his feet again, resuming his angry pacing. Sophisticated, sophisticated. How could you call her that? Anyone can use big words. She threw my apology in my face. She has no proper manners at all. Blaze let his humor show, tapping his fingers idly on the wooded arm on his chair. I was thinking it was more how she put those big words together. It's admirable. Draco stuttered in wordless anger, his mouth moving much like a fish underwater. His grin grew, and he continued, wondering just how far he could push the pureblood air. In fact, perhaps we should take lessons. She had a certain flair when she so politely called you an ass. The letter in Draco's hand crinkled as it was crushed even further, and the grey eyes could have shot sparks. An ass. She called me a arrogant and spoiled boy with little diction and no common sense. Draco's chest heaved in indignation, and Blaze found himself chuckling. Why are you laughing? Draco spat, red-faced. Blaze smoothed out his face and stood, suddenly serious as he met those eyes. I'm laughing because you are reacting as if you care what a muggle-born Gryffindor thinks. The reaction was instantaneous. The red flush faded, leaving pale skin behind, and Draco's mouth slammed shut. Blaze continued, eyes dark. You flew over here, offended, because she did not immediately accept your first apology, one that I could have told you did not sound sincere. Then you are angry over the things she said. Why does it matter? For the first time in many years, Draco broke eye contact first, looking down and away. Blaze tamped down on his thrill at having bested the Malfoy heir and reached out to slide the letter from the boy's now limp fingers. He opened it, eyes running over the letter once more, before softly placing it on the end table beside them. Perhaps, Draco, you should be more worried about Lord Malfoy and not Hermione. You can prove whatever you like to her once school restarts. She is our friend, as startling as that is, and will forgive you everything in time. She has a kind heart. You might not admit it, but your actions show that already you do not hold the same values as your father. You do not call her a mudblood. Draco's eyes stayed riveted on the books nearby, eyes blank. Harry would not like me to do so. Blaze felt a fission of anger and his eyes narrowed. Don't try to hide behind Harry. Perhaps that was what it was in the beginning, but not anymore. Admit it, Draco, Hermione is a brilliant witch and deserves the magic inside her. Harry saw such from the beginning and gave her the chance to prove it. This is not about him. It's about her and those like her. Draco suddenly turned to him, and the helplessness in his gaze added fear to Blaze's anger. Father is planning something. The petrifications were just the beginning. A test, I think. I'm not sure he knew what would happen, but I can see he is not entirely displeased. He's been contacting old friends. Something to do with the minister and the Wisengamot. You know, the old laws. It does not take a huge leap to figure out what the next move might be. Blaze rocked back on his heels and forced his voice to not show the reaction those words left him with. What are you going to do? Draco walked past him, sitting down with slumped shoulders. What can I do? He expects me to follow in his footsteps, but does not trust me enough to confide in me, for good reason. I have disappointed him, both through my continued association with Hermione and my inability to follow his direction regarding Harry. Where would I turn, Blaze? If things return to the way they were, the way they want them to be. Blaze sat across from him, eyes half closed in furious thought. You've been thinking about this already. Draco nodded absently, his hands clenching around the armrest. Thoughts only, reluctantly. They want a war blaze, and we are the next soldiers to fight in it. Things change, isn't that what Harry says? But we can't change. I can't. I've been groomed to be a pureblood heir, to support my father in every realm, politically, economically. He could destroy me. What am I without him? For a moment the two sat there in a silence that grew larger with every moment. Finally Blaze spoke, his voice low. Perhaps there is another choice. Grey eyes flickered up down. You're talking about turning the tables. It won't be easy. Who says he will agree? He snorted, and his fingers resumed their tapping, a staccato tune to the words he spoke. You tell me, will he stand by and let it happen? Draco reached over, stopped his fingers from moving, his face set in the neutral Slytherin mask. Stop that infernal tapping. It wasn't an answer, and yet it was all Blaze needed to hear. He found the grin growing once more on his dark face, and inside his mind began to plan, to put together the pieces that would inevitably shatter, and soon. We will need to contact Neville as well. He is the Longbottom heir. Draco smirked in return, leaning back into his chair, his features relaxed. You have more faith in him than I imagine, Malfoys and Longbottoms united. Who would ever predict that? Blaze raised his eyebrows, tilting his head and tapping once on the wood under his hand with a single manicured fingernail. Trelawney. For a second, brown eyes met grey in solemn silence, and then the laughter began. The designs for his fourth set of runes looked more like an elegant tattoo than anything he had ever done before. He had pored over Egyptian texts, two of them dedicated to hieroglyphics used on temples and pyramids. The pictographic symbols had been used not only to communicate, but as elaborate prayers, curses, and blessings, ingrained with magic in many instances. It presented a never-ending headache for curse breakers, to not only understand, but to see the connection, how one symbol here would relate to the next, and the next. Size mattered as well, and direction, and even the placement upon a wall. For Harry, he had to consider all these things but thinking of his own body as a temple, one already inscribed with other runes. In this fourth set, he would essentially be dedicating it to the sun, taking on its chosen creature as his own form. It did not mean he would be locked into never performing another set for the moon. It merely made those dedicated to the sun all the more powerful. After all, the moon was merely a reflection of the sun, and all other stars its brothers. This fourth set would be the most dangerous. It represented a catalyst within his magic, a tipping of the proverbial scales. Before, he had had an urge to complete the runic set, a tickling at the corner of his mind. After this, the choice would not be simply between magic and no magic, but life and no life at all, if he could complete the ritual. He had had a year to recover and forget what had happened before. But as the days lengthened before the 21st of June, he found himself remembering the crushing grasp and alien intelligence, the helplessness, the giving in and giving up. 2 days before the ritual, as he sat eating lunch, he came to another startling realization. As much as the Dark Lord had desired the power inherent in the blood magic rituals, he had not possessed the ability to actually go through with them. He might have got 2 sets in, perhaps, and tasted the true power present in the runes, but Voldemort could not have given in to the sun, could not have allowed himself to be bound, helpless to the will of another. He would have fought and been crushed because of it. It did not only require strength, but weakness. Not only will, but the bending of will. Harry idly pushed his half-eaten sandwich away, turning instead to his notes on the table. The Phoenix set would be dispersed about his body, one upon the top of each hand and foot, one below and touching the third runic set for Phoenix Flame on his back, and one in the center of his chest, just touching the runes already spiraling about his heart. The seventh and final, the one that would activate the others, that would twist and transform himself into a phoenix, would be cut right above Mem and Samuk on the crown of his head. In preparation, Harry had shorn his hair to the skin, carefully, until he was as bald as the Egyptian priests of old. He had been reluctant to cut off his hair, which had grown long until it reached past his shoulders, but it had been necessary. He planned to purchase a simple hair-growing potion afterwards, and so had not spent much time agonizing over it. His main focus was on the runes themselves. It had to be done carefully and correctly. It was important that he already had the runic set for Phoenix Flame. Not all of the Phoenix abilities came with the transformation, for the runes were limited in such a way, and a Phoenix's magic was complicated. It did not help that Harry also needed to study books on a Phoenix's body structure, and there were very few. He had to supplement with books on bird anatomy. He should have been doing this much sooner, and the last month had barely been enough time even with his increased mental capacity to learn everything he needed. He figured by having the runes spaced out, it would help link the magic of the transformation ritual to every part of himself, tying them together just as they were linked by bone and flesh. It helped that he already had runes on his palms and upper torso. His feet would be the stretch, for his magic was not present in his lower body beyond the normal percentage in his blood. It had no function down there normally and would balk at it. But his feet were just as much a part of himself as his hands and wings, and as such would need to be included. A rune for changing his bone structure to make it hollow and light. A rune for changing sparsely haired flesh to downy feather and long, elegant crest. A rune for changing hands to wings, and another to allow such wings to blend with his own upon his back. He did not want a phoenix with 4 wings, and doubted he could have one set without the other. Flying was too ingrained in his mind already, as the fiasco with the broomsticks had taught him. A 5th rune for voice, to speak in trills and song as Fox spoke, to allow him to both lift the moods around him and fight off the darkness that encroaches on the human heart. A 6th rune for tears, for the healing sorrow of the phoenix, the ability to transform a drop of his magic into pure liquid that falls on open wounds and closes them, one only mimicked in the healing spells cast by Mediwizards. And then the final one, the 7th, the one that brings them all together at a word and turns him into something else, something stronger and better, a new form. His body trembled at the thought, and his pencil dropped from his fingers. He leaned back in his chair, a weary sigh rising from his chest. He was done ready. He had practiced the runes again and again, carving them into his memory as he traced them on his paper. A soft noise brought his attention around. Little cries stood there, tugging on one ear. "Master Potter, there is a man at the door wishing to speak with you." Harry frowned, standing. He had thought the place had a charm on it to prevent wizards from knowing it was there. The only thing that would explain it was that the man waiting already knew of its existence. Who would, though? It had not been in use for a long time, not since his great-aunt had studied alchemy here. He walked over to the door, thanking the young house elf, who stammered and vanished. He shook his head. The Egyptian house elves were darker-skinned and more formal than those he had met before, preferring silence over chatter. He had the chance to learn more about their culture and the magical bindings on them. It seemed every elf child was bound upon birth, but the elves were allowed to marry and move residences if the master was willing. The Potters had been, and in turn their own elf population had flourished. It had been necessary at times to let some of them go free, something many house elves did not desire. They were happiest when serving, as long as the master was a good one. Harry liked to consider himself such, compared to the Malfoys. Darby had been most damaged, he could see now, insisting on punishment at a single offhand comment. Just what had been done to the poor thing? With that thought on his mind, Harry opened the door. For a second he was confused. It was an older gentleman standing on his stoop, with a European cast to his features, though his skin was bronzed with sun. His red hair, growing grey at his scalp, was long and tied at his neck with a short length of green silk, matching his elegant light green silk robes. His face was showing the beginnings of age, a few scattered wrinkles upon his brow and the corners of his mouth. Harry smiled politely, waiting for the man to introduce himself and state his business. He did not merely stood there, eyes running from his bald head to his long Egyptian-style garb, loose brown shirt haphazardly tucked into loose tan pants. As Harry's smile faded, he finally spoke first, the hint of annoyance coloring his voice. "May I help you, sir?" The man looked up, a grandfatherly grin coming onto his face. "Pardon me, Mr. Potter. I was merely striding down memory's long lane. Many a time I visited this house. My wife and Ilark was dear to our heart, such a sweet and gentle person with the most beautiful long black hair. I'm afraid I longed after her most greatly before I met my wife, though she forgave me my infatuation." Harry did calculations in only a second. Lark Potter, the one who first purchased this house, who warded it, who studied at the Alchemist Center nearby. Lark Potter, who lived centuries ago, a distant ancestor of many who would not even know her name. There was only one man who had lived so long, Nicholas Flamel. The man's smile widened. Harry calmly stepped back, inviting the man in. How could he refuse when he had destroyed this man's means of immortality, when he could see age slowly creeping its way onto the wizard's face? Flamel stepped in and walked through the house as if he had returned after a long vacation, easily locating the kitchen and taking a seat. Harry spared only a glance for the many books piled up on the table, his notes scattered about, and his lunch half-eaten. Let the man deduce what he would of it. Harry settled into his chair and watched the man from across the table, who seemed content to look at his books on the table. Harry waited, and the red-headed man finally looked up, meeting his eyes with his own. Mr. Potter, I will not deceive you on this first meeting. I am here at the behest of Albus Dumbledore, of whom I owe a favor. He was worried that you had not replied to his letters. The confusion must have shown on his face, for the man smiled and continued. As I thought. It is no surprise the poor owls have not found you yet, as I can only assume you traveled here some time ago. It would take more than a month for an owl to be able to fly all the way to Egypt. Usually such post is sent via flu. Are you angry that Albus sent me to you? The last question was abrupt and honest, and Harry searched himself before he replied. His mind was not on this, was caught up in the ritual he was performing. It was hard to think back to his conversation with Dumbledore, hard to turn his mind to something else, hard to feel emotion that did not involve the sun. I'm not angry. I agreed to keep in contact. I did not think to inform him of my departure to Egypt. It was a sudden decision. Flamel nodded, his fingers threading together on the table. Harry wondered what it was he wanted, and when he would leave. He needed to get back to his books. I used to spend a great deal of time here in Egypt, Mr. Potter, and as you know, I have had more time than most. I can recognize what I see in this room. Harry froze, his breath caught in his throat. He cleared it, an angry sound, though inside all he felt was sudden fear. He could not be stopped now, not now that he was so close to the fourth set. His magic buzzed, a prickling at his back. Flamel spoke again, quickly, as if he saw the desperation in Harry's eyes. Sadness had filled the wizard's eyes. I see. This is not the first, then. No. Harry spoke softly. Flamel nodded, looking down at the book in front of him. He idly reached out and thumbed it, ignoring Harry's unconscious flinch. The movement stopped, eyes raising to his own. Harry spoke, a quiver in his voice. Will you tell them? Flamel replied, the sorrow only deepening in his eyes. What you are doing, Harry, is, as I am sure you know, illegal. However, you are speaking to the one person living who has met another of your kind. My wife, Perenelle, had thought at one point of completing the ritual, but her research turned to other forms of blood magic, of which I am relieved. Runic wizards have been targeted by the ministries of today's age for a good reason. Such power and magic seldom lead to good ends, and many aspiring children, precious resources, all of them, perished in attempts to gain it. When you add in the few dark terrors upon wizardkind who accomplished 7 sets of 7, you can understand their fear. Those dark wizards did more damage than all the light ones combined, shedding their blood for the darkness between the stars, the void, a nameless terror that can never quench its thirst for magic and blood. Has it called to you yet? Harry shook his head, though inside he wondered. Had he ever felt a voice at the edge of his consciousness? A dark voice, angry, hungering for his very being. Would he have given in to it, unknowingly, if not for Fawkes and the sun? Harry spoke hoarsely, his fear audible in his voice. You did not say, so will you tell them? Flamel slowly spoke, eyes dark. No, Mr. Potter, I will not, but not because I agree, but because I know you now have no choice. If this was your first step on such a road, I would do everything in my power to prevent you. No child deserves such a fate, to be linked inevitably to a magic they cannot understand. But I can tell, on your face, in the shaking in your hands, that it is too late. His hands were shaking, he realized, and his body taut as a bowstring. He realized suddenly that he had been ready for a second to attack, to spring into action and tear into the wizard if he had said he would even reach a hand out to prevent him from his ritual. He made himself relax, let his body and magic acknowledge that it was all right, that he was okay. Fawkes sang from the corner, appearing between one moment and the next, his form glowing golden in the low light. Flamel smiled, turning his gaze away from Harry as he struggled to compose himself. He talked idly, observing Fawkes, and Harry listened. "Mr. Potter, I am no fool, nor a mediocre wizard." It was stated plainly, a simple statement. Flamel had no reason to brag about what was true. "I believe Albus already suspects, though his love blinds him to the truth of what you are. He doesn't want to believe what you have done, so he does not. Such does not stop me. I am going to offer to tutor you this upcoming school year, and you will accept." Harry nodded, something like meekness flowing through his body. He had never been so thoroughly outclassed, and the feeling was new to him. Flamel continued, "My time is short. Perhaps a year more, perhaps less. My wife, Perenelle, has already left this realm to continue to her next adventure. You will provide me a distraction from my loneliness for the time I have left. Is this acceptable?" Harry did not see much choice. He agreed, straightening his shoulders, making his voice firm. "Yes, sir. Call me Nicholas." Harry nodded and quietly extended the same offer. Nicholas smiled before leaning forward. "I will leave you now to your preparations. Harry, I expect you to be in one piece when I see you next." Harry hesitantly smiled, standing at the same time as the older gentleman. "I will be, for the most part, I am sure. It is never the same." Nicholas gave a half-hearted smile, resting a large hand on Harry's shoulder. "I do not envy you this path you have chosen, but I wish you luck upon it." Harry nodded, but stopped, looking up into his eyes. "I am sorry, sir, for the stone. It was not my intention." Nicholas waved his hand, eyes hard. He made Harry meet his eyes as he spoke, voice firm. "The philosopher's stone was one of a kind, yes, but only one thing could have destroyed it, a ritual to bring life. Voldemort was not made whole, of this I have seen with my own eyes. Something else was, a pure innocent spirit, one denied life by that very wraith. What was done through you, though you might have consented to it. I am prepared, Harry, as all old men should be, to go on with my journey. It is my time, as it was my wife's time. If it is forgiveness you seek, you may have it, though for my part I wish to thank you." "Why?" Harry asked, with true confusion. "Who would willingly choose to die would thank the person who brought it about." Nicholas Flamel stood tall on his doorstep, the heat beckoning from outside. His form seemed large to Harry, his magic an immense force that pulsed in time with his body. To Harry's sight the man glowed, every part of his body saturated in magic, a being more powerful than 100 Albus Dumbledores. Voldemort had thought to steal from this man. Flamel spoke, a gentle tone to his voice. "Perenelle and I had sought a way to destroy the stone for over a century now. Who we thought was worthy of more life. How do we choose who to grant the gift? And what kind of life would it be? Whole, long, short, or heaven forbid, immortal? The stone was a curse in the end, giving a man the two things most sought after, money and endless life. What then to strive for? How do you fill endless days? And yet, to give the stone to another would be to risk giving it to someone who would fill their days with evil and twisted purposes. No, you represented a blessing to us, for we finally had the decision taken from our hands, and we welcomed it." Harry's mouth was dry, and he could only nod, forcing himself to not cry. The impending death of the alchemists had haunted him. To be forgiven was more than he could ever have asked for. The great alchemist gave him one last smile, and vanished into the hot Egyptian sun. Only when Harry closed the door did he realize he had not thought to tell him where he would be living in London, nor had Flamel asked him, and so would be forced to contact Dumbledore as a go-between. The man probably would have gone to Slytherin, Harry thought with a reluctant smile. To say Neville was surprised to receive a letter from Draco Malfoy would be an understatement. He was completely shocked. He had gotten used to letters from Hermione and looked forward to them. Having friends was a new sensation, one he was still not completely used to. His grandmother had not been impressed with the fact, but he was. Friendships were precious, fragile things, and were meant to be cultivated as carefully as the rare plants in his greenhouse. But he had not considered Draco and Blaise to be friends in the way Hermione was a friend. 4 of them were all connected to Harry, and through him were friendly to each other. Neville knew it had not been any of their ideas to bring him within the circle of friendship, and the coldness had been most pronounced from the Slytherins. He had known they had not respected him, and known too that it was his potential political position that garnered him what respect he was given from the purebloods. It hurt, but he was used to that pain, and did not notice it on most days. No, they were not friends. But here was a letter bearing the Malfoy crest in red ink, the paper embossed and textured. He ran his finger over it dully, confused, and with a glance at the regal grey owl, retreated to his room. He pulled open the top door of his large wooden desk, reaching in to grasp a seldom-used letter opener. Its silver edge was spelled sharp, and with barely a flick of his wrist, the seal separated from the paper with a soft pop. Neville placed the blade on his desk, pausing as his eyes glanced over the Longbottom crest and the rampant lion. His grandmother had often compared him unfavorably to his father, the Lion of Longbottom. He had grown up hearing tales of his famous parents, of their deeds during the war, their bravery, their love. But he had never felt it and never seen it, staring at the two shells placed in bed in St. Mungo's. He felt the sigh work through him and pulled his thoughts away. He held the letter to the light streaming through the window, eyes roving over the page. Incredulation grew within him with every word, and when he was finished, he simply sat in his desk chair, hardly noticing the fine leather. Could he do it? His grandmother had, of course, trained him with the proper tutors, made sure he was educated in every way necessary for a proper heir. It was not his intelligence that was lacking, but his personality. He was always too weak, too nice, too slow. And he would be turning 13 in just over a month, too far from his majority to take control, but close enough to begin to make movements. He was a Gryffindor, and not expected to care yet about the real world. He was supposed to be enjoying life, playing and pulling pranks, being brave and bold like his father. His father, who at 17 had taken the title of Lord and graduated from Hogwarts to join the Aurors and fight in the war. The Longbottoms had had a reputation for fierceness and courage, and Frank had been no exception. The wizarding world had called him a hero and loved him and then forgotten about him. Neville's fingers clenched around the paper in his hands, creating creases on the thick parchment. His eyes stared blankly at the wall, thoughts swirling in distress. Before the Wizengamot, there had been the Wizards' Council, a governing body made up of the patriarchs of every magical line. With the creation of the ministry and the notion of a more democratic justice system, it had been dismantled and recast as the Wizengamot, a supposedly less corrupt system. It was presided over by a chief warlock who was voted in and consisted of 50 prominent wizards. It just so happened that those seats were reserved still for the lord of each pureblood family. If a seat was unfilled, it could be given to any witch or wizard promoted by the Ministry of Magic. As more and more bloodlines had died out or been outright killed, more political power was given to the minister, who could appoint those that made the rules of society. Corruption chases power like a crop chases measles, his grandmother had said. As an heir to a pureblood family, there was supposed to be a seat waiting for him. But there was no Lord Longbottom, and he was sure that spot was being filled by another wizard who had found favor with Minister Fudge. His eyes roved over the letter again, looking at the list of names. Only a bare 20 seats, less than half, were being taken up by lords. Of those families remaining, it seemed some had given up the responsibility to govern, preferring a quieter life. The rest were appointed. He looked at the letters beside each name, promoting supposed political affiliations, and grimaced. 1 seat wouldn't matter, or even 5. The odds were heavily stacked and ready to fall on the side of the dark, and it looked like the minister was either an idiot or a closet supporter of the Dark Lord. It didn't matter which, the result was the same. If the Dark Lord did return, as the letter hinted, the government was already beyond hope. It was only a matter of time. So why would they want him to begin to assume the responsibilities of a pureblood heir? What purpose could it possibly serve? With narrowed eyes, he read through the letter a third time, trying to think like a Slytherin. And then it hit him, like a solid fist in his stomach. He felt his breath whoosh out of him, his heart hammering. Ideas began to come through at once, faster and faster. Of course there were safeguards. He had learned of them, memorized the tedious rigmarole of useless arcane laws. The minister could be taken from power, and all that was needed was a certain sequence of events. 2/3 of the Wizengamot would have to vote for it, but another minister could be appointed in his place. In doing so, all his delegates would be replaced with new choices. That might not have mattered centuries ago, but in today's age, with so many seats reliant on the minister. But more than that, 2/3 of the Wizengamot could remake the government, could change its laws. Wasn't the other side already doing so? Preventing pro-muggle laws from passing, implementing harsher regulations on dark creatures to drive them closer to the tenets of the dark itself. There would only be a small window, though, Neville thought, his eyes closing in concentration. Many of those openings were there because the current lords were in Azkaban for various crimes, or in hiding in other countries. If the Dark Lord's supporters moved first, as they obviously planned, the loophole would be taken by the wrong side, and they would not have enough votes. But there was a chance, an infinitesimal one, to stop the war before it started, or at the very least, to be prepared to meet it, if they could just maintain control of the government. Neville leaned forward, placing the letter on his desk, pulling out a sheet of parchment and dipping his quill into the ink bottle with a hand that trembled. There was one other person who was an heir, who had no father to sit in the Wisengamot. There was a law as arcane as the rest that would allow an heir to take his place as lord if the government was in a state of war. Neville felt the fear in his stomach churn, the desire to turn away and hide, to be small and normal and below average, to let the adults handle it, to let others take the spotlight. His shoulders straightened and his mouth firmed. Not this time. He began to write with quick, precise flicks of his quill, eyes determined. Not this time. Albus, I have contacted the boy. He is staying in his family's old hut, just beyond the center. He is well, and has agreed to my tutoring as long as I am able. You should be hearing from him soon. Nicola's Flamel, Harry stood, arms at his side, before the altar of the Temple of Heliopolis. It was the day of the summer solstice, and soon the sun would rise, directly in front of the altar. Fawkes perched on the one remaining pillar across from the altar, regally observing him as he carefully climbed up and knelt on the altar. Dread twisted in his hands, loving the warm stone and hot air of Egypt, though the dryness was not to his taste. He preferred the humid jungles of South America, where his bright plumage blended with exotic flowers and deep green trees. The vision rose around him, the magic bringing it to life as it rose up to meet his own, the altar binding him to itself, an ancient spell, powerful and immortal. He could see the jungle, hear the bird and monkeys calling in the trees, and beneath it all Dread, hunting through the branches, hissing joyfully. The vision faded slowly, and he blinked his eyes as the slow light of dawn creeped over the far horizon, a small beam of light that cast shadows upon the ground. Fawkes sang, high and low tones, a greeting, a welcoming. He heard a far-off cheer, thousands of voices raised in ancient languages of adoration and praise. He lifted his voice with them, a wordless shout, and Dread stiffened into sharpened steel, its feathered wings gently brushing his wrists. The difficult thing about the hieroglyphs he would be drawing was that they had no true name. Unlike the titled Ankh, they were merely a representation, defined by their context and placement. What could mean hand could also mean bowl, or to take, or this is mine. Harry made himself relax, look up at the sky, focusing on his purpose. His first rune would be upon his left foot, a simple Egyptian feather. As the first ray of the sun touched his face, he cut gently upon the top of his skin, delicately tracing the outline of a plumed feather, a symbol to turn human flesh to phoenix skin, to sprout feathers where there was hair, a long elegant crest upon his head, downy feathers on breast, a long plumed tail like a rudder through the sky. A single trail of red ran from the top of his foot, touching the top of the stone altar. It was like a chemical reaction, the spells leaping out to grasp him, joyous in their force, grasping his entire body and holding him still for a second. When it relaxed, he sucked in a breath. Fawkes was silent again, and he let himself sit back, his feet drawn up in front of him. He had shed his shirt but kept his loose pants, and was grateful for it. There was no breeze, and as the cool of night was burnt off in the sun, he began to feel the increase in temperature. The second rune, an hour after the first, was upon his right foot, a long, slender shape the same size as the feather, almost a mirror except it was rounded at either end, a bone, to make him light as a feather upon the wind, so he could easily lift himself in flight, a bird's body and frame borne upon a phoenix's wings. He was prepared for the altar this time, relaxing his body into the stiff hold. It lasted longer than the first, almost like a steady hand holding him up. When it loosed, he remembered to breath, sucking in air. He felt a small smile on his face, the familiar feeling of dread in his hand, the steel resting against his thigh. His 2 feet finished, and his magic exploring this new path with curious motions, a cat put in an unfamiliar room. Fox trilled, and he realized that time had passed while he watched. He cut the 3rd rune upon the top of his left hand, above Heth, a left slanted Egyptian-style wing, square and elegant. He cut it with the image of a phoenix's grand wings taking the place of his hands, lifting him up into the air. Once more the grasp upon his body was longer, the altar rejoicing in loud voices that began to sound like the song of a phoenix. He found himself laughing helplessly, the emotion triggered by the wards, rejoicing with the new blood and magic. Then it was time for the 4th rune, a right-facing Egyptian-style wing upon his right hand, and the laughter spilled from his lips even as the pain burned inside him, his magic now stretching, stronger this time than last year, larger, but still a child's magic, the strain telling upon his body. This wing was to merge his own steel wings and that of the phoenix together, make them one, for one purpose. He fell into the soft hands of the wards, the blood running freely from his feet and hands, the altar drinking every drop with reverent sighs. The laughter stopped, replaced by long chuckles, and Fox was singing, and the magic was lifting him up, the sun reaching down to press its hand against his brow. He found himself lifting the dagger, drawing it softly against his skin, drawing out the moment with drunk happiness. Then dread was taken from his hand, and he looked through a snake's eyes upon his back, drawing the blade in elaborate lines across the middle of his upper back, between wings and neck, an oval Egyptian eye with 3 tears spilling from its sides and bottom, to give him the healing phoenix tears, imbued with magic and will and love and light. His laughter had turned to sorrow, and the sun was upon him now, tugging on him, but the altar held him fast in its grip, performing its purpose with ease. Fox was singing in his ears, a steady rhythm to the tune of his heart, a pulsing beat he felt in his bones. And then the 6th rune, as the sun moved across him, sweat mingling with blood, an oppressive force that blinded his eyes, and it was his magic that saw for him, that guided the knife to the center of his chest and cut the oval, the hieroglyphic mouth, to give him the voice with which he could commune with the very sun itself, in glorious highs and deep lows, a sound that none on earth could rival. The grip upon him from the altar was tight now, too tight, almost suffocating as the sun tugged harder, and he was the scrap of meat in between. His scream was hoarse and pleading, Fox landing upon his chest, insistently, and he heard Dread's hissing voice calling his name, telling him it was time, he had to do something very important. He opened green eyes into the sun's glare, staring up with blind magic, a force of will upon him that was not his own. His fingers grasped scaled steel, lifted it with both hands above his head, the point facing down and his head bowed to the sun as he brought the steel down upon the crown of his head, drawing a simple circle, the skin splitting before the blade. A movement of muscle, lifting the dagger again, then bringing it down to pierce the skin in the middle, a single piece of skin, a perfect circle, the finishing touch, the 7th rune, to transform it all together, a single hieroglyphic rune that meant sun. The altar screeched as he was wrenched from its grasp, the sun rejoicing and exultant, Fox and Dread left far below. But it did not matter because he was not what he was, but fire and feather and bone, a golden phoenix in full flame. And below he heard the cries as wizards looked up and saw a phoenix in the air on red and orange fire, a good omen not seen since before their father's memory. Let the sun bear him on its rays above the earth, sometimes on the wind and sometimes in the flame, a transition he barely noticed. When the sun set, he was gently left on the altar, clean as if no blood had ever been spilled. He rested his cheek against its warm surface, hand reaching out to draw Dread in close, and slept while Fox sung the soft lullaby of the weary. He awoke in the dead of night, sitting up under the stars. Fox was a slumbering form on his right, softly glowing in the night air. A cool breeze blew across his skin, and he shivered as he stood, walking to the edge of the temple ruin. The desert stretched out before him in vast tones of blue, the sand turned dark with the absence of the sun. Stars gleamed in the sky, a crescent moon twinkling upon him with the remembered caress of a distant memory. He closed his eyes, reaching for the magic within him. It was stretched thin, no doubt, but nothing like the last ritual. He was stronger, more adept. He had learned to bend instead of break, to ride the magic as one would ride a horse wildly out of control. His magic was beautiful, an echo of the universe, glimmering inside him in spread-out stars of light, his heart the very sun. His new runes were thin white scars, and looked both as old and new as the ones from years ago. His feet now shone slightly with magic, whereas before they had barely existed on a magical plane. He felt the wind ruffle his hair, and paused, reaching up a hand to run through long waves of black. His hair had regrown, as it had before during a ritual, as it had when he was young, and his aunt had mutilated his hair. It seemed accidental magic could still occur, even to students who had been training their magic for years. He felt a tired sigh work his way through him, and smiled into the night. The desert was a beautiful place. He turned, fixing in his memory the sight of the stars high above and the endless expanse around him, with only a dim light in the far horizon signaling man's presence. This was a peaceful place, one untouched for centuries. He was glad it was so. He returned to the altar, gathering up dread and gently taking Fawkes into his hands. The sleepy phoenix looked up with exhaustion, and Harry spared a moment to try and remember why. Had Fawkes done anything special this day? With a last regretful look around, Harry rode the flames back to his house, tumbling into bed with eyes already closed. The ritual had been like a dream. When Harry awoke in his bed, it was hard at first for him to focus on where he was and where he had been. The smell of breakfast beckoned him down, and he gladly dug into the plate before him, eating with an appetite he had not possessed in weeks. When old Cress brought him his third plate, Harry realized the house elves had noticed as well. He made himself slow down, chewing softly and looking up to meet the gaze of all four of his Egyptian house elves. They were standing there in a line, eyes respectively lowered. Harry set his spoon down, a frown working its way onto his face. "What's going on?" he asked. It was Jasmine who replied, her large ears wobbling in repressed emotion. "The whole city is speaking of it, Master, of the omen over the sky during the height of the summer solstice. A golden phoenix, they say, just like in times of old." Many said they felt the great Ra reach down to touch them, others Amit, some Horus, all old and almighty. Many are excited, many are also scared. Harry pushed his food away, his appetite abruptly gone. His memories of events were fuzzy. The ritual had went much better than any he had before, he wanted to think, but perhaps that was because he could not even truly remember what had happened. He absently held up his hand, observing the thin outline of a feather drawn upon it. Finally, he turned back to the house elves who still stood at attention. "Is this phoenix a good omen?" Jasmine's eyes widened in eagerness, her ears flopping as she nodded her head in more excitement than he had seen from any of them his entire stay. "Oh yes, Master. It signals a long flood and great prosperity." But Harry saw something else on the elderly house elf's face, something repressed. Harry met Cress's eyes, and the old elf's gravelly voice spoke out. The phoenix was not always seen as a blessing. In difficult times, it also signals war, a calling to arms, and the fiery wrath of desolation upon a people. Perhaps your enemy, or perhaps you. Harry knew the elf must still be speaking about Egypt as a country, but his eyes were locked with his own, and a part of him said, "This elf is talking about you." He dimly noticed Jasmine scolding her father, but his thoughts were now far away. When he abruptly stood, silence once more reigned. Harry turned to the elves and bowed, a gesture that caused their eyes to widen. "Thank you for the information and all you have done the last month. I am leaving today, but I have enjoyed my stay with you. If you ever need to contact me, speak with my personal elf, Darby." The elf appeared with a snap, and Harry did a double take. Darby's dirty white pillowcase was now a clean blue color, neatly ironed and pleated about the sides. The elf no longer had bandages upon fingers and toes, and his skin, while still the characteristic knobbly texture, almost glowed with health. Harry felt the smile he had lost work his way back onto his face as he looked down into the adoring eyes. "Darby, gather my things, please, and bring them back to London. It's time I head home." With a last nod to the surprised house elves, he turned and made his way back upstairs to change into his Egyptian clothes. He wanted to walk the streets before he left, to see if indeed he had flown over the city, and if so, what the people were saying about it. He spent the day walking the streets. He was mostly ignored, the British teen now becoming a familiar sight, and with juicier gossip of which to speak. Everyone seemed to be talking about the phoenix. Many described it as golden, but Harry had not yet had a chance to look at himself in his other form, and so could not say that he was not a gold color. He hoped he wasn't, that had been an odd side effect of both solstice and sun and flame. His goal was to fit in among phoenixes, not stand out among them. Some said it was a good omen. Some said it was a random phoenix. Phoenixes were not as rare in Egypt as they were in Britain. This was their homeland, and to see a phoenix was notable, but not surprising. In fact, quite a few people were friendly with a particular phoenix or another, and Harry had seen 2 others in his month here. Still, local legend was the phoenixes all gathered on the summer solstice for their own ritual, calling to the sun from which they were born. Only in special instances did a phoenix appear according to the legends, and no one could quite remember anyone they knew of ever seeing one on such a day outside of myth. It was definitely time to leave Egypt. He just hoped the rumors of the golden phoenix would not reach Britain as well. With a sigh, he looked about the wide streets of wizarding Egypt and said goodbye to Heliopolis, the city of the sun. He had forgotten how damp the air was in Britain. It only took a moment to settle his things, greet Blossom and Ivy, and sit in the living room and stare blankly at the wide mirror above the fireplace. The mirror gave him the idea. With Dread in the other room sulking about leaving warm Egypt, and Fox vanished on his own business, he was truly alone for the first time in a while. He wanted to transform alone and to see what he truly looked like. With excitement stirring inside, he braced himself, standing, and closed his eyes. He focused on his runes, the 2 on feet and hands, the one on his back and one on his chest, and finally the one on the crown of his head. The magic stretched across him like a web, spider-thin, but growing thicker with time as the magic stretched out and learned its new placement. He set his mind on the image of a phoenix and thought sun. Harry was not prepared for the agony. It ripped through him in waves of pain, and a pained grunt was torn from his mouth before it was locked shut in transformation. His bones felt like they were breaking, his skin on fire as feathers sprouted. His wings were torn from his back, his hands flexing up and merging with them in a sharp, painful stitch. When it was over, he lay there, a smaller creature, and panted. It was different not to have hands when he flew, and even odder to have short legs instead of long. Add in the tail, and it was hopeless. He finally reached the mirror with a wide hop, claws scratching at the wood as he beat his wings frantically, a clumsy, flightless bird. When he was finally there, he stared at the phoenix in the mirror with awe, his beak parted as he breathed quickly from exertion. His feathers were mostly scarlet, a deep ruby color that reminded him of the philosopher's stone. His wings were outlined in a shadow black that was an echo of his steel wings, but were tipped in gold, a striking contrast. He did not have a different colored breast as Fox did, but merely had a few odd golden-tipped feathers placed at random, giving a speckled appearance. His long tail feathers were much like his wings, dark red with black bars midway down, tipped in elegant gold. The crest upon his head was unique, the short curled feathers golden, the longer middle ones black with golden lines spread through sporadically. His head was a slightly darker red than the rest of his body, and his eyes were outlined in black, much like the Egyptian hieroglyphics. His beak was black instead of orange like Fox, but the most striking part was his eyes. Instead of the beady darkness that was present on the other phoenix, his own eyes shone out emerald green with flecks of gold. So much for camouflage. The transformation back was even more painful than before, his bones being yanked apart, feathers shoved into his skin like fiery daggers. When it was finished, he lay panting upon the floor, tears rising in his eyes. The animagus transformation was not supposed to be painful, was supposed to be smooth and easy. This was like what a werewolf transformation was described as agonizing. He was not sure if it would get better with time. Harry knew he would need to practice it in order to not be disabled before and after such a feat, but dreaded the feeling already. Not to mention, he was going to need some serious help learning to fly all over again. He teleported directly into the upper room of the steel furniture store. The lights were off, and he went down slowly. The blow came from above. He barely dodged and turned around, hand out to attack, when he met Mike's wide eyes. Harry! He was drawn into a hug. A shout from upstairs, and Care came down 4 steps at a time, his face drawn. Harry felt something drop in his stomach at that weary look. Something was wrong. He pulled back, meeting Mike's eyes, ones he now realized were rimmed with red. What's wrong? What's going on? He was led into the living room, made to sit as Care paced, hands grasped behind his back, voice rough as he shook head. Harry, you haven't contacted us in weeks. We were so worried, we thought. Maybe the hounds had trapped you in some way. We tried to break into the building where Mr. Steele is being held. Didn't you get any of our letters? Harry shook his head numbly, remembering what Flamel had said. No, I was in Egypt. Egypt. My God, Harry, you can't just. He drifted off, his head shaking, his sandy blonde hair ruffled. Mike sucked in a breath in anger before letting it go, relaxing his shoulders, holding himself back. And suddenly Harry saw the obvious gap in the room, the person that should have been there but wasn't. Tiny. Care continued as Harry felt numbness creep over his body. Tiny followed us, wanted to help. Did you know his name is Benjamin? We snuck back out, couldn't even find Mr. Steele, but we found the letter that said Benjamin was being looked after, while we all waited for Mr. Potter to return from school. Harry, they are gone. We think we know where they are being held, but have no idea how to get in. We are just sitting here, waiting for them to come and take us out too, you know. Don't even know if he is alive. They've been watching us, Harry. They are desperate to get a hold of you. That little disappearing act you did last summer got their attention more than ever. Harry sat a moment longer, and then the anger came, a rising tide that made him stand suddenly and growl in anger, his magic rising with him in a dark presence. He looked at Care's startled face, cataloguing the fear and worry and anger there. Where? He whispered, but he did not need the answer because his magic got it for him from behind those tired brown eyes, plucked it from his mind like one would pick a flower. And he saw the building, the guards, the bland vehicles, unmarked. The exits they had found, the cameras, the quick glance from a window of a boy, no, a teenager now, who had just turned 16, and he was so worried because it was his responsibility. And Tiny was such a happy kid. Bright and loving and innocent of how cruel the world could be, Harry backed up, shaking his head free of Care's thoughts, as Care coughed and leaned over, dizzy, mumbling. What did you do, Harry? What was that? What? Mike placed his hand on Harry's shoulder, but he shrugged it off, backing away, the place bright in his mind. He smiled grimly, speaking. I will bring him home. Care looked up, eyes wide, but it was too late even as Mike lunged, his hands grasping only hot, empty air. He appeared on the roof a building over, and took a minute to glance it over. The window they had seen Tiny in was on the third story of the office-looking building, brick and bland of anything notable. He considers a moment simply flaming in and taking the boy by force, but made himself push his anger back into his mind, filling himself with coldness instead, the freezing anger he could use, leaving him clear-headed and filled with purpose. He found the Gryffindor within himself and teleported down to the street. It was late afternoon going on night, and he walked up to the front door casually, opening the glass door, ignoring the security guards raising hands to earpieces. He simply walked towards the secretary, formally dressed, who lifted her head from her computer to smile at him. He saw her confused glance over his attire, the black cloak and leather boots, his long hair drawn back in a loose tie, his youth. He smiled politely. May I speak to Mr. Steele? Her periwinkle eyes widened, her name tag, Susan, flashing as she moved back, casually lifting a phone and speaking into it, her eyes never leaving his. He waited, forcing his body to rigid stillness, even when he noticed motion behind and beside him, the security guards from outside casually entering and standing at ease as if he would not notice them. Susan placed the receiver down, pasting on a forced smile. He will be here presently, Mr. Potter. So they knew him already. He supposed he could expect no less. Within a minute the old man was there, leaning on a cane, flanked by the very men who had attempted to apprehend him a year ago. Harry did not let the recognition show, putting on his own fake smile, crinkling his eyes and showing teeth. He stepped forward, drawing the old man into a hug, noticing the stiff way the man held himself. Harry stepped back, meeting the tired blue eyes, mentally taking in all the changes a year had wrought. More wrinkles, stiffer gait, thinned hair. No love. He made the smile stay on his face, exchange pleasantries. This just a normal visit between old acquaintances. Mr. Steele led him to a room, large and airy with wide windows and low plush couches. Luxurious, in a word, and Mr. Steele sat as if this was home, and Harry made himself sit beside him. Mr. Steele spoke softly, ignoring the men who had followed them into the room. I am sorry, Harry. Your identity was found with the discovery of a wizarding newspaper, one most disturbing, I am afraid, about your latest school year. We know you are important now, to more than one world. They took Ben into custody, for his protection, of course. Harry, we need to know now if you are with us or against us. Harry simply sat, silent, his mind turning over every carefully spoken word. They knew of his was a hostage for good behavior, from him or the boys, or perhaps even Mr. Steele. We instead of they, Mr. Steele had picked his side, never considering there might be a third one to choose. Harry's, he spoke levelly. I have not decided the best way to go about this situation, sir. It is a complicated one. Mr. Steele shook his head, eyes old and shoulders weak. His hand was so frail, paper-thin, when it rested on his knee as the man leaned forward. Harry, there is danger. Just this week it was announced. Now, Gerald, we discuss this. A new voice, a younger man walking in as if he knew all eyes were on him. He wore wire-rimmed glasses, his hair slicked back, wearing a perfectly pressed business suit. He continued speaking, a slight smile hinting the edges of his mouth. We agreed, no giving information without receiving some as well. Now, Mr. Potter, it is nice to make your acquaintance. I am James. Harry did not take a hand when it was offered, and the man dropped his arm as if he had not even noticed. Harry met his grey eyes and spoke. I'm afraid the pleasure is all yours. Where is Tiny? The man frowned with a chiding look, waving one single finger in the air as if Harry was a misbehaving dog. Ben is safe, I assure you. Much better than living with two other boys in a furniture warehouse, of all things. Why, if the authorities were informed, I'd hate to see what they would say about the background of those boys. Mike alone has been a very bad boy. Why, when he was your age, Harry, he was in jail for violently stabbing his own father. Didn't know that, did you? Many things would surprise you. Harry did not deign to answer, his mind racing. He was at a disadvantage here. He had to somehow get Mr. Steele out of the building as well as Tiny, with no one getting hurt. How? What do you want? Harry asked, stalling for time to think. James smiled. Well, I'm glad you asked that, Mr. Potter. You see, there is an entire community of British citizens not paying taxes. Worse yet, they possess many items of great value. Unfortunately, these individuals have been responsible for harming many of us in so many different ways. Things written off as accidents, gas explosions, missing persons. The list goes on, and we are concerned. James picked something out of a folder that had been laying on a table, placing it gently into his own hands. Harry looked down at the newspaper article, saw the large headline, Sirius Black escapes Azkaban prison. James spoke, his voice cajoling. A mass murderer, it says, killed dozens of normal human beings in a fit of rage. Imagine our surprise when we see said incident was put down as a gas explosion. Imagine our surprise when we see our own screens lit up with the alert, but only advertised as a muggle convict. And look further, Mr. Potter, at whom is most at risk. Harry looked down, flipping the folded paper over to see himself, his robes torn and bloodied, walking calmly down the halls of Hogwarts. His eyes skimmed over the words. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the #1 target of one Sirius Black, a known follower of the Dark Lord. Harry felt himself pale and cursed inside at the show of weakness. Oh, you did not know. Are the wizards hiding something from you as well? Harry put the paper down, meeting the young man's eyes. Who are you? James smiled, his teeth perfectly white and straight, the poster boy of a company perhaps, or a model, a spokesman, perhaps a lawyer. He gave off so many conflicting vibes, but the same element ran throughout. The man was intelligent. James spoke, his voice ringing with conviction. I, Mr. Potter, am but one in a pack of millions, dedicated to the truth, striving for justice for all those harmed by these users of magic. We call ourselves hounds, for like the hunting dogs of old, we are sniffing down our prey where we can find them, marking their movements, baying the hunting howl to all who care to listen. There is a war coming, Mr. Potter, and it is time you decide what your part will be in it. Harry sat back, his voice stuck in his throat. Was this it then? Were the muggles finally fed up with the secrets, the lies, the lost memories and children and property? Had enough people connected the dots to be able to truly be a threat? Harry sat forward, earnest this time to get through to this man. Not all wizards are like that. Not all of them agree with the government. We are trying to change, but we need time. Give me time until I am out of school to make a difference. Think of how many will lose their lives if it comes to war on both sides. Let this be peaceful." James leaned back, his condescending attitude vanished. A moment he considered, grey eyes studying him. "Very well, Mr. Potter. If you can promise no more of us are harmed, we will wait. For a time. You might want to do something about him, though." His finger casually pointed to the screaming picture of Sirius Black, dark eyes wide in a sallow face, black hair askew as he shook wildly. Harry grimly pressed his lips together, knowing it was impossible to promise things on the behalf of others, but having no choice. "I will do what I can. Thank you." The man nodded, standing. Harry quickly stood as well, calling out as the man turned to walk away. "What about Tiny?" James looked back, that smile once more on his face. "He stays." They left the room, leaving Harry and Mr. Steele alone. Mr. Steele spoke softly. "Tiny is fine, Harry, if a little lonely and worried. He's getting his studies done and they leave him alone. He is allowed TV and such. He is worried about you and the boys." Harry turned around, face flushing with anger. "Do not act like you care. I can tell you obviously don't. Where is Tiny? I will not leave him here." Mr. Steele shook his head in denial, but Harry did not need him to speak. He reached out as he had done before, his magic like a stream of water seeking out downstream a place to rest. He found the picture, Tiny's room, the camera in the corner of it, the blank walls and desk, and Tiny, a bruise blossoming on his face, defiant eyes running over with tears. It was all he needed. Let these hounds get a taste of real magic. He let the flames rise on his skin, saw Mr. Steele's eyes widen, let his own grimness be seen. Then he gathered them together in one wave, letting them carry him out of the room and into their fire, seeking that white room, looking for Tiny and finding him, 5 rooms over and 2 stories up, laying on his bed. Even as he appeared, the alarms rang, but it did not matter. Harry, reaching out and grasping the boy, seeing how much older he was, and having no time to explain, simply tugged him into the fire as well. When they reappeared, they were inside the steel warehouse. Harry released Tiny, yelling at Mike and Care, who had jumped to their feet. "Pack, quickly. We leave in 10 minutes. They are probably on their way here right now." Tiny fell to the ground, dazed, but Harry had no time. He jumped through the flames again into his house in London, finding his list of properties, his eyes running over the list. Egypt was out, obviously muggle repelling charms, as was London. He jumped through fire to France, then Spain, testing wards, seeking one that was not protected in such a way. Nothing. Again he jumped, this time to Australia, a small house filling his view. He felt for wards and found none. It would have to do. Longer than 10 minutes had gone by, he could tell, and when he jumped back to London, he appeared right in front of Care, who stumbled back with a shout. Mike was yelling in the background. "Care, they are in the store. I've locked the door." The man ran in, saw Harry, and accelerated towards him, skidding to a stop. "Harry, we got to go now." Harry was one step ahead of him, grasping suitcases. He called out frantically, and Fox appeared. "Escape, 45 Graham Street, Condon, West Australia." He sang, grabbing hold of Tiny and Tiny's things, pulling him through the fire to the small house. He was beginning to tire from all the jumps, his head pounding in the beginnings of a headache. He forced himself to jump back, leaving a gaping Tiny, this time grasping the hastily assembled luggage as Fox dug his claws into Mike, vanishing in red and orange flame. This time when he appeared in Australia, he stumbled, gasping. Fox appeared and was gone again, this time with 2 more suitcases. Harry made himself push Mike away, travelling by flame back to London. It was just Care, standing tall, and across from him the elderly Mr. Steele and 2 armed guards. Mr. Steele was speaking, pleading. "Got to come with us. This is for the best for all of us, please. We will be safe." And he saw Harry, the guards swinging around, guns raised to fire from surprise. Harry wasted no time, leaping towards Care and tackling him to the ground. The sound of a shot, seeing Mr. Steele knocking into the man on the left, the gun rolling to the side, and Mr. Steele's shocked and startled eyes as blood began to run from between his wrinkled fingers. Then they were in flame, falling to the ground in Australia, Harry panting harshly as his mind tried to understand what his eyes had seen. Surely, no, it couldn't have. Care groaned, lifting his head to meet Harry's eyes. There was shock there as well, along with denial and grief and pain. "Harry, it's okay, calm down, don't." But he was shaking his head, stumbling to his feet, avoiding the wide eyes of Mike and Tiny, who were holding each other in a hug. He kept shaking his head when Care gathered him close, holding him. "I've got to go back. I've got to see if—" "Harry, I saw it. It's too late," Care replied, speaking into his hair, voice rough as tears began to fall. Harry did not allow them for himself, did not allow himself to speak again. He forced Care away, forced his magic, screeching, to once more go through flame to London. The men were gone, but the blood pooled across the ground, too much of it, splattered against the wall and door frame. Harry keened, magic aching, as he read the truth written for him on a slip of paper left errantly on the floor, waiting for his eyes to read them. It was our finger on the trigger, but your hand that moved the gun. And the tears fell, for a man who might have been a father to him in another life, who might have loved him before he was forgotten, who gave him the tools to protect himself from both wizard and muggle. His childhood mentor, the flawed man who he strived to love and impress, was no more. He panted, sides heaving, flesh and fur soaked with the briny water of the sea. Grey eyes took in the rocky cliff face, his mind focused on the climb up from the pebbled beach with fervent purpose. He could only concentrate on his goal, his greatest desire, the only thing left to him in the haze brought over his mind by the dark presence of the Dementors. It couldn't just be revenge. No, nothing that dealt with rage and darkness could survive in the void of Azkaban, could stay pure in the taint of soullessness. It was justice and love, shining, burning love that left him aching with it, the grief that brought on maddened laughter, the broken trust, the innocence. His tongue lolled from his mouth in an animal grin, humor rising in his mind, and he wanted to throw his head back and howl with it, scream with the intensity of the emotion. With a wild shake of his body, droplets falling from his form in wide arcs, he began his ascent. With every step of his pause, he planned murder. To be continued. Catch and release tilde asterisk tilde, tilde asterisk tilde, review please. Tilde asterisk tilde.